Oh, you guys can probably hear me now, shit. I'll have my camera on in a second. Where's my chat? Is there really 42 of you guys here already? Damn. Come on, camera. We are live. I mean, we've been live. I'm a little tiny bit late. Sorry, guys. Why is my chat not loading? Chat. Can't see what any of you guys are saying to me. Hang on. Oh, chat, would you fucking load? What's wrong with you? I can get my YouTube chat to load. Way far down, didn't it? There we go. Had this all set and good to go. Forgot my own chat, and now it won't load properly. Help! Oh, there we go. There we go. Cosmic Persephone, what's going on? Whee! Oh, we're in top chat. Let's go to live chat. We're upgrading on the streams, guys. I got like a starting soon screen. We got background music. Look at me go. Nicolagon Guy, Copperhead Artist, Bonberry, Cinnamons, Grunkle Funkle, Lou, Max Dragon, Jonas Fletcher. Hey, everybody. Just checking through streams, see what you guys are chatting about. So how's everybody? Background music barely audible? Okay. Let me play with it a bit here. Okay, how loud do I get? Because that'll kind of set me for where... Oh, that's gonna peak a little too loud. How's that? I'm doing alright, I'm doing good. New thumbnail, thanks! I threw it together in like 20 seconds. I'm learning how to use OBS. Cool bone pants. Oh, it's part of a onesie. It's a skeleton onesie thing. I was freezing this morning, so I just threw on all kinds of layers. And then, yeah. Now I'm getting too warm, so they're just sort of like shedding. Words, I'm doing things and talking at the same time, and I'm never great at that. Speaking of drink, have I eaten? Oh, I didn't have my breakfast shake yet today. Thanks for reminding me. You think you chipped a tooth? Oh dear God. If it's a baby tooth still, then no worries, but... Let me get the Joon video up here. Oh. What time is it over there? How late am I? It is 4:33 right now. So I'm only 10 minutes late. Hello, Kiki. Who you? Hello. There won't be ads in this, in mine. There won't be any ads in the stream. Like, I just... Most of my streams end up being not eligible for monetization, because I look up copyright-free stuff, and then it's like, good portions of this weren't copyright-free, so I'm like, yeah, whatever. Who are you people? There's a lot of people! It's true, it's true, there are so many more people here. We will pause that. I'll bring the video up. I gotta do my editing stuff here. There's too much on my screen. What's going on? Courtney Too Famous first now. Oh god, guys, never. It could be argued that if anything, I'm infamous because right now I'm not known for an exactly good thing by most people, which is basically infamy. Which is whatever. People are allowed to not like me and disagree with me and think I'm a horrible person. That is completely within their right. Imagine Lily having to do job interviews. Oh god. There's most of my following is American, so it seems very much. Which, I mean, is not really surprising. Most of social media is basically American. You guys dominate it. I'm probably wrong on that. It's just from my experience, it's been typically American. Right on Lily's downfall. Well, see, that's the thing. Like, Lily's never gonna have like a downfall, okay? That's never really gonna be a thing that's gonna happen. As much as we all would fucking like it to, like, yeah, I'd love for her to lose her platform and have to rebuild from scratch because that would take her forever. And she wouldn't be able to get away with most of the shit because most people already know who she is and whatnot by now. But the thing is, deplatforming her means trying to make the platform she's on give a fucking shit, and we all know they don't. I'm personally just happy with chipping away at her influence and keeping the fact that she uses these tactics or whatever, and she does shit to groom kids as prevalent as she is, so that the only people that are going to be connecting with her are cut from the same fucking cloth, at least. Like, Lily's fan base is never going to be completely gone. Her ride or dies are never going to leave. Her dick riders will always be there. The sycophants will always be there. And, like, her fellow fucking child groomers will always fucking be there. Deplatforming is not going to fucking happen, okay? Onision got deplatformed, and guess what? He's still doing shit. And whereas most people think, oh, well, he doesn't nearly have the power that he used to, sure he does, because right now he's going after a generation of kids who were not around to know any of the shit that he's done. So he's hit the reset button. He's pulling the I'm a banana shit in his 40s, and it's gonna work on a whole new wave of kids because it worked the first time. So, like, no, deplatforming Onision didn't really do anything. Well, it's not that it didn't do anything. I can't say that. That's unfair. Deplatforming Onision didn't do nearly as much as exposing him did. Gluckon guy, chill, chill. Also, Iron Bowman, welcome to the Aglets. Thank you for joining. Miranda Sings is still around. Like, literally, Colleen Ballinger got to go to a high school to speak with her husband because he's an actor. Like, okay, these people still get their fucking, like, they still get their fucking rocks off in other ways. They still get their fucking power. They still get their influence. Deplatforming doesn't do anything. Hello, Tottenham's pet chimp. Princess? Was her name Princess? Am I remembering the name right? Uh, was Barney. Right. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Hello, Barney. What's going on? Well, today what we're doing is we're watching the June the King video, the one that came out like a month ago. Because I never did like a live react to it, which I wanted to do, I'd planned to do, and then it got shelved, but and then it got further shelved by myself. Um, so now we're finally getting to it. Wait, the kids weren't allowed to talk about Colleen's disgusting behavior. No, no, they were vaguely threatened with punishment, like suspension or like detention or something like that if they brought up Colleen Ballinger's shit while she was there on stage. So like this woman still has access to kids. She's got two kids of her fucking own. Like that's the thing. If Colleen Ballinger is a pedophile, she's got kids. She doesn't really need to worry about the internet no more. She doesn't need to get them online if she has them in her fucking house. And like, if she's gonna cross inappropriate boundaries in regards to her fucking marriage with kids online, what do you think she's gonna do with her fucking children? Yes, the toxic gossip train chick. Like, deplatforming doesn't really do much without like. The thing is, most deplatforming comes on the heels of exposure, so it's the exposure that really does anything. And like, I'm not sitting here saying I'm the one exposing Lily and I'm the one doing shit. Like, I'm only here because other people have tried to expose her and have done a decent enough job exposing her that I found out about it. Fucking Brit's been going at this for over a decade and I don't have to fucking like her and she doesn't have to fucking like me, but I still wouldn't be here if not for all the work she's done. Fucking, I've sent yet another email to Swoop. I've sent a few that haven't gone through. Maybe maybe there's a typo in the address. Maybe I did something wrong. She's also a very busy lady, and I'm a nobody, so I get that. But even every time I mention or I email Swoop, I mention Brit and I link to Brit because Brit has more of the evidence than I do because I just don't have the time, energy, or really want to keep track of all that shit on my computer. Um, like I don't have to fucking like her. In fact, I can sit here and fucking hate her and still give credit where credit is due. Because without the work of people her like her people without the work of her and people like her before her and after her, I wouldn't be here to expose Lily even further. And in my opinion, it's the constant exposure of her that is going to lead to her not being able to have influence. And for me, what's important is she doesn't have influence. I don't need anybody else to sit here and go, I want Lily deplatformed, or I think the exact same as Courtney, or I want the same things Courtney does. But in my opinion, deplatforming is only going to go so far without the continued exposure. So that's more than what Ant is doing. I mean, it's more fair to say it's more than what Ant is doing currently, in my opinion. Because like most of you pointed out on the first stream where I was going off, um, on the media thing, like you guys yourselves pointed out that Ant has like in Ant's defense, he does have a history. Like his whole channel's about covering media, so of course he's going to talk about the media. And you guys yourselves pointed out to me that he slightly branches off her media takes to explain how she uses those in bad faith to manipulate people. But that was an Ant's fans that got that through to me. That was my own fans. That was you guys arguing with me. And Ant has said that people have come to him saying that he's the reason that they got out. People have come to Sai saying Sai's the reason that they got out, and that's great. That's fantastic. That's what we want. I lost my train of fucking thought here. Not sure. Oh yeah, my train of thought was like, it's not to say that Ant has done nothing. That's why, yeah, that's not to say Sai has done nothing. That's why I was on good terms, and it's why we were on the way to becoming friends at the beginning. Because, yeah, I did understand the point of using the media takes as a jumping off point, and I did understand that, especially after you guys explained it to me, that, yeah, Ant has a channel history of covering media. Of course, the media is where he's going to focus and branch off things from. Where I got mad, and when I got mad, is when, in my perspective, behavior started fucking changing. And what it showed to me was true intentions started coming out. And then I had people speculating on my mental health simply because I was angry. And then somebody went and paid my fucking rapist, because everybody wants to make this about my victim status. Someone went and paid my fucking rapist, and then went, oh ho ho, aren't I so funny? Isn't this such a great power play online about it? And every time I get upset, when I'm dismissed, when my feelings are dismissed, and when my anger is dismissed, everybody just says, oh, Courtney's got BPD. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. Courtney's a victim of trauma. She doesn't know what the fuck she's doing. And then you go and make shit up because you're mad that I told you to bite the curb, which is fair. You're allowed to be angry that I told you to bite the curb. It was a horrible thing for me to say. Do I apologize? No, but I'm not going to sit here and act like it's the right thing and I was in the right to say it. No, it was me being a bully. I'm plain and simple. I'm not ashamed of it. I'm not am I endorsing it? I guess by not being ashamed of it, I am. I don't encourage people to do it. It was the wrong thing to do, but I'm still not ashamed. But that doesn't mean you get to sit here and misconstrued my words intentionally. Okay? I never said you weren't bi, Anthony. I said, how very straight white male of you, indicating your actions reminded me of the straight white male stereotype. Usually I say cis white male, so I guess I apologize for not quantifying it to that degree, but, it's still the straight white male stereotype. There's a comedian who made a whole song about it because it's a stereotype. That was me comparing your actions to the stereotype, not me saying you were straight, all right? I'm sorry you misunderstood that. I also never claimed you weren't a victim. I said, as a victim, how would you feel if I went and found your abuser and I paid them money? I said, as a victim, you should understand how another victim would feel about somebody thinking it's funny to pay their abuser money. It doesn't matter that it was $2. Okay? That was me reaching out to you victim to victim. So yeah, I was not discrediting your victim status. I was appealing to it. Sorry you didn't seem to understand that. And not sure if you didn't catch this, I was a little vague on your abuse because I don't remember what it was, because you didn't tell me the details, because I didn't ask. Because unless you chose to share it to me, it was not my fucking business. And I don't sit here collecting people's traumas and expecting everybody to just dump their trauma on me. So, I never said you were straight. You made that up. I never said you weren't a victim. You made that up. Or you just misinterpreted other people's recollection of my words, because I'm almost guaranteeing you didn't watch that stream yourself. You had your fans telling you what happened. I didn't do 4 streams. I did 2. This one doesn't even count because it's not about you. I'm simply addressing this at the beginning. So, I haven't been doing this for months. It's been 4 weeks. Apparently, I thought it was funny when you offered Lily $700, not $200 to do a video. Yeah, I thought it was funny when I didn't think you were serious about giving money to a pedophile. And then, yes, my mind changed about that when you proved yourself serious in giving money to a pedophile. Yeah, that changed my mind. You're very right on that. So, you're obfuscating what I said to make yourself seem like you're being attacked for no fucking reason. And it's extremely disingenuous of you. Good move. Anyway, back to the point of this fucking stream. Bum, 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 bum. This is gonna be fun. Okay, so the point of this is I'm not here to critique Joon, because I've already watched this video and I've already said a few times publicly that I think it's a fantastic video and I think he did an amazing job. He definitely did more than I myself am willing to do in deep diving into certain things like Stockholm, because it's triggering. Man did his research and people have questioned me before why Britt was contacted and why I wasn't. Again, it's because Britt has more, like, connections to the proof. My story is just testimony, and again, my abuse on Lily is done. It's over with. She's never going to do it again. The same cannot be said for the kind of abuse she inflicted on Britt, on Lizzie, on other people on the internet. So, yeah, in terms of talking about the damage Lily can do and has done, Britt is more important for people to talk to in videos. Yeah, I may have been like some big, loud, grand thing that like started this thing back up for like the maybe fourth time, but Britt is still central to every time that this has happened. So it does completely make sense why she's been in there, and why she should continue to be involved. Like, if she chooses to continue to be involved in videos to this depth, because she does have so much to offer a video to this depth that I don't.
728,789. This is the number of words contained in the entire Stockholm series. A work that's contents are so severe, so indescribably concentrated in gratifying certain illegal activities, that its distribution alone can result in punishment if the perpetrator lives in Canada. And Canadian content creator Lillian Orchard, an attached author of this work, has been archived distributing it. Even this pales in comparison to the allegations that are now coming out against Lily. From her sister Courtney, that graphically details what she claims Lily did, to Patchwork detailing the extreme art that they made for Lily. There exists a seemingly endless stream of transgressions in the already highly contentious children's television reviewer space that Lily exists in. Even Lily has shown to greatly dislike herself.
Ugh, I'm so goddamn sick and tired of being me.
Adding to the confusion is the mystery of her alleged infamous alias, Tara Callie, her history as Ballspawn, and an obsession with the Pokemon God of War. This, without exaggeration, only scratches the surface. Even with Lily constantly scrubbing her history, there exists enough archives to capture this.
Did you guys catch that? That line of panels, that is from the Violate arc, where that's right where Gardevoir tells Comic Lily that she fucking raped her in her sleep at 14.
Otherwise unbelievable story that will be assembled in this video.
Wait, what? What's up, Noble? Yeah. Yep. Let's see if I can find it. See if I can go back to it there. Ooh, my finger twitchy.
We'll go back. Obsession with the Pokemon God of War. This, without exaggeration, only scratches the surface. Even with Lily,
what does that say? I can't even fucking read that, but yeah, this right here, this is right where fucking Gardevoir tells Lily, I violated you in your sleep.
Constantly scrubbing her history,
that's why it's
there
a stupid hill.
In archives to capture this otherwise unbelievable story that will be assembled in this video.
No, too much caffeine.
Quote, Ballspawn was born on May 30th, 1992. Having a rough childhood due to bullying and torment at school, he had a mental breakdown at the age of 14 and was sent to the Ray Allen Center on November 28, 2006.
Okay, alright. This is the first thing we're correcting. I'm not correcting Joon here because he doesn't know. We all know Lily wrote this. So Lily did not have a mental breakdown that led her to being put into the Ray Allen Center, and it wasn't for a fucking month, okay? Lily got put into the Ray Allen Center, which is a behavioral fucking psychology, like, long-term stay facility. A lockdown facility, okay? You can only get in there by court fucking order, okay? So you gotta commit a crime, or someone has to go to a judge and say, listen, we need you to remand this person into this center. That's the only way you fucking get in there, okay? Lily was court ordered into the Ray Allen Center because there's maybe 3 other behavioral clinics in and around Halifax, and none of them had the legal capacity to physically stop her from running away. And Lily was a fucking runaway. They legally weren't allowed to put their hands on her, so all they could do was watch her go out the door and be like, "Hey, Mr. Gerald Pete, your child ran away again." Lily was such a fucking runaway that the social workers involved said to our parents, "Hey, there's a lockdown facility, but it's by a court order only. We can go to a judge and we can say, listen, this child has a history of behavioral problems that need substantial help and is constantly running away from every other facility. They need to be remanded into a facility that has the legal right to physically stop her from leaving." And a judge looked at all the evidence and said, "Fuck yeah, she does." And she was shipped off there for a fucking year. And it wasn't when you were 14, Lily. You were 15. And you were in there for roughly a school year, almost a calendar year.
For a month, unquote. There are several things of note from this quote. First is this is one of the earliest standing archived entries involving Lily. Second is the name Ballspawn. This was her online moniker, likely derived from the race of Ball.
Courtney, what is with the number 14? That's the year, because 14, when I was 14, was the year that I stopped her from raping me. Now, to be clear, Lily abused me sexually for 7 years. I hadn't known how long she had been raping me in my sleep until she herself dropped enough hints that I figured it out in her responses to me over the time I've been out. So, from what I've pieced together, because I know it stopped at 14 because I got my fucking door lock at 14, Lily was raping me when I was 13 and she was 14. By the time I was 14 and she was 15 is when I had stopped her. No, wait, okay, so I guess that means she was in Ray Allen when she was 13. That makes sense. That makes sense, yeah, actually. Because she was there for a year, and then when... Figure out my dates here. Because when she went to Ray Allen was when we fixed up the room she trashed, and then I moved into that room. And then she came back to the house, and it was maybe about a year after I had that room that I got my door lock. So yeah. So she went to Ray Allen. Now, she claims herself that when she went to Ray Allen, she was sent there apparently because she had told her therapist that I was quote-unquote blackmailing her into rape. So if here's the so by her story and what's online, I apparently walked into her room when I was 13 and blackmailed her into raping her for a year, and then she went into Ray Allen Center. Okay, Lily's a year older than me, so if I was 13, she's 19 months older than me. So if I was 13 when I did this, then she was 14 already. Then she went into the Ray Allen Center because apparently that's where she was sent because I was raping her, according to her own story. So that means you would have had to have been 14. But probably 15, because you said I was raping you for a year when you went into Ray Allen, yet according to the fucking shit you wrote in the wiki, you were 13. So, like, which is it, Lily? You also started raping me after the Ray Allen Center? Because I didn't get my door lock until after you came back from the Ray Allen Center.
Ball from Dungeons & Dragons, a race more so known for aligning with evil. But this influence was more than likely through Baldur's Gate, which Lily has been known to play, as it also licenses the Dungeons & Dragons IP. Third is this was Lily pre-transition.
And that's what she looked like when she was sneaking into my room to rape me. Okay? She likes to say, she posted that picture of us when we were 10 and been like, there's no way I could have done anything to Courtney. I was too small. You weren't too fucking small then, bitch.
When her name was
And yeah,
JP,
you were too weak. That's
and
why
as
I had
such
to be
going
asleep.
forward, all quotes or references towards Lily will be read to reflect her currently.
That is not what she looks like. She's 10 pounds a month to 5 pound sack now.
The fourth
But Joon was so fucking transphobic that like his literal depiction of her transition is like the most positive picture she has on the internet. Like the only good half decent picture she has. Probably like the only half decent one you can find of her is the one he used to signify her transition. But of course he's transphobic, right?
fourth and final point is the specificity of this fanfiction wiki. Despite Lily being relatively unknown at the time, this page goes into extreme detail, but it does so without any sources in
It
the
is
general
not small. What is she talking about? Well, that's the thing is Lily likes to leave out the fact that the bitch is like 6 feet tall. Okay? I'm like 5'10". I'm like 5'9 3/4", and she's got like a good couple of inches on me. But yeah, she makes it seem like she's this tiny little ooh thing. Bitch, you're 6 feet fucking tall.
biography section. Yet many of these assertions have been proven to be true. This means that this was either written by someone who knew Lily well, or this page was written by Lily herself. The page includes insight on Lily, who was 14 at this point, stating that she was sent to 2 different care centers.
Hey, click on guy. No. That's not how trans works. Take that back. That's not how trans works. She's always been a woman. We just didn't know. Well, except for when she was young, then she was a girl, obviously. We just didn't know. So, no. She never used to be a man. She just used to present as male because she didn't know. Thank you. We can not like fucking we can hate Lily and not be transphobic.
Because of severe
Or
depression and what
dance near the
comes with
slippery
it.
slope.
Things hardly improve from here. Quote, entering the ACT program, Ballspawn became known for her hit series Animal Magnetism, publishing the first chapter on September 24, 2000.
You a tall queen? Nice. I mean, if you think about it, Lily's taller. Yeah, no, see how it works. Well, how I've been led to understand that it works, Glukon guy, is trans people are born into the wrong body, essentially. I like to think of it sort of like body integrity identity disorder, where like there's a problem in the brain mapping. So like their brain tells them a certain thing should be there, but like obviously that certain thing isn't there. And obviously if Lily didn't have the just like many trans people, if they don't have the knowledge or the words to even convey that kind of shit, then obviously no one else is gonna know.
2007, it became a hit due to its originality and questionable content.
Wait, then what's the case for gender fluid people? Well, from what I understand, gender fluid people just don't specifically identify with one gender or another, whereas like a trans femme specifically identifies with the female side, with the femme side, and a trans masc specifically identifies with the masc side. Now, you can have like trans femme and trans masc gender fluid people, but again, it's just like fluid is a spectrum. It's all a spectrum, but you can be gender fluid and lean more towards the femme side, or gender fluid and lean more towards the masc side. Just like you can be cis and lean more towards the masc side of presenting, and you can be cis and lean more towards the femme side of presenting. That's why we have like that's why femboys exist, and like butch women in general. At least from how I understand it. I've just barely come to realize I'm not cis, so take everything I say with a grain of salt and ask somebody more um educated.
In the story, Ballspawn coined the term quote-unquote pokephilia, meaning a human who falls in love with a Pokemon, unquote. Animal Magnetism, an alleged 4-part series, centers around a particular love interest, a Gardevoir, a Pokemon with distinct humanistic traits.
And it's fucking
So honestly, it was just of the fact that it looks like a girl.
Okay, I keep pausing this. It's funny. We're like 3 minutes in, and I'm probably an hour into the stream. So I know people tend to have trouble discerning me and Britt apart when we're not on like if I'm not on video, because we do have a very similar voice. It's kind of funny. Back when me and Britt were friends, we even talked about the fact that she looked like when she and Lily were friends, she looked kind of similar to how I did back then. It's weird. Like, there's so many similarities, like, between me and Brit. It's strange.
Girl, and she found porn of it.
That was Courtney Pete, Lily's sister in a stream, providing context to Lily's interest. In Courtney's now-removed Tumblr, she shared a story of the time a 12-year-old Lily downloaded several illicit images of that Gardevoir from a library.
So basically,
Quote, she used to bring it home and hide it under the shed outside. I found it all at once. All of it was Gardevoir's spread eagle. I showed our parents because Lily had lied about why she was banned from the library.
Okay. Spoiler alert. I swear to God, there's some spoilered images that are shown later in this video that I swear to God were some of the images I found under the shed.
Unquote. This obsession with Gardevoir is very real. Never shaken, always present. What's more, Lily allegedly followed it up with a second series about a half Gardevoir, half human. Then shifted her writing to a Family Guy fanfic known as Whispering Illusion, and then followed it up with Tale of the Valkyrie. The story has not been archived or is difficult to find. But there are reviews that break down key points of interest, like this one, that mention the possibly self-insert character, Matthew Ryder, who falls in love and procreates with the character Meg Griffin.
Meg Griffin, okay? So when she wrote this is a Family Guy fanfic, yeah. So when she wrote this is around the same time she was telling me how much like Meg I was. How I'm so much like Meg, how Meg reminds her so much of me, and I remind her so much of Meg, and this is the shit she's writing behind closed doors.
Their child, Jaina, then is described as entering into a relationship with Stewie Griffin, who is a family member. This type of relationship would often be found in Lily's writings. Additionally, the review makes the observation, quote, we believe that the author took this name from...
Because, like, we used to watch a lot of Family Guy. Mostly because, like, I don't really remember if our parents watched it, but me and Lily used to watch a lot of Family Guy. It's toilet humor aimed at, like, teens and tweens, basically. Like, come on, of course we were watching it. And of course Lily was obsessed with it, and I just thought it was funny because it's always been my brand of humor, and I don't really, like, I'm okay with it. I'm not gonna sit here and say it's good media or good humor, but it's my brand. I find it funny, and I laugh at toilet humor. So we used to watch it a lot, and yeah, there's a lot of similarities between me and Meg, and Lily used to love to point it out all the time, and tell me how I'm so much like Meg, how Meg reminds her so much of me, while also commenting on how hot she thought Meg was, how she was so in love with Meg. So, like, it was really, really fucking uncomfortable as, like, a 10 and 12 and 13-year-old to, like, listen to this shit from my own sibling. Because, like, I had already spent years gaslighting myself into thinking my memories of Cameron abusing me weren't true because, and I quote, there's no way my sibling would do that to me. Like, that just doesn't happen. Siblings don't do that to each other. It must have been fake. It couldn't have fucking happened. It couldn't have, right? Wrong. So, hearing this juxtaposition between Lily telling me how much like Meg she thinks that I am, or I was, and how much she was in love with Meg, it gave me the same feeling of like, wait, my sibling wouldn't do that, would they?
The Valkyr, a dark angel creature that appears in World of Warcraft. The fact that the story swaps between Valkyrie and Valkyr on an almost regular basis is further proof of this. Unquote. The distinct Valkyr from World of Warcraft would also play a larger role in tying Lily to her lesser-known aliases. Lily continued to write fanfictions of her favorite media, being Pokemon, Warcraft, Family Guy, and Star Wars. But not all of Lily's interests in media were mainstream, as she was also a notable fan of The Escapist, a sort of web magazine that covered video game and hosted Zero Punctuation, a web series that was one of, if not the largest draw of the website. These videos had a recognizable yellow background with simplistic art and fast-paced narration that also delivered a string of clips that were tied to the equally fast-paced visual gags.
And I hate when I look back on my time with the Mamorphagu and realize that I've just flushed away months of my life that I could have spent writing a best-selling book or raising a child or pounding nails into my face.
Lily's looser ties from the website come from the banned Ballspawn account that at one point stated, quote, I have taken a life in self-defense, unquote. The stronger ties are mentions of the website in understanding its coverage.
This morning I received an email from someone who had gotten into a bit of a video game debate with someone on The Escapist, which already doesn't sound like it's going.
That glove? I'm pretty sure that's our mother's. Because this is in our parents' house. This was in our parents' house. This is... Where are you? You're not in your bedroom. Unless they started redoing your bedroom. No, because she filmed this when I was still there. Oh, gross! Oh, that's so fucking gross. I'm pretty sure she's in my bedroom while we were redoing it.
Going into pleasant territory because someone had a debate on the internet about video games.
This video originated from the Ball Spawn YouTube account created on May 5th, 2009. Though it originated from here, it can no longer be found on Lily's channel current day. But it can be found on Dailymotion that
Her
serves to...
hairstyle looks like a friend of mine. She was in your room? Dude, she used to sneak into my room when I was asleep. I used to like that. I used to wait before I got my door lock. The reason why I got my door lock was because I was waking up in the mornings and she was like fucking either already in my room or sneaking into my room. More than once I made eye contact with her. One time she was like, "Oh, you're awake. Sorry," and pulls the door closed as she backs out of my room, and that's when my bed was right by my door. Besides, I said I think that might be in a room. That also might be in the living room while they were redoing it. I think it is the living room because I'm pretty sure that light switch you saw is right by the back door.
archive some Lily's original videos as Ball Spawn. There are 15 videos in this collection ranging widely in presentation, topic, and the possible date uploaded ranging from circa 2009 all the way to 2014. Even so, this collection, alongside Lily's favorite...
No, the house had a door lock. It was my bedroom that didn't. None of the bedrooms had door locks. Our parents put a fucking hook and eye latch on the inside of their door so that we couldn't, like, just barge in on them when we were younger. But no, there were no locks on the bedrooms. That's a fire hazard!
Favorite videos provide much insight to Lily's choices of content and what possibly influenced it, like enjoying the nostalgia critic as seen in her favorite videos, or Josh Scorcher, also known as...
So, okay, this is weird. This is so fucking weird, because, like, Josh Scorcher, as he looks right here, so back when Lily was friends with him, so much resembles Cameron. How the hell can locks be a fire hazard? Well, because if you have locks on a door, especially with small children, Neptune, they're not going to know what to do in a fire. They're not going to be able, if it locks from the inside and not the outside. First of all, if it locks from the outside, you're locking your child in your room, and that's fucked up. They can't get out in a fire. If it locks from the inside, you can't get in to save them in a fire. So, like, it makes sense when you have, like, toddlers and small children. Yeah, it's not great to have locks on the door. Or if you do, have a very, very, like, practice, clear plan, like, fire exit strategy in terms of the lock on the door. Especially if there's no window to, like, if you're on a second-story floor, you know, it's not as easy for a kid to jump out the window. We were in a trailer, and like every room had a window to just outside, and it was at ground level. We were maybe like a foot up off the fucking ground. So like that wouldn't have actually been a fire hazard, especially at the age that I wanted the door lock. But it's pretty common for kids to not generally have locks on their door because most parents respect their privacy. Our parents were, our father was also the kind of, like, if you slam the door, he'll take it off the hinges and you just get no door. But my point of this here was, like, Josh Scorcher looks so much, like, right here, when Lily was friends with him and had her crush on him, he looks so much like Cameron.
As the fiery
so
Joker,
much like Cameron.
who's often mentioned in her videos.
It's what Cameron used to look like.
It's like the fiery Joker episode.
The clearest influence is zero punctuation, as Lily has made videos blatantly in that style.
You should never trust rap stars, Catholics, men with a windowless van, women who shit on classic literature, and your own parents. I think as we grow up, we slowly learn that our parents have no idea what they're doing, and that they're just winging it their whole lives. It's very humbling.
The majority of Lily's interests, as far as content creators go, are in...
So I find it really funny that she makes our dad, okay, so like, this is supposed to be our dad, and this is supposed to be our mom, right? Our dad's fat as fuck, and Lily used to make fun of him for it all the time, especially when she got pissed off. So I'm really surprised she didn't make him, like, his sprite just obese in this.
It's very humbling.
The majority of Lily's interests, as far as content creators go, are in creators that upload satirical critical pieces on media, whether it be movies or video games. Though Lily applies their presentation style, the topics she chooses to cover tend to be highly controversial. Like,
why does your mother have a small bite taken out of her back, JK? I don't know, Lily for some reason draws like, she just, like, that's what her women's sprites looked like for some reason. Like, I guess she, like, took from the ass to make the chest or some shit. I don't know. It's probably because, Zero Punctuation did it. This is our parents' living room. Oh, yeah, okay, so she definitely filmed the other one in the living room. This is our parents' living room. This is after we took the wood paneling off the walls, but before they replaced the curtains. No, this was before we put the wood paneling on the walls. Fuck.
This is a video about
because
gun
that's the
control
smaller TV.
that includes footage recreated in Gary's mod of a certain school tragedy in the 90s that involved a very specific gun, and for that reason cannot be shown. There's also this video that someone denounces religion, deducing that differences in opinion lead to conflict. Videos like these, on serious subjects, even when not approached aggressively, will provoke viewers with largely varying opinions. Subjects, even when not approached aggressively, will provoke...
Cum chalice. Cum chalice. Cum chalice. Look, it's the cum chalice. Oh, that's the new couch. Okay, so that was after they put the they took the wood paneling down. Again, this is the parents' living room.
Viewers with largely varying opinions. It is safe to say that Lily was receiving a fair amount of comments disagreeing with her, even with much softer subjects, such as a video on a fair amount of comments disagreeing.
I don't know where this is. I don't know whose house this is in, because this is not our parents' house. And she was still living with her parents at that point.
Agreeing with her. Even with much softer subjects, such as a video on the platform's team, was primed with deterrences for pushback that likely received the opposite effect.
Latch onto Valve as much as you
I don't
want,
know, I did.
but do not jump into the comment section to start barking
Guy
your
Online's where I
retorts
met my
about why I
catfish
should
at
use Steam or all the positives or whatever else you're going to say to make sure Valve never needs to pay for marketing, because I don't fucking care. Your comments will not be approved and they will not even be read. You are wasting your time.
Okay, this is a real funny thing here. This is gonna shock everybody. Did you hear Lily's tone in that clip just then? If she had stuck with that tone, with her anger and her opinions, and of course didn't groom children and was a pedophile, but if she had stuck with that tone even when she got angry, she would have been fine. She sounds bored. No, she sounds like she's actually containing herself for once, Venus. She's also probably filming this when people are home. Like, she probably filmed the audio for this when, like, either I was home or mom was home or dad was home or all three of us were home. So she's making sure we can't hear what she's doing while she's filming the audio in her room.
There are also the advice videos.
She's so unnecessarily rude in her videos. You could say the same thing about me, Beanie Baby. Bonk? What? One second, guys.
None stand out more than this one.
And I have strong reason to believe this video will divide people, piss people off, and very well lose me more than a few fans. And for good reason. So, let's talk about incestuous relationship.
A catalyst for this conversation, as Lily claims, came from a parent seeking advice.
Today we're focusing on one particular example, a father who came to me for help regarding his teenage son and daughter, so I will be speaking as if directly to him for the most part, much like my mailbag videos.
What Lily claims is that the father's kids in question are 14 and 15 or 1 year apart. Coincidentally, Lily and her lesser-known sister Courtney are also 1 year apart. As for the video, Lily disregards judging it based off morality because Lily disregards the general concept of morality.
There's no such thing as objective and absolute morality. Even murder, the one thing we all agree is a horrible thing, is considered to be alright to do in the most extreme of cases, so I've never bought the idea that anything can be morally right or wrong.
This goes on for an additional minute, where nothing is effectively added to the argument.
Wait. This video, oh hell no, not this video, oh my god. What video?
Son and daughter. Today we're focusing on one particular example.
Oh, this, okay. Okay, so here's another thing. Again, she's talking really, congrats, Phoenix. She's talking really quiet, really low, which again suggests that somebody's in the house while she's recording this audio, and she doesn't want us to hear what the fuck she's saying.
A father who came to me for help regarding his teenage son and daughter, so I will be speaking as if directly to him for the most
And no, that's not a picture of our father, that's somebody famous.
part, much like my mailbag videos.
What Lily claims is that the father's kids in question are 14 and 15 or 1 year apart. Coincidentally, Lily and her lesser-known sister Courtney are also 1 year apart. As for the video, Lily disregards judging it based off morality because Lily disregards the general concept of morality.
There's no such thing as objective and absolute morality. Even murder, the one thing we all agree is a horrible thing, is considered to be alright to do in the most extreme of cases, so I've never bought the idea.
That would be objective morality. Oh my god, she doesn't even understand the words she says. She goes, there's no such thing as objective morality. Even murder, the worst thing possible, is okay under circumstances. She says there's no such thing as objective morality and then gives an example of objective morality.
Yeah, that anything can be morally right or wrong.
This goes on for an additional minute, where nothing is effectively added to the argument.
As for my help, you're obviously asking whether you should approve or disapprove. I hate to tell you this, sir, but it's not your place to do either.
Oh my god. Okay, so let's pretend for a second that this hypothetical is real, all right? Just imagine you're a man. You have 2 children. They're 14 and 15. You find out they're fucking. Do you call CPS, contact a social worker, contact a therapist or a doctor, call the cops, or go find some obscure 14, 15-year-old online to ask what you should do about it? You guys a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, or a 5? If you answer anything but 5, you are correct. Like, just the idea that someone would even contact a child as an adult to ask them what they should do about their kids' incest. Even if that did happen, Lily, that's someone trying to groom you. That's not an okay thing to go ask a 15-year-old about. And then you go, just not your place, because in your mind you're talking to our father, because in your mind we were fucking because you were raping me.
What you have to do is decide whether or not you could accept this about them.
As a whole, Lily's videos are angry, distracted, and uninsightful.
And that's the main point right there. Whether or not you can accept this about them. There was no them, Lily, just you.
But there is another element. This video in particular is being brought forward through the guise of a question proposed by an unidentified parent. The likelihood of a parent approaching a teenage YouTuber for advice for this very unique, highly sensitive problem is not very high. Lily has also written stories gratifying these sort of relationships. Problem.
So this picture right here, this is also the Lily that was saying, shut the fuck up and get back in the kitchen, Amber. Or whoever the fuck she was talking to in her made-up little Timmy's job. This 6-foot-tall fucking mask-presenting person yelling at you to shut the fuck up and get back in the kitchen.
Is not
Everybody
very high.
clapped.
Lily has also written stories gratifying these sort of relationships, such as In Tale of the Valkyrie with Stu Griffin and his nephew. Whether this anonymous
Paradigm, like the thing with incest is that even if it's consensual, which is very rare, is that it doesn't occur in healthy environments. Okay, No, I'm going to say something right here. Incest is never consensual, okay? Because coercive consent is not consent. Groomed consent is not consent. Consent stemming from abuse is not consent. There is no such thing as consensual incest. Period. You cannot have incest without abuse, coercive control, grooming, and trauma. They do not, the two are mutually fucking exclusive. Incest is never consensual. The idea that coercive consent, abusive consent, or trauma-based consent is consent at all is a dangerous, very slippery slope. There is no case where it is consensual. It always stems from abuse.
As parent exist or not, Lily wants to talk about incest in some capacity. Another yet significantly more direct example of this is her video on mental illness.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Ballspawn, and welcome to RBI.
That's a fucking bed sheet. That's either one of my bed sheets or one of our parents' bed sheets. Not that she took it off our bed. We had a massive collection of bed sheets. There were just ones that I've typically used and ones that our parents typically used, and Lily never changed her bed sheets.
Live. This one on mental illnesses.
This is not so much a video about mental illness, or even just Lily's opinions on mental illness, as she stated in the video. It is more than that.
Let's start by saying that psychiatry is a field I have no respect for.
Then why did you claim to go into it?
I have no respect for the field of psychiatry. Psychology, yes. Psychiatry, no. There's a hospital. There's a...
You notice how she keeps doing this? Count how many times she does this. Fucks with her nose, or wipes at her nose. Keep track of that.
A mental health hospital near where I live. It's in Halifax. It's called the IWK Health Center. It's a children's hospital that also handles teenage cases. In January, I went into cardiac arrest after accidentally overdosing on risperidol.
Risperidol. So wait, what date? What date?
In January, I went into cardiac arrest after accidentally overdosing on risperidol.
I went into cardiac arrest after overdosing on risperidol. No, Spidey speaks. It's not that it's a sign of lying. It's that this is when she was addicted. You can even see that her nose is a little swollen because this is when she got her fucking body addicted to nasal sprays and the anti-congestants that stop your nose from swelling when you have breathing problems. Because like, if you get over-the-counter nasal sprays and you use them too often, you trigger a reaction where you're without that constant that constant decongestant, your nasal tissues will just swell on their own regardless of irritation. You make them like hypersensitive. It's almost like a reaction to steroids over time kind of thing. So what happens is, sorry, I got snot. What happens is you end up like getting dependent on them because you're constantly congested without it, and the only way to stop it is to just go cold turkey, and your body eventually gets used to being itself again. And that's what she wasn't doing. She was just constantly using the nasal spray. So she's doing this because she can't shove the fucking nasal spray up her nose, and her nasal tissues are starting to swell again. She also never went in cardiac arrest. Okay, she said she took risperidol. Let's see what risperidol is. Resperitol. I can't spell. Google will tell me. No, she either said risperidol, but what I heard, hang on, spiritol. No, I mean the fucking... It's a nasal spray. Yeah, I get that you weren't on risperidol, though. You were on Seroquel. I found it last time. I could have sworn. Well, she may have meant risperidone because she brought. We'll talk about that in a second. But she wasn't on that. She was on Seroquel when she was on the antipsychotic. Okay, anyway. I'm losing. I can't prove my point, obviously, so I've lost it. But, I did fucking. Thought of it, heard it, and found it when I was watching this with KP, but the point is moot because I can't fucking find it. Try typing nasal spray first. Well, I mean, yeah, that might help, but at the same time, if I kind of proved my point wrong by like the first thing coming up being the antipsychotic that she's probably talking about, then like I may as well move on, take the L and move on. But she did pretend to overdose on her antipsychotics that she was on, because she was on antipsychotics around the time she was 17. And our mother had told her that she had the weekend to get the fuck out of the house. Our mother had kicked her out on a Friday because I had finally broken down and told her that I was cutting myself and why I was cutting myself and like the way Lily was contributing to the reasons that I was doing it. And like my mother snapped and just went, okay, then Lily, get the fuck out of the house. Because she doesn't deal with anything properly. Lily took her meds, her bottle of medication that nobody knew about, took off, ran off, like she typically did. And she came back a couple hours later, and she had the pill bottle was empty, and she collapsed. I say collapsed in quotations because I'm pretty sure she did it on purpose. She collapsed in the doorway while she was talking to her parents and put her head through the drywall. So her dad called 911. And while they were carting her off in the stretcher to take her to the hospital, he said, "Don't worry, you don't have to go anywhere." Now, I know I keep fucking, it's talking about nose itching, and now my nose keeps itching. So, when she got to the hospital, because she had the empty bottle of pills in her pocket, and because their parents had just refilled the prescription, they had every reason to believe that she had downed the entire month of antipsychotics. So they pumped her stomach, and there wasn't a single fucking pill in there. And she was sent home later that evening because she was faking it.
Which is a medication I take for pervasive developmental disorder.
Pervasive developmental disorder. What the fuck even is that, okay? That was never one of your diagnoses, Lily. Pervasive developmental disorder. A group of developmental delays that affect communication and social skills, also known as autism spectrum disorder. So, autism. You just want to be special about it. And you weren't put on fucking antipsychotics because you have autism, Lily. What the actual fuck is wrong with you? You were put on antipsychotics because of you needed mood stabilizers, because you couldn't control yourself when you were angry. Oh my god. They don't put autistic kids on fucking risperidone. Do they put autis... I can spell kids on anti... You guys get to see my awesome spelling in actions. PS1. In action? Why am I saying in action? Yes, antipsychotics are sometimes prescribed to children with autism to treat challenging behaviors. Atypical antipsychotics have become indispensable in the treatment of a variety of symptoms of autism. Okay, cool. I was wrong. That happens.
Lily denounces psychiatry and tries to drive the video in a more general discussion about the effects of narrowing the treatment of a patient through the diagnosis to then directionless rambling. She goes back to talking about herself, and it becomes apparent that this is a video about her grievances.
This is also when she was diagnosed with fucking Asperger's, by the way, not pervasive developmental disorder. She probably Googled that and found that one out. Asperger's, which is an outdated term now, we know that. It's autism spectrum disorder, which also used to be called PDD, pervasive developmental disorder, which is an outdated term. So, like, no, this is when you had Asperger's.
I find it's funny how child psychologists can spend years in school learning how to deal with children, but they've never met a child in their life, probably.
Wait.
In school learning how to deal with children, but they've never met a child in their life, probably. Probably. Except for when they were children, they've probably never talked to a child in their life. Child.
How would you know? Bitch, how would you know? Okay, just because you had like 6 different child psychologists yourself doesn't mean you know jack shit. Oh my god, I'm gonna scream. They've probably never met a child in their life. Oh my god. That just...
Psychology is another field I have no respect for, and there's another problem with psychiatry and child psychology. It's all very children specific, and you can never paint 2 children with the same brush. No, they're like snowflakes. No 2 children are the same.
Lily,
it's not about like child psychology. It is not, you can't paint 2 adults. No 2 adults are the same. It's about how the brain develops and how it interprets specific stimuli and how it integrates certain stimuli into outward behaviors, therefore in social situations which helps us track how abuse turns people into shitty people sometimes. Oh my god.
being diagnosed with autism feels
I'm a
both
high school dropout,
misunderstood
and I know
and
that.
neglected.
The biggest problem is that it's only for children. All these diagnoses and the symptoms go towards children. So if someone is born in a time where these diagnoses are...
Autism is not only for children. ADHD is not only for children. The only diagnoses that are specific to children are oppositional defiance disorder, problems with authority, and what's the other one? Reactive attachment disorder. That's something only children can be diagnosed with. Like, this girl starts out by saying, I have autism, and child psychology and diagnoses only go towards children. Does that mean adults with autism should have just grown out of it, Lily? Is that what you're trying to say? Does that mean you're trying to say nobody with an autism diagnosis past the age of, like, what, 7 is valid? Girl, what?
are common. If they weren't born in the last 5 or 6 years, they're lost because they're teenagers now, and they have no help. That was the problem, is that when I was diagnosed with PDD when I was 16. And there was nothing for me because I was a teenager.
No, Lily, there was nothing for you because you were not receptive to treatment.
Childhood development. And there was no help for teenagers with mild autism. When I was in the IWK, I had 5 psychiatrists handling my case. I never spoke to a single one of them. At all. Not a single one of them ever came to speak to me. And the whole time I was thinking, these people are the ones handling my case, and they won't even come down and talk to me?
A motive for centering a video about a general...
No, Lily. One of the psychologists is who interviewed you to get you in there. Like, I have 5 psychologists and not one of them came to talk to me. There was also nurses and social workers and therapists and group therapy and programs you were supposed to go to because, yeah, it wasn't a program for one-on-one therapy with a psychologist. It was a behavioral program for troubled teens. And now, again, we've already mixed up the fact of, like, did you go to the IWK when you were 14, or 13, 14, or 16? Because the IWK is the Ray Allen Center. That is part of the IWK.
Topic to then be an explorative piece on her personal experiences could be to get public opinion on herself without explicitly tying it to herself. Typically, analysis of these motives would be unfounded, if not for Tara Callie, a person that has not been proven to exist, yet has eerily similar interests to Lily, As for Lily's ties to Tara, they can be seen at the intro and end credits of her videos. Tara is credited as the director.
That green line right here, there used to be wood paneling that went up to here that me and my father installed, and then we also uninstalled. That's her dad's TV. That's her fish tank. That's the little desk she had in her room. That's the laptop I think she stole from the school.
Other credits include Vomitron, the
Whose house is this? This isn't your house, Lily.
channel where the music is sourced from. Lily receives credits several different times, sometimes through alter egos. Similarly, the Psychosocialist receives credit through their YouTube handle.
You installed it, not Lily. Oh God. Well, see, the thing is, like, my father was probably still is. My father's like an impossible man to work with. When it came to group like home projects, he was so fucking impossible. Like, he expected you to know how to do something and do it before he asked, and he got so mad if he had to give you instructions, even if you were a child that was helping him. And I was the only one who had the patience to put up with his shit to actually help him get anything done. Like, Lily would try to help him, and then they'd get into a fight. And then there's one point where Cameron tried to help him doing the shed, and like they got into a fight, and like Cameron walked away. Mom would try to help him, and they'd get into a fight and would walk away. I would just take the fucking shit and do the job so it would get done. So I was the only one who could work with him because he was a fucking asshole.
As an actor, and real name as the editor. So even though Tara is the alleged director of the projects, she is never shown. Another important bit about the intro is that it states it is presented by Valkyr Studios. A quick search shows that Lily was likely not using this name in an official capacity, but she did treat it as more than just a garnish. One of them is this blog that is still standing. The most recent post, dated December 25th, 2011, Lily both signs a post as Valkyr Studios and refers to it as a company with Lily as the sole employee. But that was in 2011. In 2013, much changed. On Derby Boru, a sort of image board dedicated to the increasingly popular series My Little Pony, which is a series Lily had become a fan of. What appears to be happening in this discussion is someone posted an image of Lily's Tumblr. Within this image is Lily responding to the claim that feminists are largely not involved in the brony community by posting the image of its creator, who is a feminist. The second posted comment is Tara Callie responding to the first comment asking if the creator is really a feminist. But then the third comment recognizes that this post originated from Lily and states derisively, quote, "Getting burned by ball spawn is like losing a beauty contest to Steve Buscemi," unquote. This immediately sparked an argument where in the next page, Tara defends Lily, stating she prefers, quote, "rational and non-emotional thinking over everything else," unquote. But there is still a disagreement, as a forum member contends Lily's content is full of contradictory nonsense. It gets to the point where Lily as Ballspawn comes in and scolds both Tara and the person she was arguing with, stating, quote, "This is not the place to discuss moral philosophy," unquote. With the cat out of the bag, Lily as Ballspawn goes on a comment spree. This goes on for several pages until an administrator of the website steps in, linking to 9 different commenters, 7 of which are anonymous posters. The other 2 are Ballspawn and Tara. And one additional anon was also linked as it was responsible for posting the initial image kicking off this thread. There are commonalities in all these accounts as pointed out by the administrator. Quote, Op, Tara Callie, Ballspawn, and the BP post supporting Ballspawn are all the same person. And they're getting a nice ban, not for participating in one-man circle jerk, but for removing tags that a moderator instructed not to remove twice.
I love that. I love that so much. They're like, hey, you fucking lol cow, these are all you. Like, you've just been sitting here in a one-man circle jerk, but we don't care enough about that. We care that you keep actually breaking the rules. We're just throwing this in for petty sake. I love that so much. Like, just, and she insists that Tara's Allison. It's either Tara or Allison. It's hard to keep track on who it is. And, yeah, so for those who don't know, the original Tara Callie started out offline, okay? Lily told our parents about Tara Callie. I was there. I was always there. Of course I heard it, but she mostly told our parents about Tara Callie because the 3 of us would go out and Lily would be alone in the house Not like we would go out together without her. I mean, there's times that happened because she just didn't want to come along. But like, if the three of us weren't in the house and Lily was alone in the house, something would get broken, something would go missing, the Wi-Fi router would get fucked up, something would happen. And when she was confronted about it by our parents, usually our father, she'd say, "Oh, my friend Tara was over. It must have been her." Well, who the fuck is this Tara? Why is she always over here? Why have we never met her? And why does she keep fucking with our shit? Well, then the story came out that Tara was 14. I was 13 or 14 around this time. She was pregnant because she had been raped by a grown man in the trailer park who was apparently caught and convicted, and nobody heard about this in the news or just around town or in the paper or anything, nothing. You can't even find it online. And Tara wanted to keep the baby, and she wanted Lily to raise it with her. Just out of nowhere one fucking day. And immediately upon hearing this story, the three of us individually just went, yeah, no. You want to tell us the fucking truth now? Now, Lily already has a fucking track record of lying through her fucking teeth. Like, if she's breathing, she's lying at this point. And then she comes out with that fucking cockamamie story. No, Shala! Stop sending me stuff. But thank you for the $2. And, my opinion from everything she's shown is that originally Tara was used to soft launch. What? Sorry, my doorbell rang. I don't know. Anyway, so Tara was used to soft launch the idea of me waking up at 14 with a rape baby and Lily getting to keep it and raise it.
Below is my reaction to the remarkable stupidity you've been displaying here. Unquote. In an attempt to keep their charade going, one anonymous account states, quote, "There are 8 people in Valkyrie Studios, and they all use a VPN for resource exchange, so of course they're going to show up as the same IP." Unquote. After the administrator shames Ballspawn once more, they go on to say, quote, "Surprise, we don't just see IPs," unquote, implying that they can see all the posts also came from the same device type. This is yet another reason why Tara Callie is believed to not exist. Lily, in a future Tumblr post, stated in response to the accusations of inventing a person, quote, "Someone used my laptop to shitpost on the internet and I've been getting blamed for it ever since," unquote. As time progressed, Lily's excuses would become even less believable, and the project she worked on would become ever more disturbed. In 2012, Lily was not only writing a fanfiction, she was creating a game with the same name through RPG Maker, written and published chapter by chapter. It took the majority of 2012 for the written work to be complete. The story was not notably graphic or perturbing, but it did retain Lily's key influences as the story begins and is centered around the characters of My Little Pony, only to be crossed by a Valkyrie. The gist of this is that this Valkyrie is a destroyer of perceived dying worlds, even if it's done through genocide, and as such it kills many ponies before being confronted by one to parley. The Valkyrie's name is revealed to be Essentia, a tall female figure with distinct, quote, dark red hair, unquote. Essentia talking to the pony gives her hope, and as such, it reverses its destruction before then going back to its people. Many things happen. The Valkyrie is reprimanded for not doing its job, and as such it sides with the ponies, and in the end is redeemed. The important bit, relevant to Lily Orchard, is a character guilty of genocide is redeemed, as will be pertinent in the future. There's also fan art of this work, created by Nintendo Gal 55. But Nintendo Gal 55 is not just a fan of Lily's work, she is a collaborator. The ties through her and Lily are quite direct. On Lily's Tumblr as Ballspawn, on the right-hand side, Nintendo Gal 55 is being undeniably promoted as, quote, part of the team, unquote, alongside Tara Callie. And the As Ballspawn Tumblr is also certainly Lily's, as the Tumblr is promoted in archives of Lily's channel, alongside 2 wikis, a DeviantArt, Lily's blog, a TV tropes page, a merch page, and a Facebook account. In other archives of Lily's channel, Nintendo Gal 55 is again being promoted by Lily. Here, Lily is also promoting 2 of her own additional channels. One that is dedicated to ponies, and the other that is dedicated to gaming. while their catalog of uploads have been wiped, the gaming channel has a singular playlist with a single video of Nintendo Gal 55 playing Doomsday Ascending. She likely got this either directly from Lily or downloaded the demo Lily posted.
Wow, this game has a warning against not safe for work content. That means it's good! At least in the minds of children, anyway.
The game itself, being a demo, is mostly true to Lily's Doomsday Ascending story. It is also confusing to navigate to the point that Nintendo Gal 55, a vocal supporter of Lily, takes issue with it.
Okay.
That says so much right there. This is not safe for work content. That means it's good, at least in the eyes of children anyway. So even Nintendo Gal, like, I'm not here to attack Nintendo Gal, but even back then, people around Lily knew that this stuff was going to, like, appeal to kids. So obviously Lily knew that this stuff was going to appeal to kids. So her bullshit defense of, like, I wasn't trying to appeal to kids is just like, fuck off, you're lying. When the people around you are saying stuff like, oh, that means it's good, at least to kids anyway.
I have to admit, this took me over an hour to get right. I had so many complications, it wasn't even funny. So this is now my, I think my 4th time playing it today. That's right, 4th time. Took me over an hour to do, but, you know, completely worth it.
Reviewers not so attached to Lily were not as generous with their criticisms of the game. On EquestriaGaming.net, there exists a review calling the game uninspired and dull, full of inaccessible buildings with open doors, unclear quests, human clothes in pony shops, etc. Quote, this game was bad enough already, but adding pony porn was the last straw. Unquote. For these reasons, the game got a hound grade of 2 out of 10, as seen at the bottom of the review. The reviewer does not speak in exaggeration about the pony porn. This is very much part of the game.
Okay, for this, I decided to see what would happen when I break her. And, I had to cut it because I wanted this to be as safe for work as possible.
It is important to note that Lily, at this point in time, was at least 20 years old, and all current and future works were written through the mind of an adult. As for Doomsday Ascending, if select ponies are approached, the player is given the option to embody or break a pony's spirit. The break option can lead to the death of the NPC, but will also guarantee an option to view a not safe for work image of the pony. While not available in Nintendo Gal's 55's playthrough of Doomsday Ascending, she did upload a separate video that includes all the graphic imagery completely uncensored and therefore cannot be shown in this video. 2 of the images are exceptionally grievous as they contain a smaller, likely younger pony being preyed upon by a larger and potentially older pony. One scene is of ponies in the shower, and the other one is clearly a sexual act that won't be further described. The most unspeakable commonality between these 2 images is that they are exactly what happens in the fan fiction A Mother's Love, A Daughter's Passion. A piece so offensive, the work aside from select quotes will have to be censored. This is again a story written in the universe of My Little Pony, with character Twilight Sparkle, who is also the main focus of Doomsday Ascending, playing the mother of the filly, Nyx. A filly is a young female horse. And Nyx is a fan creation by fan writer Penn Stroke, who has explicitly requested to not use her character in a sexual setting. In a story, A Mother's Love, A Daughter's Passion, this request is ignored and is written to gratify crimes of a sexual nature relating to differences in age and the offenders being family. In the story, a character is described thinking, quote, it was wrong, it was also sweet, unquote. As gruesome as this work is, how does it relate to Lily beyond involving her key interests?
Yep.
These ties are not as direct. The author for this work goes by the alias Alcordiv. This still does not tie it to Lily, but it does tie it to Terra. Recalling how Lily linked her team on her Tumblr, being Nintendo Gal 55 and Terra Cali, we can also use this to verify Terra Cali's Tumblr. There is only one issue. When going to the Terra Cali Tumblr URL, the account seemingly no longer exists, and the Terra Cali Tumblr is not archived except for a single screenshot on Archive Today. Though the archive page itself is largely useless, it is the top of the Archive Today website that is of utmost importance. It shows that the screenshot was from someone trying to archive the Terra Cali Tumblr. But Tumblr
Agreeing with a
itself,
small
when
child
this
doing
page
it in the
was
theater?
archived in 2015, redirected it to the renamed page, which now sits in its current state as Valorous Vixen.
Dad's
What this
proactive
all
and supportive
means is that
sentiments.
Lily promoted the Tarot Cali account on her Tumblr as a team member. This is a direct link, but around 2014, Tara changed her Tumblr name to Valorous Vixen. Both old comments and old redirects prove that these are the same accounts, and why this is important is because Tara took credit for the work. This happened because someone riffed on the story, and the Tara Cali Tumblr account linked the riff and stated, quote, "Putting aside the gratitude of finally having someone point out all the spelling and grammar mistakes I made, this is just hysterical," unquote. This admittance means that Tara Cali is also the user Alcordiv, the alias used to post the original work. Tara's Tumblr reveals much more than just this connection. It also directly links the Tara Derpy Borio account. In a separate post, she admits to using Lily's computer. Yet in all these posts, there is not a single image of her. At most, she describes herself as having, quote, deep red, unquote, as a natural hair color. And though at this point, in around 2013...
It also should be pointed out that... So, I started dyeing my hair when I was 10 years old. Not my entire head. My mom only let me do blonde streaks when I was 10. And nothing more than that until I got older. About 11 or 12, when I was allowed to dye my hair, my whole head for the first time. And she wouldn't let me go blonde, even though I wanted to go blonde, which admittedly is probably a good idea of her, because she doesn't know how to bleach, and she knew her limitations and didn't want to fry my head off. So I should thank her for that. So I went red. Deep fucking red, not like a natural red, like a blood red, like an unnatural red. And I dyed my hair that same red for like 4 years. Four fucking years I dyed my hair the exact same color, box red. You thought I was a natural blonde? No, Bond. This is like my roots here. That's my natural hair color. Where did her 6-foot height come from? Lily's 6 feet. I think Tara, like, the claim is Tara's something like that. Tara's something like 6'4". Lily's not 6'4", but Lily's like 6 feet tall. Feel Lily's envious of you, dude. I swear to God, Lily's been trying to be me her whole life. And when we were kids, it made sense to me at the time. Like, I didn't find it weird because Lily saw and probably still sees the neglect and the parentification that I went through as something she wanted, because like she had doctors up her ass and social workers up her ass and teachers up her ass and her parents up her ass, and like everyone was up her ass all the time for like reasons, but still as a kid that's going to be frustrating as fuck. And I didn't have any of that support. I was neglected. Basically my needs were neglected. So Lily saw me getting what she wanted and was insanely jealous of that as a child. Like, I got left alone in her opinion. I got to do whatever I wanted in her opinion. I got to get away with everything in her opinion, and that's what she wanted out of our parents. So yeah, for a long time when we were kids, she was desperately trying to be me. And then there's the other half of it, of our parents constantly comparing us to each other and constantly telling Lily, why can't you be more like Courtney? Because I was the easy child, because I was parentified and neglected.
Where Lily has known Tara for about 5 years, no one else has seen her except for Lily. This is all while she claims to have had sexual relations with Lily, all while Lily lived at her parents' trailer. Surely Lily's parents must have seen her if she's interacted with Lily for that long. But she has an excuse for that too. Quote, I spoke to her brother on Facebook, but I kept away from her parents. I honestly did not want to meet them. They're not nice people. Unquote. Even Lily's
Apparently Cameron spoke to Tara.
father, according to Tara, doesn't believe she exists. Quote, I even heard Lily's own father accuse me of not being real. Unquote. This was not very convincing.
Of course you heard it come from her father, because Lily, you were standing right there when he said it. Well, Lily and Tara are the same person. So of course Tara heard our father accuse her of not being real, because Tara is Lily and Dad said it to Lily's face.
Considering that Tara is credited as the director of Lily's old videos, she should have been present within Lily's household. But then
You have an
Tara's
imaginary friend. Not exactly, Rainy. Tara is who she used to soft launch things. Tara was who she used to like field test the waters for certain shit. At at home and in real life, it was to get away with things and to soft launch the idea of me waking up with a rape baby and how I would feel about it and how our parents would feel about it, how much they would believe it and like how supportive they would be of it. She used Tara to release even worse fucking fan fictions than she's released under her own name to see how people would react to it and how much she could get away with under her own name. She just used Tara as a fucking ghostwriter so that if the reaction was bad enough, she could say, well, it wasn't me, it was Tara.
states she has been screen present, so surely Lily must have an archive of her being on camera in old videos, yet not a single frame of her has been found. What's more, while Tara claims she is the director of these works, she describes the job of an editor. Quote, so yeah, I'm behind the scenes, I'm the director. I make sure everything is good to go before it's published. Unquote. It is safe to say the majority of Tara's posts are about Lily, often complimenting Lily by saying things like, quote, you're the best person to do it. You're actually intelligent and know how to argue someone's points and not turn it into a mudslinging match. This would be the best thing for everyone. Unquote. Tara also makes the connection, quote, am I like a female Lily, or is Lily like a androgynous me? Unquote.
And I wouldn't be making these accusations of this egregious nature if I wasn't for sure.
You see, if there's one thing that anyone who has followed Jerry knows the most about him throughout his entire internet career, it is that he has a deep-seated desire for control.
Yep. She does not see people as people. She sees them as things for her to use.
Britt was a viewer turned friend of Lily's.
I met her in 2010.
See, Gluckon guy, I'm sure that's how Lily sees me. That I was treated better because I was normal. I wasn't normal. I had budding and developing BPD. I had unmanaged, undiagnosed BPD. I had trauma stemming back years further than Lily did. I was just made to feel small and unimportant because I was normal compared to Lily. Lily's problems were more important than mine.
I ended up subscribing to her, watched her for a little bit, ended up sending her a message on YouTube's old personal message system. We started talking back and forth, and eventually moved to Skype, and that's pretty much how we became friends and started talking regularly.
The significance of this is that Britt has screenshotted and later uploaded many of these chats, and not exactly just with Lily.
Lily had referenced Tara Callie in a lot of her videos, like she was credited as being a director. Lily had talked about her before. Tara was allegedly a friend of hers that lived in her neighborhood. And yeah, one day Tara Callie popped up on Facebook and started messaging me.
Britt also uploaded some of the conversations with Tara amounting to 132 screenshots with Tara alone. All in all, these are of a sexual nature, either referencing Tara's experience with Lily or flirting with Britt. The ones of a sexual nature not related to the former category are extremely grotesque and as such cannot be described in detail. These two screenshots are of Tara admitting to doing things with a dog. This one is Tara admitting to being into Volcon or the interest in young ponies, which also makes it all the more likely that she did write A Mother's Love, A Daughter's Passion. There are also a fair amount of screenshots where Tara is trying to convince Britt to get sexual with Lily. This was a problem for a litany of issues.
Yeah.
Did you know any of Lily's friends, or were they all online? They were all online. And it's funny because when she became friends with Britt, she started talking about Britt instead of Tara all of a sudden. And we just, we being me, my mom, and my dad, our parents, whatever, just sort of assumed that Britt was Tara's new name, so we didn't even think Britt existed either. That's literally why Lily made Britt go on fucking camera while her mother was in the room so she could prove Britt existed, which is funny because she never did that for Tara.
When me and Lily knew each other, she was fully identifying as a cisgender man, and I'm a lesbian.
Lily was quite aware of this.
Yeah, that was like the main point of contention between us, is she kept trying to use any means possible to try and convince me to be sexual with her.
Same!
Despite the fact that I'm gay.
Tara at the time was bisexual and shared her experiences with Lily, but then admitted those were lies. Regardless, Tara identifying as a woman...
Oh, by the way, like, this is kind of off topic, but I know a whole bunch of you guys are on my side and everything, but there's no point in comparing people's traumas. Like, to be honest, I did see on Tumblr that somebody went to Brit and said, do you really think what you did or what happened to you is as bad as what happened to Courtney? And, like, that's not fair, to be quite honest. It's really not fair to compare somebody's trauma like that just because somebody has it worse. Doesn't mean you're not allowed to feel the way you do about your situation. Just because someone has it worse doesn't mean what happened to you wasn't wrong. And I don't really want people perpetuating that in my name, to be honest. I know you guys want to support me and all, but quantifying somebody's victim status is not the way to do it. Like, I don't have to like Brit, and Brit doesn't have to like me. We don't have to get along for the two of us to respect each other's victim status. And for the most part, we do. Like, yeah, me and Brit are snippy and bitchy at each other back and forth. She talks her shit, and I talk my shit. That happens because we're both public, we're both online, and we don't like each other. But please don't, not even please, just don't fucking go saying, like, Courtney had it worse than you, because it doesn't matter. Because if we want to sit here and compare traumas, my trauma, my abuse of Lily wasn't done online, so she can't do any of it to me online. A lot of Brit's abuse by Lily was done online, so, you know, there are certain avenues in which it's possible for Lily to still get at her. And I'm not saying that, like, oh, she's triggered and emotional and her trauma means she's not thinking clearly, but if you want to compare the two, Brit is exposing herself to more than I am because the nature of the way Lily abused her was online. The nature of the way Lily abused me was not online. So her saying shit online doesn't affect me as much as it could possibly affect not even just Brit, but anybody who was abused by Lily online. So it's not fair to compare the two. Just, yeah. Please and thank you.
Was more forward in her approach to Brit than Lily was. She even sent her pictures, but these pictures were not of Tara, and were traced back to a model. It is also important to mention that apparently this was Tara Callie's profile picture, but that was soon likely changed as the image was also traced back to and easily found.
Now, to be fair, I never started dyeing my hair like colors. Oh, no, wait a second, this is like you're 20 now at this point. She's 2021. No, I still wasn't dyeing my hair wild colors at this point. I mean, I think I went blonde.
Image on Google. The facts are that no one beyond Lily has seen Tara. Tara is a liar, a predator, a criminal, and her story gets ever more unbelievable, especially the one of her origin.
Yeah, the story was she ran away from California because she got kicked out of her parents' home because her parents caught her essentially her younger 15-year-old sister. And at some point, the 15-year-old sister also tried to run away from California to Canada and froze to death.
Even though Tara is an unfathomably disturbed individual, she somehow secured a job working for the government. On her Tumblr, she describes this job as just printing out papers and being a lackey pertaining to securing passports. She also told Brit that she makes $130,000 a year from this job. Everything about Tara made
Remember, the OG Tara apparently lived in Nova Scotia. Apparently she lived in our neighborhood, and then all of a sudden she's getting kicked out of California for fucking her sister. Really weird how her origin story flipped up so quick, eh?
Brit suspicious.
Like, I kept trying to get any sort of concrete evidence that Tara was a real person, but she would refuse to send voice notes, she'd refuse to get on voice calls, she'd refuse to get on cam. And it was always, oh, my vocal cords are damaged. Oh, I'm afraid that creepy people will record me. Oh, I'm afraid that if I get on camera, I'm gonna get sexually harassed. It was always
On a private Skype
some
call?
kind of excuse, or just a flat out no.
LaRue's was
And like, you can get on camera on a private Skype call with somebody in this day and age. Like, even when these were happening, they talked mostly over Skype and shit. If I remember correctly, if I'm remembering wrong, please correct me. But like, you could have just gone into a private Skype call. It didn't, like, how are weirdos going to record you if you're just in a private Skype call? Or how are you going to get sexually harassed? Did you just say you thought Britt was going to sexually harass you? Like, what?
up. Virtually anyone who interacted with Tara did not believe they were a real person. And so, in late 2014, Tara was pronounced dead because she got into a car accident. But not really, because she came back to state, quote, "Idiot doctor pronounced me dead at the scene and started sending out notifications to my emergency contacts," unquote. Now,
What doctors do you know go to the scene of a crash? Okay. None, first of all. For the most part, ambulances don't carry dead people. Okay? Unless you die in the ambulance, they don't load you into the ambulance if you're dead on scene. There's a whole other slew of companies that does that. I've worked for some of them for the city of Halifax. So the ambulance, if the ambulance shows up and the EMTs, not the doctor, the EMTs pronounce you dead on scene, they pack up and leave you there, and somebody calls body removal, and then they come and get you with all the shit that's still hooked up to you that they use to try and resuscitate you. The EMTs trying to resuscitate you. I've done it a number of times. And then, if you start to die in the ambulance, they'll shock your heart back. They'll keep you alive to get you to the hospital alive. Otherwise, the EMT pronounces you dead on arrival to the hospital. Like, none of this is how
naturally, Lily was her emergency contact. What then happened is that Tara got arrested. And not just that, Lily confirms that Tara does have red hair, but is also a 6'3" woman. This is a very distinct height that makes her taller than more than 99% of American women. And this was after CP was allegedly found on her computer. Additionally, the police contacted Lily because she was an emergency contact.
Oh no, that sounds like from experience, Courtney. Oh yeah, no, I used to, I worked for a little while picking up bodies for the city. I worked for a body removal company. And like, yeah, and that's where I found out that like, if you have an emergency at home and the EMTs come and like they need to try and resuscitate you but fail to resuscitate you and pronounce you dead, they leave the tubes in the fucking airbag. They leave that shit in you. They just unhook the equipment that's not disposable and they leave you. Usually with a cop, because the cop waits for body removal to come up. But like if you've got a roommate, you've got a loved one, you've got somebody there who was there to witness you die, they just leave you in that like very inhumane position for like your loved ones to see. And like I get that they don't have the time, like they need to stay sanitary. They have a dozen other emergencies to go to and whatnot. So like they don't have the time. Their job isn't really to be cleaned up, like to clean up the stuff. Like that's our job as the body removal company. But it's still distressing, especially for like if that's your loved one.
Contact on Tara's phone, and as such, they asked Lily for a key to Tara's apartment. So instead of enlisting a locksmith, they would have a possible accomplice access the location first. Perhaps now Tara can be contacted and visited, something that in this screenshot Britt wanted to do, only for Lily to fire back and state that Tara has a strict contact list, implying that she likely cannot be found. Lily also states here that she cut all ties with her. And during a trip to the police department to visit Tara, Lily states, quote, "There was one pretty funny moment. I was sitting there in the police department and one little girl, around 8 or 9, came out and sat down next to me. She'd just been questioned about Tara. She asked me, 'Do you know that mean lady in jail?' I said, 'I dated the mean lady.' She laid a hand on my shoulder and said, 'You poor thing, it was like something out of a sitcom,'" unquote. Lily also states that Tara wanted Lily to visit her in prison, where Lily
Oh no, wait, sorry, that's Brit saying my brother is 9, my sister is 6. I thought Lily was saying that about, like, as Tara or something. Ugh. I was gonna say something, but I read that wrong.
Claims she did and, quote, proceeded to beat the ever-loving shit out of her. She spat out blood, and that's all I care about at that point, unquote.
I totally went to the police in the jail, and they totally let me Epstein her.
Lily later states that the guards allowed this to happen to quell Brit's suspicions. Lily also claims that in the past, Tara beat her up with a studded belt. She also tells Brit that Tara sent her compromising images of Brit a few days before she got arrested for some reason. It also appears that Valkyrie Studios had lost its director. In the 2015 updated and archived fan Wikia page, there is still more about Valkyrie Studios. Quote, Ball owns a small media company she created under her own name called Valkyrie Studios, unquote.
No, that was a full-blown lie. I can tell you exactly what Valkyrie Studios actually was and where it started. I was the first quote-unquote member.
Gotta put it to Joon for not laughing while reading this shit, right?
For Sock Puppet Tara Callie, Blake Diamond, and then later Nintendo Gal, but we didn't really do anything together. Like, we were just a group of people that she would talk to and keep separate from each other, and she called us a studio.
Even on the Daily Motion archive, Blake Diamond is seen on a livestream with Lily, even presenting the livestream as the Valkyrie Studio livestream.
I need to ask you to stop doing the implying sentence structure. That comes from 4chan. We do not discuss 4chan in the Valkyrie Studios livestream.
As it so happens, Blake also interacted with Tara Callie, and when Blake decided to stand up to Tara and Lily, they berated Blake, calling him a butt monkey or the butt of the joke. Lily on her own Tumblr states both that Blake is easy to manipulate and verifies that she is a manipulative person. Quote, because Blake looks for yes men, and I am most assuredly not it, if you're the kind of person who is easily manipulated, easily driven to hysterics, and embodies the very worst of this website and is complacent in your failings, I am the worst person to befriend, and Blake is very much that, unquote. Blake's wife responded to Lily's attacks by stating, quote, perhaps Blake doesn't like you because you're a manipulative egomaniac and most people don't like manipulative egomaniacs, unquote. Lily discredits Blake by stating Blake declares feminists to be terrorists, something Blake's wife also responded to by disagreeing with Lily. And this was not the last post that Blake's wife responded to. At this point, Lily, towards Blake's wife, states this, quote, that's the kind of conversation where if we'd had been standing in the same room, I would have belted her, unquote. At the start of 2014, Lily's inner circle through her faux studio included Brit, Nintendo Gal 55, Blake Diamond, and Tara Callie. The latter two are no longer within this circle. While Brit continued her friendship with Lily, Nintendo Gal 55 in a similar position was also a business partner of sorts, one that would co-author Lily's most infamous work, a series that's combined word count is 728,789. That means, from start to finish, if listening to the words at 150 words per minute, it would take 80 hours and 55 minutes just to get through. Considering its contents, this is one of the least shocking facts. This is none other than the Stockholm series. As of right now, there are 9 archived works. There are also several works that Lily abandoned, meaning that there were more than this. As for the 9 recovered, the longest entry is 239,000 words. The shortest is just shy of 8,000, and appears to be an incomplete rewrite of an entry of the same name. Other works in the series are largely tagged as incomplete, cancelled, or on hiatus. As for the stories themselves, they are undoubtedly set in the My Little Pony universe, and like Lily's previous stories, her own characters, such as Essentia, make a return, again being described as having red hair and being so tall it scares people. This is the exact same description of the Essentia character written in Doomsday Ascending. These very distinct descriptions are also the only way Tara Callie has ever been described.
Essentia was one of her self-inserts. Yeah, like, she'll deny that, but based on how she's used Essentia over the years, how she talks about her, the fact that she was actually her main World of Warcraft character for a while, the fact that if you were to take how she compares Tara Callie and Essentia side by side, they're basically the same person.
Side note, Lily also uploaded her save game of Skyrim to Nexus Mods, where she played through the entire game as Essentia. These screenshots of her character are again fitting her canon description. But not all of Lily's characters are derived entirely from fiction. In the first entry of Stockholm, named Stockholm, there is a character named Firebrand. This character, while inherently...
Alright, sorry. I had to go get something. What did I miss? What did I miss? What are we just talking about?
Dementia side by side, they're basically the same person.
Side note, Lily also uploaded her save game of Skyrim to Nexus Mods, where she played through the entire game as Essentia. These screenshots of her character are again fitting her canon description. But not all of Lily's characters are derived entirely from fiction. In the first entry of Stockholm, named Stockholm, there is a character named Firebrand. This character, while inherently...
Did I not go back far enough? What did I see? 80 hours. Sorry, I had to go get breakfast shakes. What did I miss? We're talking about the legality of Stockholm?
Fictional is the creation and representation of Josh Scorcher, a creator that Lily looked up to at this point. As for Stockholm, the first entry of the series revolves around the character Rainbow Dash, modified to fit Lily's perversions. The character, though canonically female, now has a penis, is described as intersex, and has an uncontrollable lust for minors. In the story, she approaches Dr. Firebrand about her fantasies. Firebrand then makes the connection that her pedophilia is because she is intersex. The doctor also states, quote, "I would recommend that you relax and enjoy your
Low-key Lily trying to build up to say that she's a pedophile because she's trans.
fantasies," Firebrand said with a smile. "You'll find that once you do, you'll be feeling less guilty about yourself, and less likely to think you'll do something you'll regret. Think about how you'd feel if one of those girls were over and were making you excited. But you had the security of knowing you can go upstairs and take care of yourself once they've left? You'll feel more relaxed, wouldn't you?"
Just think about the fact that your sister's like right next door in the room next to you while you're jerking it. You'd feel more relaxed, wouldn't you?
Quote. It is important to note that this scene happens after Rainbow Dash stole the panties of one of her victims, who is a minor, and then proceeded to pleasure herself to them. Though these characters are taken from the My Little Pony universe, they are
It has nothing to do with the fact that my underwear would go missing both out of my drawers and off my body and show up crusty in her room.
Are described as human. On top of this, there are endless, highly descriptive sex scenes written to gratify these things. Things like pedophilia and incest. This is not just in Stockholm Actual. It affects every following piece of the Stockholm series. The
I'm only a child, but it's certainly something interesting to think about. Oh, but if we were sisters... I'm an only child, sorry. I thought it said I'm only a child.
incest is typically between sisters or a daughter and a mother. There is also an obsession with the age of 14 and 15. Many characters are described as that age or have important events that took place in their life when they were that age. This, like many other themes in Stockholm, is not a coincidence.
Lily has a fixation on the age of 14. Because you got the whole Rainbow Dash and Scootaloo situation in Stockholm, where Scootaloo was 14. You have the Mod Pie and Pinkie Pie stuff. There was the Rarity and Sweetie Belle in Stockholm.
Virtually all characters within every entry are deeply disturbed individuals. Even the minors are having these thoughts. One of them in the Dash family entry states, quote, "When she's changing or taking a shower or trying to be alone, even when I started crushing on you, I was still spying on my sister. And sometimes I steal her underwear." Unquote. The minor...
That's a confession! It's an outright confession! Lily used to walk in on me changing all the fucking time. When I was a kid, I thought it was just my jackass sibling don't understand fucking privacy and just barges into my room whenever the fuck they want because they're an asshole, other than because she was trying to see me naked.
that is saying this had her panties stolen by Rainbow Dash in the first entry of Stockholm, but was allowed to see her while she was institutionalized. In this entry, there's also a different pony YouTuber that Lily looks.
Lily was allowed to see me while she was institutionalized because I was forced to be around her.
up to being Dr. Wolf, who prescribes Rainbow Dash, specifically risperidone, which is an antipsychotic, something Lily likely became familiar with when she was institutionalized as a teen. Also in this story, Rainbow Dash imagines a younger form of herself who she initially named Pervy, but then later renamed CL. Initially an imaginary fetish piece, CL manages to slowly and inexplicably turn corporeal. The issue with her turning into a real person is that she will be taken away from Rainbow Dash. Quote, okay, as much as I want to be real, I certainly don't want to be thrown out and kept away from Dash, but still, unquote. This is what Stockholm is. Bizarre, grotesque, and a crime in Canada. First and foremost, a child in this connotation is described as anyone under the age of 18. And as Lily clearly defines them with humanistic traits, they are, quote, visual works of the imagination, unquote. And even imaginary, this kind of writing...
Okay, that's one thing that I will disagree with Joon on his interpretation of Canadian law there. Visual works of the imagination, as I interpret it, is like generated images, either AI or 3D or like drawing child porn, like lolicon mangas. That would be considered a visual imagination. So I don't agree with his interpretation that Stockholm counts as a visual interpretation, because it's not. However, the same law does cover written works. Like there's no quantifier that says a visual aspect has to be there for it to qualify as child sexual exploitation material, because it's written and pictureless, like written works of fiction and pictureless works of fiction also count. So it doesn't need to be an image for it to count. And I don't agree with the way, like I don't personally agree with the way that Joon is interpreting the depiction of the law there. Bit of a moot point, because either way it still falls under like the exact same law, but just so Lily doesn't try to fucking weasel her way out of that with going, well, there's no images in Stockholm, it's not visual. The same law does actually say written works as well. We'll even like look it up just to prove it. It is written CSEM legal in Canada. Right to the criminal code. In this section, child pornography means a pornographic film, video, or other visual representation, whether or not it was made by electronic or mechanical means. Any written material, visual representation, or audio recording that advocates or counsels sexual activity with a person under the age of 18 years that would be an offense under this act. Any written material whose dominant characteristics is the description for a sexual purpose of sexual activity with a person under the age of 18 years that would be an offense under this act, or any audio recording that has as its dominant characteristic the description, presentation, or representation for a sexual purpose of sexual activity with a person under the age of 18 years old that would be an offense under this act. We're at Stockholm, essentially. So, child pornography is a very, very all-encompassing term in Canada. So the fact that it's just a fanfic does not apply.
Is not exactly illegal. It becomes illegal when distributed, and by her own words, through her distributing it.
Is that what that said? No, we just read the definition of child pornography. Making child pornography, so that's the part. Every person who makes, prints, publishes, or possesses for the purpose of publication any child pornography is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term of not more than 14 years and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 1 year. So, if you make it for the purpose of publication, if you print it for the purpose of publication, if you publish it for the purpose of publication, or if you possess it for the purpose of publication, that counts as making child pornography. The law is pretty specific. You don't have to do all of them because there's an or. Okay? Every person who makes or prints or makes or prints or publishes or possesses for the purpose of publication. So, by making it with a plan to publish it online, makes her guilty alone. So, she's guilty of possessing and making pornography. Distribution, every person who transmits, makes available, distributes, sells, advertises, imports, exports, or possesses for the purpose of transmission, making available, distribution, sale, advertising, or exploration of any child pornography is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to an imprisonment term for not more than 14 years and to a minimum punishment of imprisonment for a term of 1 year. I'm just kind of racking up the charges here.
It contains, quote, scenes of violence, sexual content, depictions of domestic abuse, depictions of mental illness, depictions of ephebophilia, mentions of redacted, an incorrect depiction of an intersex person, negative depictions of the field of psychiatry, depictions of toxic relationships, and other such objectionable content, unquote. Here, Lily is again admitting...
Like, given what we just read, that was an admittance of here is some written CP that I'm distributing. Knowingly.
...to writing the work, apologizing for how she framed intersex individuals. But as her work was discovered and criticized, she sought to distance herself from it.
Her narrative for that has changed quite a bit. Like, she went from, like, at first she was proud she wrote it, she would post about it on her Tumblr, she would talk to me about it in DMs. She set up a whole separate Tumblr specifically for it.
Sorry.
And then she went from, oh, I did write it, but other people edited in the graphic scenes involving underage characters, and the blame for that would shift from, oh, it was 4chan, oh, it was Josh Scorcher, oh, it was Bronies being mad at me, oh, it was Nintendo Gal. It was like she didn't write it, she didn't write the sex scenes, other people did, and whoever did would change based on whoever she was trying to throw under the bus at the time.
Though Lily did write Stockholm, it is also true that she wasn't its only author. Nintendo Gal 55 co-wrote the works. The Stockholm series seems to have ranged from 2014 to 2015. Throughout this time period, Nintendo Gal 55 was quite expressive in how the writing was affecting her. In just late 2013, she, responding to a question asking if she liked Volcon, stated, quote, "That's a personal no-no for me. If other people like it, that's fine. It's not exactly illegal as redacted, but it's not for me. That's all it is."
It is illegal. And it was illegal. It's always been illegal. 1985. Let's look at previous versions. Let's go all the way fucking back. First time it was modified that they have on record. We're gonna find child porn. That was the worst thing I could have said out of context. I have to find the term on here. Indictment. Where is it? Main table of contents. Treason. Where is it? Sexual offenses, probably. Nope. That's right, we're doing our research. For vehicles, kidnapping, venereal diseases. Blasphemous libel. Currency. Illicit literature. Instruments and literature for illicit drug use. That's not the one I want. Conspiracies, jurisdiction, special procedure, and powers. I'm trying to find the right fucking thing here, guys. Indictable offenses without trial without jury. Nope, 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 nope. Watch me not find it. This thing's from 1985. I can't find it. Maybe it's under the sexual offenses section, possibly. But like... oh, shit. This bitch is from 1985, and it's like, oh, it wasn't illegal. Yeah, it was. Fucking yeah, it was.
Unquote. But in the coming months, she had a change of...
Now, I don't know if Nintendo Gal is Canadian, so I don't really expect her to know that, and I'm pretty sure Lily probably... And if she's not Canadian, I wouldn't put it past Lily to have gaslit her and be like, no, it's not illegal.
...hard, because she took part in writing Stockholm.
Because she probably didn't think it was.
It was through the convincement of Lily. Quote, you're talking to the gal who managed to convince her that writing Twilight as a redacted and Rainbow Dash as a redacted would have been a good idea. I think...
So... what it was is you're talking to the guy who managed to convince her that writing Twilight as a rapist and Rainbow as a pedophile would have been a good idea. I think I can manage this. This is her bragging about writing somebody as a pedophile.
I think I can manage this. Unquote. Nintendo Gal 55 in a different post expresses the turmoil of writing the story.
You
Quote,
think she was Canadian?
It involves the CMC, and it was so awful. I would read all of my original fanfics from 10 years ago than ever write or read that again. I didn't just hate how the scene became. I felt physically uncomfortable reading it and writing it. It was...
To be clear, I'm not attacking Nintendo Gal here. I'm not here to give my personal opinions on people and my personal perspective on things that I've heard well after the fact. My comment about her me talking about her saying it wasn't illegal, like I said, I wouldn't put it past Lily to have gaslit her and to be like, oh no, it's not illegal, because Lily herself probably believed it wasn't illegal, because a lot of people are under the impression that it's just written, so it's not actual CP, but it is.
It wasn't just uncomfortable, it was painful.
And lots of people don't agree with the fact that written
CP
CP is full CP.
Now sad, I can handle that perfectly fine. Even the descriptions of the domestic abuse, while unnerving, weren't graphically written and didn't affect me that badly. Yes, Essentia terrified me in the story, but I can also handle fear. But physical discomfort from writing/reading something so terribly uncomfortable and painful? No way. I was honestly on the verge of tears. Thankfully, Ballspawn understood and offered that we make it less like that. It turned out so much better after that.
If what was presented was less like that, can you imagine how graphic the scenes got? Like,
I am forever thankful for her compassion and letting us redo that scene. Heart, unquote. Nintendo Gal 55.
Like, I'm speculating. I'm reaching here. Okay, we're into like, I'm gonna steal a phrase from a YouTuber I watch. We're gonna jump over to Courtney Conspiracy Land for a second. All right, so this is not canonical. This is my conspiracy theory. So I don't know. I don't expect anybody to know all the details about Stockholm, but we've got in Stockholm. There's Twilight and Essentia and their baby. Twilight is a woman beater and apparently a rapist who also beats the baby. Okay. She writes Rainbow Dash as a pedophile, and apparently wrote a scene so graphic that Nintendo Gal cried and begged to stop it. That sounds like the setup for a depiction of Daisy's destruction, in my conspiracy theory opinion. Don't know about y'all. Feel free to just toss that in the loony bin where it belongs. We're gonna jump back into reality here.
Five can now hardly be found, and that appears to be intentional.
I tried to reach out to her once, and I don't think she wants anything to do with any of this anymore.
If you don't know what Daisy's destruction is, do not Google it, do not ask. It is some of the worst child sexual exploitation material there is in existence. So bad that the creators of it, or the dude who created and distributed it, got something like almost 180 years in prison in the Philippines for it, because it was just, it's so bad. And yeah, don't Google it. It's horrendous, but the good thing, the only good thing that could have come out of that is the people who hurt those kids are paying for it and will for the rest of their lives. There were 2 kids involved. They both were rescued. Neither of them died. They have gotten all the possible help that they can get. They're in like obviously a better situation and are as okay as anyone possibly could be having gone through that. But they survived, they were rescued, and their tormentors got some form of justice from their tormentors. So, at the very least, we can say that happened. If that's the one thing you take away from learning about DD's existence, is that the creator and distributor got like 180 years in prison.
Like, I know she was incredibly uncomfortable to the point of having emotional breakdowns when she was dealing with Lily's shit. Like, Lily manipulated and coerced her into helping her with it.
Still, in 2015, Lily would stop writing Stockholm entries due to the immense amount of criticism she was getting.
Yes, those
Quote,
kids were traumatized for life.
The fun of this whole
That's why I didn't say they're okay. I said they're as okay as one could possibly be going through that. They got a chance to try and like move on and heal to some degree is the silver lining, but they also had to live with it, unfortunately. But it's the only like hint of a positive outcome that could come out of a situation like that, which just shouldn't have existed in the first place.
Series is gone. This isn't one person. I've had to deal with these paranoid, delusional little liars for almost
video.
2 years, and despite my best efforts to purge them from my view, it still gets through.
Not Dee the June's video.
She was
June's
also, as per this ask, accused of being a pedo. Not for Stockholm, though that was likely happening, but because of Fire Rose. Shipping is essentially creating the portmanteau of a desired couple's name, and as such, the unwilling participants are encouraged to be in a relationship as done by the action. And so, in this case, a 23-year-old Josh Scorcher...
Okay, before we get into this section, I know everybody has opinions. I myself have opinions, but we're going to shelve those opinions on Josh and Rose and Fire Rose. Okay, we're going to shelve our opinions on that situation and only focus on Lily's response to it, okay? This is what we want to focus on, because I don't want to start a fight. I don't want to fight in the comments. I don't want to just... We're not going to focus on our personal feelings on the situation. We're going to listen to the bullshit that Lily has to say about the situation. Please and thank you.
Represented through his character Firebrand, was being shipped with the 17-year-old content creator Ink Rose, hence Fire Rose. In her post, Lily was making the argument that Ink Rose was over the age of consent in 3/4 of America, and allegedly they did go on a date.
I think Josh and Ink ended up, like, going out to get food or something one time.
Okay, so we're going to skip this part just because legally it's hearsay. Britt starts it with I think, and again, I just said we're going to skip our opinions on that part. And Ink and them have come out and said things about what did and didn't happen themselves. So no offense to anybody in the video, but we're gonna skip the speculation station part.
And at some point, she began editing videos was because they were both politically.
Never did it again.
A reason Lily was shipping these two was because they were both politically right-leaning. And at some point, she began editing videos for Josh Scorcher, someone who she's been watching for several years now, and someone who she had a crush on. As per Britt's correspondence with Lily, quote, Britt, because of your raging crush on Anakin and your possible little crush on Josh, unquote. Lily responds, quote, in the case of Anakin, that was just me fanboying. In the case of Josh...
How did the feds not get on her ass for this shit? Because the feds don't pay attention to social media, and, like, whereas, yes, what, like Stockholm is a chargeable offense, the thing is that people don't normally get convicted on fictional, like created CP alone. That's something that's usually charged in tandem with, like, child sexual exploitation material made of real children instead of fictional works. It's a charge that's usually tacked on to add validity to a case and weight to a case because, like, look how far this problem goes. But for the most part, they're not even going to start looking until it's a real child that's involved. Even the dude that got arrested and charged in Nova Scotia around the year that Lily started claiming she didn't write Stockholm, he was charged with fictional CP, but he got convicted on the videos and stuff of actual kids being harmed. That's what he got convicted on. So that was like the main charge that they brought forward, was that he had more tangible CP as well as like hundreds and thousands of files of fictional CP.
Yeah, you're right. Unquote. As established, Lily was quite promiscuous. But how severe was it?
Based on the TV Tropes character page she made of my character that she would insert into her rather vocalized delusion comics back in the day, she was fully aware of it.
Quote, belligerent sexual tension. One-sided in Ball's case. Unquote.
But then suddenly she was friends with two lesbians who she wanted to get with.
Wait, who's the second lesbian?
Nintendo Gal.
Lily was also pursuing Nintendo Gal 55, even though she's lesbian, and Lily was still publicly identifying as a cis-straight male. Even Blake was getting this treatment. This is his testimony found on 8chan, also...
See, I understand that. Orange Glad, I do agree. Obviously, like, videos that have actual kids getting hurt does more damage than, like, something like Stockholm does. That's true. But given the fact that more often than not, people who have, like, more tangible child sexual exploitation material also have hundreds and thousands of files of fictional shit at the same time, like, that's an increase, like, that's an increase in behavior. That says it's a long-standing pattern that was at one point, attempted to be satiated with fictional shit until that wasn't doing it anymore, and then graduated into the real shit. That's why half the time when pedophiles get caught with this shit, they have so much more of the fake stuff than the real stuff, because it's a graduated thing. Like, they have the same excuse of, I'll just satiate it with fake shit because nobody gets hurt there, until that's not doing it anymore, and then they have to get into the real shit because it's just not doing it anymore. And that's why I fully don't agree with anybody saying fictional CP isn't as bad as real CP, because fictional CP being okay is what leads to people getting to real CP. Because they get desensitized and they search for more and more and more and more.
So in 2015, quote, be me, young and stupid RVI fan eager to be noticed, chatting with quote-unquote Tara one night. Quote-unquote, she convinces me through repeated refusal to drop the subject that I have a crush on Lily. Never mind the fact that back then I was gay for any male that wasn't explicitly hetero, except for Paris Hilton, because that redacted can burn in hell. Proceeds to keep me up with unwanted roleplay of fucking Lily. Cut to October 2013. Be me just answered a confession on the RVI fan blog. Lily bitches and moans about money troubles. I suggest cam whoring to her fans. She asked if I want to be a test for that. I awkwardly try to dodge, saying yes or no. She pursues and eventually breaks me down. I awkwardly wait for her to take her shirt off or whatever. Get saved by Ethan and his family. 1 week later, be me. Just got home from work. Watch the rest of Lily and Ethan's Q&A stream. Get into video call with Lily to talk about said Q&A. Somehow she gets it in her head that I want her to strip. She proceeds to take her shirt off and refuses to let me turn on my camera to show my disgust. Sit in awkward confusion before she attempts to take her pants off too. Get saved by mom coming in. Thank the emperor. Call ends. Proceed to cry myself to sleep with an awkward boner. Unquote. This was posted on 8chan just a day after Lily announced she was discontinuing Stockholm and that she was getting flack from shipping Fire Rose. And though 8chan posts tend to not be the most reliable, Blake would later give his testimony in video form.
I hate that, like, hang on a minute. In hindsight, what does that say there? In hindsight, I'm not even sure if this was sexual assault, but it still haunts my ass to this day. Like, dude, I'm so sorry that you feel that way, because, like, I'm not even sure if it was sexual assault. It was sexual harassment at the very fucking least, and something you didn't deserve to have happen to you at the very fucking least. Like, ever. Let alone multiple times. And I hate the fact that some people are like, I'm not even sure if this counts. Like, there's times where it doesn't matter if it counts legally as something. You still don't deserve to be made to feel a specific way by, like, someone cornering you in a fucking, like, video call. It's gross.
Boner. Unquote. This was posted on 8chan just a day after Lily announced she was discontinuing Stockholm and that she was getting flack from shipping Fire Rose. And though 8chan posts tend to not be the most reliable, Blake would later give his testimony in video form. Lily at this point was either sexually pursuing, sexually interested in, or right out online dating virtually everyone she was in contact with. From the manipulation through Terra Cali, the shipping of Fire Rose, and her unwelcome promiscuity, the internet was turning on Lily like never before. As such, paranoia made it—
Yeah, that's right, Cinnamons. I mean, like, sorry, blood on my squeegee. If you ever think I'm not sure if this counts about essay, yes, it does count. Like, if you have to say, is it wrong that it probably is? Not to cut you off, but it probably is. What happened to you probably was wrong. If you haven't even an inkling in your head that it was wrong, it probably was in some way.
its way in, and she began a pattern of removing and re-adding her friends, likely as an attempt to test their loyalty.
She'd delete me on everything, and then she'd add me back, and then she'd delete me and she'd add me back. And that happened a few times, and I couldn't figure out what was going on with her. I started getting really tired of it because I felt like she was treating me like I was disposable, pretty much.
During this time, Lily was talking about getting rid of 8 bags of garbage, allegedly influenced by a nervous breakdown. But Britt had grown tired of it all. They would often fight on Skype until Britt pulled the plug. On top of this, Lily was starting to publicly transition into Lily, which brought on even more turmoil. The silver lining is that most of the conflict was kept private, or at least not so public, like the Skype messages with Brittany. The 8chan post with Blake, even Stockholm wasn't well known, and neither was Terra Cali or what she represented. But that was 2015. In 2016, save for the Skype and Facebook messages with Brittany, this silver lining was stripped and Lily had come apart at the seams, reformed now into Patch after conflicted Patch, some disregarding her as a hate monger, others cloaked in her anger and vitriol, convinced in her passion alone. This was brought on by her falling out with Josh Scorcher. It is difficult to state how much Josh really meant to Lily. He is a content creator that she admired so much that not only did she write him into Stockholm as the counselor that encouraged vile acts, she also admitted to having a crush on him. Lily was dedicated so much to him that she wormed her way into becoming an editor of his. This came to a head on June 4, 2016, when Josh Scorcher on his Tumblr stated, quote, "That feeling when you finally realize you're in an emotionally abusive relationship. That feeling when you realize you can't break it off because of business reasons and you just have to suck it up." Unquote. In a second post responding to the worry of his audience, Josh Scorcher stated, quote, "It's nothing life-threateningly serious. Sorry if I scared you."
Sorry, but I find the line Lily was transitioning into Lily is such a funny way to phrase it. I mean, kind of, yeah. I think he said transitioning publicly. But I mean, yeah, it still rolls off the tongue funny.
Just realized a friend hasn't really treated me like a...
She wrote Josh into that? I mean... I'm blind. Kidoko. Most of the shit's based off what she did or wanted to do to me. Like, she started the whole thing writing about her and me, and what she did to me and wanted to do to me. Of course she put other people into it. The story was always about real people.
Friend should. Unquote. On a third post, Josh clarifies that he cut ties with this person and they are not going to be affecting future projects. And in a fourth and final post, still on the same day, Josh clarifies that he won't be revealing who this person was, likely to avoid conflict. That's when Lily replies to this, quote, "It was me."
Who abused you? Lily, it was me. Also Lily, I've never abused anyone ever. Who abused you? Lily, it was me.
I have been increasingly passive-aggressive towards Josh, dismissing his opinions and being increasingly short-tempered with him as time has gone on, treating discussions with him that have any degree of seriousness with the same disregard and callousness as I would a random YouTube comment. And Josh was far more patient with me than I had ever been with him. I have been a very poor friend to Josh over the last few years, and Josh deserved far better than this. I am truly sorry. Unquote. This is a well-mannered response.
That's what makes Stockholm so bad. Yeah, and she didn't start writing Stockholm until after the last time she saw me. She started writing Stockholm when she was 20, 21. I would have been 19. When I was 18 and 19, I was still talking to my parents. We had kind of started figuring things out as I had gotten away, after I had gotten away from them, because space was definitely what we needed, if not anything else. And I went down to visit them for, I think, 5 days, something like that, and I stayed at the house, and Lily was still living there. And then I visited in the summer, and then I went back to Ontario, where I lived at the time, and Lily started writing Stockholm shortly after I left. Almost as if me being in that room next to her again brought back some old memories. Locke was still there, though, and used.
Response where Lily admits to her wrongdoings and apologizes without any direct pressure applied. But even the good nature of it could not fix her friendship with Josh. And to this, not only did she begin hating Josh, she also began to despise his identity. While Lily always had a disdain for the political right, it was mostly aimed at Donald Trump, as it was an election year. But then after her falling out with Josh Scorcher, and after the Orlando shooting in June 2016, Lily made innumerable posts, mostly supporting gun control, but also some targeted towards Christians. It is no secret that Josh Scorcher is but also some targeted towards...
Wait, hang on.
Christians. It is no
I thought I saw something about kill yourself.
And after the Orlando shooting in June 2016, Lily made innumerable posts, mostly supporting gun control, but also some targeted towards Christians. It is no secret that Josh Scorcher is also a right-leaning Christian. Lily knew how excessive her postings had become, and stated, quote, "I'm probably going to be raging about the delusional twats of the Republican Party for
but when I get mad, I'm exactly like Lily, right? Okay, sure.
For a while. So if you find that exhausting, add the tag, quote, "fuck conservatives," unquote, to the blacklist of whatever extension you're using. I will do my best to make sure each post is tagged, unquote. Lily then responded to the claims of her being part of the radical left as, quote, "Those claims come from people who are planning to vote Republican, so if they think I'm radical, good. Fuck those deplorable assholes," unquote. Finally, on June 19th, Lily tied this back to Josh.
Lily, you're Canadian. You are Canadian.
Scorcher when asked, quote, "Josh just put up a post saying why the US doesn't need gun control. What an absolute tool," unquote. Lily responded, quote, "You think that if you can..."
Let's say Josh is perfect, it's soft on both sides, but after apologizing to Josh for abusing him, she'll continue to name drop him as one of her abusers, right? Now she's claiming he threatened to dox me to 4chan and 8chan, but I was homeless at the same time, and it's like, can you fucking pick a lane?
So easily predict how people are going to react to the bullshit that comes out of your mouth that might cause you to step back and re-examine your outlook on the world. But stroking a massive persecution complex works great too, I guess. I had Josh in my Skype contacts for 2 years. This doesn't surprise me as much as you might think it does.
This is why I'll never visit Canada, absolute shithole. I mean, you're lost, but I'm okay. And Canada's more left-leaning than the US. No, it's not. It's really not.
Does. Unquote. Lily then amended the...
You must be a liberal. No, I couldn't give less of a crap about your stupid politics. I feel that, Rico. It's like, oh, you must be a liberal. I was like, what's a liberal? Tell me what a liberal is so I understand what you're trying to call me, because, like, honestly, fuck Trudeau's. I didn't like fucking, Harper either, but honestly, Trudeau's making me miss Harper, and Harper was a fucking conservative.
Question by stating that Josh Scorcher never said the US doesn't need gun control.
About it. Like, she will rage about it for days on end.
Would Canadians vote in the orange Cheeto demon from hell? Fuck no, he'd take away our weed.
If it's a specific person, she will
What's
rage
a
about
Democrat?
them for years on end. So I think her sudden raging hatred for Republicans and Josh in general was way more personal. Because she had a crush on him. And he fired her.
Quote, if you aren't wealthy, white, straight, and a
That's
man,
propaganda
and you must be all four of
history.
those,
Oh God, yeah.
then the Republicans are trying to kill you. Kill them first. Unquote. This was a section of Lily responding to why she suddenly loathes the right so much. She claims it was the Orlando
Wait. Conservatives want to kill you. Kill them first. Lily, you're a closet conservative, and you claim someone tried to kill you. They were just doing what you told them to do. They were just following your own advice.
shooting. But Lily was also equally ranting about Josh Scorcher with a passion, even framing her firing by Josh Scorcher as her decision to leave. Quote, Josh wanted to say...
So, common misconception, Canada actually is like America. We're really not all that different from you guys. We just have free healthcare. Our free healthcare is still pretty shit, don't get me wrong. We have a crisis in most of our provinces with a lack of healthcare providers, because we keep losing them to places that pay more, because those places don't have free healthcare. So that's a problem. And the government doesn't like to fix it, and we've got a homeless population problem, and instead of fixing that, our government, mostly Trudeau, pumps in a bunch of, like, immigrants, not saying they don't deserve to be here, but, like, they were specifically pumped in by him to pad his votes so he could get another term, and had he not wanted another term or been able to get another term out of them, he probably wouldn't have fucking helped them, because Trudeau's a goddamn boob, he doesn't help anybody but himself, and, like, you know, Canadians are stupid enough in their own elections where we simply voted in Trudeau because he said he would legalize weed. Let's be honest here. The only reason the man got elected was because he's like, hey, I'm going to legalize weed for you guys. You know who else was going to legalize weed? The NDP party, which is the non-denominational party. They were also going to legalize weed and probably do better for the fucking country. And Trudeau got it because his granddad, either his daddy or his granddaddy, I can never remember that properly, fucking, because, you know, because either his daddy or his granddaddy was prime minister and did a fantastic fucking job when he was in term. He was young and pretty and had nice hair and said he was going to fucking legalize weed. So everyone went like, oh, he's going to do just as great as Pierre Trudeau did, and he's going to legalize weed. Wrong. He legalized weed in the stupidest way possible, and then, like, literally just started fucking taking the taxpayers' jet all around the fucking country, and off to his private fucking vacation home when there was supposed to be a quarantine and nobody was supposed to be traveling because of COVID. He's a fucking twat, and we voted him in because he said he was going to legalize weed and had nice hair. So yeah, we do stupid shit too. We're just as bad as the States. We treat our indigenous population just as bad. The only difference is Canadians are polite. So the shit that we do is like backhanded, underhanded, passive aggressive. It's covert as opposed to overt. Like an American racist will just call you a slur. A Canadian racist will talk about those people. So like it's just as bad. It's presented differently, that's all.
Say something in a video that was widely racist, and I wouldn't let him because, quote-unquote, editing was literally my job, unquote. This was a post in early July, and posts like these continued well into the month, this time at Inkros, the right-leaning creator she shipped Josh with. Quote, she's just another far-right conservative with a persecution complex, stamping her feet at the fact that the world is changing around her. Shoulder check her out of the way and she'll keep moving.
About herself?
She'll either grow up of her own volition, or reality.
Do you not have guns? Like, we have guns, yeah, it's just, we have gun control, first of all. Like, you can have guns in Canada, you have to have a fucking license. You have to go through certain qualifications to get that license. You know, you can't just walk into Walmart here and buy a gun. Like, you have background checks to buy a gun. You can only have so many. You can't have automatic weapons in Canada. You can't carry any weapon for protection in Canada. So, like, you can't just walk around strapped for your own protection, even though you have a fucking a permit to carry. Well, if you have a permit to carry, you can carry your gun. If you have a concealed carry permit, you can carry a concealed gun. But if you don't have either one of those, you can't carry, and you can't carry anything around Canada even for protection. Not mace, not knuckles, not fucking a knife, not a box cutter, not pepper spray, not a gun. That's typically why we have more stabbings here than we usually have shootings, because it's easier to get your hands on and conceal a knife than it is a gun.
Will force her to grow up, unquote. Lily, still in July, states she is unsure what the catalyst was for her falling out with Josh Scorcher, but does say, quote, I often get called petty, vindictive, or even abusive by people who don't know what abusive means, because I'm less than 100% polite and capitulating, because I don't tell someone their beliefs are 100% grounded in reality when they clearly aren't. But the kind of behavior I mentioned above is something I find particularly scummy. I can't read subtle, nonverbal communication, especially not over the internet, unquote. September marked the third month of her aggression towards Josh and his friends, now stating that Inkros was homophobic. So now Lily was requesting her audience harass her by, quote, beat a troll by trolling harder, commission or draw artwork of her and KP, or any other woman for that matter, in very romantic situations. Put it on DeviantArt and make sure her icon is in the description so she gets notified every time. And when she tells you to stop, just keep going. Quote, how about I
Isn't mace pepper spray? Yes.
do anyway, unquote. Eventually she'll explode.
Well, sort of, because like there's mace, there's pepper spray, there's bear mace. Like, you can go to the store, like, you can't buy mace in Canada, but you can go to like Home Hardware and get bear mace. You're just not allowed to carry that around in public. You can only carry it in an area where you're like obviously reasonably expecting to run into a bear. Because it used to be a life hack that like you can't get mace and carry it around in Canada, but just go buy a can of bear mace, which you can buy at the at the hardware store, and carry that around.
And take off the very thin veil that isn't fooling anybody, or she'll stop mouthing off about shipping like such a baby, unquote. Side note, on the same day, she answered a question about the moral implications of incest and states that in fiction, the negatives of it.
Questions for Americans, how come you guys are so insistent on tips? Rico, that's because their servers make something like $7 an hour, like $4 to $7 an hour. Like it's like this in Canada too. In the industry where tips are expected, employers are allowed to pay their employees like less than minimum wage because they're expected to make a certain amount in tips. And American employers take that to fucking extremes and will basically pay their wait staff a non-livable wage and expect the customer to subsidize the rest of that in tips. So it's created this really hostile environment where the customer is expected to subsidize the employee's wage for the employer, regardless of the income the employer is making, or the profit the employer is making, and regardless of the perceived income of the customer. So it's really fucked up. Now in Canada, they're legally allowed to pay you less than minimum wage if you're expected to make tips, but there's a cap on it. Like they're only allowed to pay you like $1 or $2 less an hour if you're expected to make tips. Americans are also taxed more heavily on their tips than we are, even though you're supposed to be like claiming your cash tips and getting taxed on them. You're supposed to be doing that everywhere, but Canadians get taxed, or no, I think Canadian taxes are higher because we have healthcare. But yeah, like their employers, like the restaurant industry and the bar industry will pay their employees a basically non-livable wage and expect the customer to subsidize that. And it sucks. It's really stupid. And it's unfortunately why I don't believe in tipping, to be quite honest. People can hate me for this all they want. I've been a server. I've worked in restaurants. I've done bartending. I've done cab dispatch, which is another industry where people tip. I've worked in many industries where, I was expected to make tips. But the thing is, a tip is called a gratuity for a reason. It means extra, okay? If you want a tip that is high, if you want a tip at all, give exceptional service, okay? You're not going to get a tip for doing the bare minimum, and expecting a tip for doing the bare minimum is going to guarantee you're not getting a tip for doing the bare minimum, okay? If you want to get tipped, go above and beyond. Do service that is indicative of a fucking tip. I'm sorry, just do it. Okay? I understand times are hard and it's hard to fucking find a job and shit, but at the same time, at the end of the day, and I say this as someone who has chosen that industry, you chose that industry, you choose to stay in that industry, you don't choose to bet it from the perception of people just going, you need to tip your servers like 35%. You don't seem to be in the position of bettering yourself to get out of that industry. You just want everybody else to subsidize your wage. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. And saying that the company you work for can't improve your wage, like raise your wage without raising the prices on the menu, is absolute bullshit. Because that's just a gaslighting fucking technique. In fact, they refuse to increase your wage because that would dip into their profit margins. Okay? Minimum wage itself is enough of an insult. At least it should be to most people, because minimum wage is your employer saying to you, if I could pay you less, I would absolutely pay you less. And the restaurant industry proves that. So if you want to partake in that industry, you're accepting those terms and conditions, and it's not the customer's fucking fault. You want to put a bill for the government in front of me to change the law that allows them to pay you less simply because tips exist? I'll gladly sign that. I'll fucking advocate for that all the way. But I'm not going to subsidize your wage for a job that you chose because you don't know my financial situation. This is just simply what it is. Oh, if you can't afford to tip, you can't afford to go out to eat. No, if you can't afford to work your job, you can't afford to work your job. I'm not responsible for the decisions in life that put you where you are, and you don't know what position in life I'm in. So if you can't afford to work your job, that's just it. You want a tip, you work for it.
Can be mitigated like the deformities in offspring because, quote, when you're in the position of God, there isn't a single issue you can't RNG your way out of, unquote. Still in September, Lily claimed Josh, quote, liked to spew a near-reactionary manifesto to me in private chats, unquote. A few days later, she was now starting to believe that Ink Rose is so homophobic that she is actually gay herself.
That's fine.
Lily
That's
was
fine.
not doing well,
nobody has
as she
to
was
agree
claiming
with me
that
on
in
that.
this
That's just
post
my
her caffeine
personal
addiction
opinion.
had gone so bad, she apparently only had 2 years to live. Then, Lily in October continued her tirades on Josh Scorcher, escalating this one-sided campaign to the point where she made a video.
Newbie Dash is an episode I've been trying to talk about in detail for a very long time, but it's an episode that is fundamentally difficult to discuss in a public venue. Because the Wonderbolts draw a lot of parallels to the military, a lot of military bronies hold the episode in high regard because of it.
I think Lily has a manifesto. She had one when she was a kid.
Its supposed accuracy. The most vocal of these people being Joshua Burner, the founder of Fob Equestria and known for serving 5 years in the Marine Corps. Then I remembered something important. Mr. Burner wasn't actually in the military, he was in the Marine Corps' band, the ceremonial I'm helping of most military branches.
Lily, as she had done in the past, masked the intent of the video. While initially presented as a breakdown of a My Little Pony episode, this video is largely an attack on Josh Scorcher.
Josh himself used to rant to my face about how college students need to have their opinions challenged. However, when his ignorant worldview was challenged, repeatedly, he decried it as emotional abuse. He once complained about the fact that I wouldn't let him compare Spike living with Twilight to self-hating black slaves in the South, despite the fact that this was literally my job that he was paying me to do.
Literally my job that he was paying me to do.
This video then gets into the subjects of bullying and to its
Christ,
most
by your
infamous
new
line.
feet. It's part of this thing from a fucking British accent
die
that
in a
sounds
ditch
fucking
along with
popular
the
across
malignant
the sun.
human cancer that defend it. If you're a child
Me son is a newfie fucking slang term, it's not a gender thing.
watching this right now and you're being bullied in school, here's what you do. You demand
Here's what you do. Just the way she talks, oh my god. Remember, this is her advice to children.
that your bullies cease their behavior. And if they refuse in school, here's what you do. You demand that your bullies cease their behavior. And if
You demand that your bullies cease their behavior. You're gonna get kids punched, Lily. Oh my god, you're gonna get kids punched. I'm sorry, if you walk up to a school bully bullying you and says, cease your behavior at once, they're just gonna pop you in the jaw.
they refuse, grab the heaviest object you can reliably swing and beat their fucking teeth in.
If you can manage to get up off the ground from getting popped in the jaw first. Oh my god, kid, no.
Besides implying that Josh Scorcher is a malignant cancer, her encouragement of violence was not entirely well received.
Okay, first of all, you don't beat people over the head with an object, okay? Self-defense requires reasonable force, alright? You can only meet somebody at the level of force they bring to you. So, for self-defense laws in Canada, that means if somebody hits you with a closed fist, you can reasonably hit them back with a closed fist, and it's in the realm of self-defense. You can't grab an object and start hitting them because you have now increased your force. Okay? The only way that that is acceptable, even possibly arguable in like court, is if the initial assailant is much larger or like larger or like say more physically able than the person who's claiming self-defense. All right? So like if someone's like if it's a peer around your size or a little bit bigger, you can't grab a weapon to start hitting them and claim self-defense. You have now increased force. That is a whole different ball game. That's the same as like in self-defense cases, if you hit me with sorry, we'll keep in line with the force thing for a minute. So in terms of that, if you come at me with a weapon, I can then retaliate with a weapon, okay? But it has to match force. So if you come at me with a baseball bat, I can't just shoot you in the face with a gun. I have much more force with a gun than you a baseball bat. That's not an increased force, right? Like, you can, if someone pulls a knife on me, I couldn't, like, shoot them with a gun, or a bow and arrow, or a crossbow, or some ranged weapon like that, because, again, unless there is reasonable belief that I could be overpowered, and that's the only option I have because my life is in danger, you know, it's just, you have to match force. And going off of that, if you hit me and I hit you back and you hit the ground, I have to stop. The second I touch you after that, it's no longer self-defense. Unless you start to get back up or I have reasonable enough suspicion that you will get back up and continue to be a threat to me. But if like I knock you on your ass and you stay down, anything I do to touch you after that is no longer self-defense. So you can't just beat somebody over the head with an object because they're bullying you and then say, well, it was self-defense. That's not how that fucking works. You also can't goad somebody into hitting you or doing something to you in order for you to retaliate, because that by definition is entrapment, okay? If I antagonize somebody until the point they say something nasty at me, I can't turn around and then they're harassing me, they're saying horrible shit about me, they're threatening my life, because I'm the one that provoked that initial reaction, okay? I basically entrapped them I led them into doing a crime. I can't turn around and then say they did a crime because I'm the reason they did it. Same as you can't goad somebody into punching you and say all kinds of horrible shit until they hit you just to say, see, they hit me, and then hit them back, because you're the reason that they ended up without your intentional provoking, they wouldn't have hit you. That is entrapment.
8chan were, right after Lily's video on Josh Scorcher released, concerned for his well-being, where Josh Scorcher replied, quote, I see that some of you here are legitimately concerned for my well-being, as well as Ink Roses. I thank you for your concern. While I can't and won't speak for Ink Rose, I want to say that I'm okay. I can fight my own battles, and I've survived a lot of physical, mental, and emotional heartache in my life. Unquote. Josh.
What if you picked him up after you knocked him out? Hang on. What if you picked them back up after you knocked them out? Well, no, if they're knocked out, then the threat's been neutralized, Wendy. And, like, your window of self-defense ends when the threat is neutralized. So somebody being unconscious, neutralized threat. Somebody on the ground and not getting back up to come after you, neutralized threat. If you have the high ground, essentially, like to the point where they concede, neutralized threat. You can only use self-defense. I mean, like carrying to safety. No, yeah, that's yes. And in fact, if it is a self-defense like case and it's something that goes to court, in fact, ensuring that the person you incapacitated is okay goes more to help your case, because it proves you didn't have malicious intent, you didn't want this person to get hurt, you just wanted to stop the threat to you. So, like, yeah, administering first aid or making sure the person who's incapacitated or the threat that's neutralized gets help that it needs is actually the good thing, the right thing to do, especially if, like, it's a self-defense thing. Because if it's a self-defense thing, you're not intending to hurt somebody, you're just intending to stop yourself from being hurt. So if they're standing, can I still go at it? Again, it depends. If they are still a threat, you are allowed to respond accordingly to the threat. So if you hit somebody and they back off, you can't keep going at them because essentially the threat's been neutralized. Like somebody hits you, you hit them back, and then they back off and go, whoa, wait, okay, you win. You can't keep going because the threat's been neutralized. Same thing as if, like, you knock someone on their ass because they can't, like, somebody hits you, you hit them back and they fall on their ass and they get back up and start coming at you. That threat has not yet been neutralized. You are still within the rights of self-defense as long as you have matched force.
Josh also stated that he intends to continue turning the other cheek, but this was likely posted before Josh Scorcher saw the video, because on his Tumblr on October 11th, he announced he would no longer be silent. 12 days later, on October 23rd, Josh uploaded his response to Lily. Here, Josh Scorcher breaks down the falling out he had with her.
I went over to Lily's Tumblr a week
You're
later
not
to
allowed
scope
to
things out,
intentionally
and
cause
sure
harm
enough, I saw Lily calling for the
in
deaths of
retaliation.
all Republicans.
It's very, very,
Lily
very
Pete has said
well
at
defined
present
within
that
the
I
letter of the
never
law.
called out any alleged abusive behavior and never presented the chance to improve. That's a lie. I have called out her behavior several times. Lily just made excuses every time and shifted the goalposts to make it look like I was the bad guy for even trying to call out this behavior.
Josh Scorcher is expressing a common experience with Lily in that there is initial hope to fix her destructive behavior, yet is typically met with dismissal. And with this video, he did more than just clear his name. He expressed his experience with Lily. This had a unifying aspect in that it allowed other victims of Lily to realize how abusive Lily had been to them.
Because at the time, I thought I was the only
beaten a pregnant teacher before. Well, no, she tried to shiv the pregnant teacher with like a very dull wooden knife that she carved in shop class. And then when that didn't work, she tried to push the teacher down a flight of stairs. But the teacher never actually got hurt, just distressed.
Only person that she had treated that kind of way. And I saw Josh Scorcher's video talking about his experiences with her. I realized that not only was I not the only one she had treated that way, but she was using her platform to lure in people to do that too.
Josh Scorcher is expressing a similar sentiment in the discovery that he was not the only one treated this
Not gonna
way.
lie, the Josh
And I'm not the only
where
one.
I kind of like check out
Other
a little bit,
people
but it's still
have
very
called
well
out
done.
Lily's behavior
Important to have
before,
here.
and each response from Lily was that
very
of
well researched.
indifference or claiming that they are strawmanning her.
The rest of the video breaks down 8chan's concern of him, Lily overstepping her boundaries as an editor, his political differences with Lily, him defending his role in the Marines, and both Lily's claim that Ingrose was a lesbian alongside her harassment campaign of pushing her
Oh
viewers.
god, this is so bad. Beat a troll by trolling harder. Commission or draw artwork of her and KP, or any other woman for that matter, in very romantic situations. Put it on DeviantArt, make sure her icon is in the description so she gets notified every time. And like, me and KP watched this video when it dropped together, and KP was in the voice call with me going, oh, that's where all that fan art came from. So Lily didn't even run this by KP, and just KP just out of nowhere just started getting like all this fan art of her and fucking Inkros for her, like, according to her, no reason, apparently to her, like, no reason whatsoever. And then she comes to find out it was like literally instigated by Lily.
To create unwelcome lewd art of her. Overall, Josh.
And I don't even think at this point Lily and KP were specifically like connected. I could be wrong.
Josh Scorcher's video was well received, and Lily did have a small decrease in subscribers due to it. On her Tumblr, she turned down the heat, stating now she doesn't want all Republicans to die, just 2, and for the rest to grow up. But then she was now stating she never called for the death of Republicans, and to that extent Josh Scorcher with him being Republican, and that her attitude was always just fuck them, going as far to say, quote, it's a complete and total lie. The only way it's possible to take my exact wording on a certain post as quote-unquote kill all Republicans is you literally can't.
All Republicans are trying to kill you. Beat them to it. Kill them first.
Not read. He is lying to look like more sympathetic to an audience that he knows will not bother to look for any more.
He is lying to look like more sympathetic to an audience. Lily, he is lying to look more sympathetic to an audience. Or look like he's more sympathetic to an audience. Holy fuck, girl. No wonder you don't understand words.
Information on the subject. Unquote. In fairness to Lily, she did not state in exact wording, kill all Republicans. She instead did state, quote, Republicans are trying to kill you, kill them first. Unquote. With public perception of Lily being mostly negative, more videos were coming out against her, like Blake describing how his blog gushing over Lily impressed her.
This blog impressed Jerry enough to consider adding me to his team called Valkyr Studios. However, it wasn't until his director and girlfriend, Tara Jennifer Cayley, who I would later find out was one of Jerry's many.
Need I remind everyone of the glorious insult where you raised in a barn? No, then stop acting like one. Stop acting like a barn. Lily, it's where you raised in a barn. No, then stop acting like you were. Your mother used to say that to you all the time. You should know it, right?
Many sock puppets cornered me in private chats and forced me to admit that I was sexually attracted to Jerry, that I was allowed into the group. Granted, that would only last for a few months, but when you find out why I only lasted a few months, you will understand why.
Blake goes over his time in Valkyr Studios, experience with Lily Van dancing the members publicly, and specific to him, being the studio whipping boy.
Now, it would be one thing if Pete was just verbally and emotionally abusive, but unfortunately he had to take the next fucking step and be sexually abusive. You see, sometime in October of 2013, Pete approached me on Skype, talking about money troubles and conveniently mentioning how Tara was cam whoring to make ends meet. When I suggested that he do the same, because in my defense I mentioned that there are so many of his fans who are attracted to him, he, just like before, turned it around on me and made it all about how I wanted to see that, and refused to take no for an answer, continuing to bother me until I finally caved. This means that he coerced me, which is not consent, by the way, I don't care where you are, coercion is never consent, into watching him strip on camera.
Blake goes on to say Lily was interrupted by family and didn't get past taking off her shirt. Blake also claims Lily flirted with a minor, but it's a bit more complex than that, and also brings up Stockholm.
This work was so disgusting that Nintendo Gal, whom we mentioned before
as
being Pete's co-writer,
Is the server gonna be called Courtney's Barnyard Buds again? Are we going back to that name? That's the original server started out as Courtney's Home for Imaginary Friends and then changed to Courtney's Barnyard Buds. Are we changing it again with this one?
voiced her own distaste for the direction the fic was taking and got fired for it.
Blake goes into other grievances and then into
I'm absolutely joking.
The second question that is most likely on everyone's minds is,
calling it the Tai
Blake,
Chapter 2.
why have you been referring to Jerry as Jerry and she and whoops, got a little ahead of myself. He in this video when he came out as transgender months ago and changed her name to Lily. Are you by chance transphobic? Ooh. The answer is no, I am not. That Pete is using transgenderism.
Nope. Okay, disavow. And this would be a great point for me to talk about myself. Not sure how many of my own fans know this because it happened a while ago, like a year ago. I've addressed it a few times, but there's never a time where I should stop addressing it because it's never not valid. So Josh is about to say some shit, questioning Lily's transition and her gender identity, and we're not going to do that. I myself did that when I first was being contacted by people, and I was first coming out talking about this, talking about Lily. Farmer Corner paying her, raising her flock of barnyard pals. Oh God, Shala, that'll be twisted in the wrong way. Anyway, back to what I was saying. So I said, so thank you for the $2 though. Oh God, $1.99 from Megan. Thank you. I said some heinous shit, some heinous transphobic horrible shit that I absolutely should not have, that I had zero right to, that I was saying out of anger, that I was using to hurt and lash out and be transphobic towards my sister, and it wasn't right of me. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter how hurt I was, it doesn't matter how angry I am. I don't have the right to question anybody's gender identity. That's just wrong. And I shouldn't have done it. And I think that's about all I can say on it. I'm not going to make excuses. I'm not going to dole out false apologies. I'm just going to call it what it was, which was horrible. It was disgusting. It was transphobic. And never should have been in my head, let alone left my mouth through my fingers. So we're gonna skip over Josh saying similar shit because we don't really need to.
That such strong opposition to any community secretly means they are a part of it, and so Blake's reasoning doesn't hold up. Regardless, Lily was under attack.
Oh, no. See, Joon combats it very, very clearly. I just personally wanted to skip over Josh's shit in favor of addressing my own shit that I've done and addressing my own comments of a very similar nature and where they came from and the fact that I should not have done it.
And on her Tumblr, she began quoting her own characters, the quotes dealing with power and revenge. She was also posting images of herself at fans' requests. This is how she was appeasing.
Did I say Josh? Oh, Jesus, I've been saying Josh. I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh. Disavow myself. Blunder there. Yep. Blake, my brain was not paying attention to Joon saying names. Thank you guys. This is Blake, not Josh. Sorry, Josh, didn't mean you. Also, not trying to say anything about you, Blake. I was just simply using you as a jumping off point for my own atrocities that I've done. But thank you guys. Thank you for calling me out on that. That was Blake. That was not Josh, and I am stupid.
Her fans. Yet she was doing something else to defend herself against her opposition. Mysteriously, right as Lily and Tara Kelly's writings were being re-examined for their illegal contents, the Accord account, the account that Tara claimed ownership of, deleted its only work. A mother's love, a daughter's passion, was wiped from the account. A strange happening, considering that by Lily's testimony, she was in jail. Lily had to step lightly. Starting 2017, she was expressing how 8chan and QB Farms were doxing and harassing her, adding to...
Is Blake still kind of weird about this, or is he normal? No, Blake, from what I remember, Blake goes on to start correcting himself and use the proper pronouns. I don't know if he ever spoke on any of it, but...
This list of opponents was Anime Christie, an artist that found that her art made it into Lily's video, Glass of Water Bombing Run. Seeing this, Anime Christie enlisted a friend to approach Lily, asking Lily to credit Anime Christie for the image, which Lily responded, quote, "I only credit artwork if it has a considerable presence within the video," unquote. The friends seemed to understand that the art did not have much significance in the video and settled on, quote, "Okay, but in the future, could you not use her artwork then?" Unquote.
Didn't have
to
much
which Lily responded, quote, "I'll think about it," unquote. At some point after, Anime Christie allegedly contacted Lily directly.
Blake doesn't go by
Lily remembered a time
pronouns?
Anime Christie allegedly slighted her, which is when Lily sent her this screenshot of her
Oh, Lord, we're trying to not get sidetracked here.
Tumblr, implying that a credit would be pointless. This story then became public, and there was a small outcry on Twitter with users tweeting #RespectTheArtist directed towards Lily. Lily responded in two ways. First, she muted tweets that included the hashtag. Second, she told Anime Christie that if it's that important, then she should file a DMCA. This is a copyright process that takes the video down. And so Anime Christie filed the DMCA and took Lily's video down. Lily then filed to get the video back up. A process that can only be stopped by a lawsuit, which would be highly unlikely. On her Tumblr, she was planning to address the drama head-on under a video titled An Artist Meltdown Story. In the post, she states, quote, "Remember when Josh tried unsuccessfully to sabotage my career? I was inundated by a massive amount of people detailing just how much I'd enriched their lives and changed their views and helped them grow as people. I still get that kind of mail. I am not hurt in any significant way by this garbage. It's why I made Garbreak. It's why I'm in the process of making this," unquote. Though Lily regards Garbreak as a success, current day the video received so much hate that she took it down. And like Garbreak, the video against Anime Christie was also taken down for the same reason. In it, she recaps the situation up to this point and makes her intentions clear.
One could argue that I could have just given her the credit if it was that important to her and let her have such a petty victory, but to me, it's the principle.
Petty victory? It was her art! Oh my god!
That matters. This is not the way you behave when you want something from me. You do not run in, make demands, and then try, in a hilariously unsuccessful manner, to sabotage my career when you don't get your way. And that's a hard lesson that every diva artist is going to have to learn.
You don't get to come in and ask me nicely if I would mind crediting you for your work, and when I tell you go fuck yourself, you respond with, "Yeah, okay, I guess that's fair," and I'm gonna call you a diva over it. Like, Lily, nobody demanded shit out of you except for everybody else who was like, "Yo, treat the fucking artist better, you cow."
It doesn't matter how slighted you think you are. It doesn't matter how betrayed you think you are. When you want something from me, the only thing that matters is your behavior if you want to get me to do something for you. I do not cave to threats. I do not cave to grabbing all your mates and dogpiling me. Josh tried that crap twice, and that's someone with a massive and rabid fanbase who will go so far as to dox me and threaten to kill me and my family. And it's still
threatened to kill me and my family. Lily, you're not concerned about your family. Shut up. Nobody threatened me. Nobody threatened me, or mom, or dad, while you were getting into little fights on the internet. Nobody went and found your family. Girl, you're living at daddy's house still doing this. Your family didn't even know you were writing fucking child porn and distributing it from their house. Like, that's the best part, is in the reality where there's something in the metadata of again, jumping back into court in conspiracy land, in the conspiracy land, where there's something in the metadata of Stockholm or different installations that show like where it was, like the device that it was written from or uploaded from or sent from originated in. I would put my life on the line that it was our parents' fucking house, and I bet you that would legally make our parents culpable somehow.
Didn't get me to stop calling him out on his bullshit.
Because it would be on our father's Wi-Fi. It would be under his router name.
Besides showing the handful Tumblr post of support that she screenshotted and collected, she's still attacking Josh Scorcher. She's also claiming that his audience directly was threatening her and her family. But here, Lily only shows...
Can you imagine hearing this from another room because you live with this bitch? Well, see, that's why in a lot of her videos, her early ones, when she was living with our parents and when I was still living there, there's some videos where her voice is really soft and toned down and she almost sounds bored and she's like very laid back and very quiet and neutral in her tone. That's when you can tell there's somebody in the house and she's recording the audio in her bedroom and she doesn't want us to hear what she's saying. So when she recorded the audio of her talking to the man who sent her an email regarding his 2 children who are in an incestuous relationship, she was talking very low and quiet like this. So she was saying this while someone was probably sitting in the living room, probably our father, maybe even me, and she didn't want them to hear her talking about incest. And it's really fucking obvious because normally she's pretty loud. And normally she's talking like, or especially when she's putting on that fake little accent, I don't even know what it is. She's loud and you can tell she's further away from the microphone, and then in some other ones you can tell she's closer and quiet and more quiet. It's because someone was in the house.
Screenshots of the video as would appear in the YouTube search. As she had done ad nauseum, she did not provide evidence of such egregious accusations.
Kanye used to be cool. He loved art. Sadly, everyone back then has sold out. Listen. Kanye has something going on, alright? There is something wrong with that man, and I don't mean it in a judgmental way. I mean it in he needs help, and I think because he's so powerful, nobody's going to take it seriously enough to get him help, and it's very, very fucking sad, because that dude's just seemed to have been lost in the sauce for way too long. Joon the King did a great job covering Lily. He did. He really did.
She did not provide evidence of Josh Scorcher encouraging his audience to attack her, nor any link to hate comments back to Josh Scorcher. And Lily did not just not provide evidence, she also disregarded Josh stating this in his video.
So I am begging, pleading, everyone who watches this video, do not go and leave death threats or harassment on Lily's video.
Yes.
Please. That's not acceptable under any circumstances.
But what about the second video from 2013 that Lily also showed? This seems to be a bit more of a legitimate connection, where Josh even attributes the video to his audience leaving death threats. But in this follow-up is furious at his audience for it.
And if you also check the front page of his Tumblr, death threats.
This is so cringe.
Did you guys learn nothing?
This is so cringe. I'm sorry.
Nothing from the Master of Foxes. How I flew off the handle at you guys again because you freaking sent your death threats, and now you're doing it to Ballspawn.
Lily, after receiving such tremendous pushback, was hiding the dislike bar and either removing comments or selectively approving them. For example, her bombing run video has 128,000 views, yet only 34 comments. The likes on virtually all the comments outnumber the total amount of comments. All of these comments are suspiciously all positive. Except for this one where a user asked, quote, "What, Lily, do I need a YouTube Red account to see the like ratio?" Unquote. Which Lily responded, quote, "No, the like/dislike ratio needs to actually mean anything for me to consider showing it." Unquote. Lily had made a grave error. While the initial Anime Christie drawdown was minor, it had ballooned in the worst way possible. In her video, she uses an artistic depiction of herself to express her points. This is what is known within her community as a puppet. Josh Scorcher's puppet, via his pony, is Firebrand, etc. This is a very common theme because a fair portion of creators in this space are also artists, and did not take kindly to Lily's response to one. As various creators were coming out against Lily, Lily responded to this new wave of hate by making a 6-point list of criticisms. Points 1, 4, and 6 are, quote, "You're arrogant, have a huge ego, think your opinion is the opinion," unquote, are all the same. These criticisms relate to Lily's presentation being either perceived as arrogant or her points appearing to be exhausted. Points 2 and 3 are also the same thing, and relate to her not engaging with criticism, whether through selectively approving comments or not engaging with creators who bring forward this criticism. In point 2, she ironically states, quote, "What I actually do, as I've explained numerous times, is filter out uninteresting comments to only show the ones that I actually bother to engage with." Unquote. Lily fails to expand on her criteria of why she would engage with these comments. Then in point 3, she explains why she doesn't do debates or interviews. Quote, "They always have very little to offer than a dissenting opinion. A dissenting opinion isn't much. They're common." Unquote. Point 5 is, quote, "You're just as bad as insert thing I complain about." Unquote. Which is not a constructive criticism, but does inflate Lily's list. This post is 1,265 words, yet none of it addresses the real criticisms, like her misreporting of Josh Scorcher, her weaponizing her audience to make unwelcome art of ink rows, her failure to address the contradictions between her admitting she was abusive towards Josh Scorcher in her apology and her dismissal of it, her stripping in front of Blake, her connections to Tara Callie, and to that extent, her connections to the work A Mother's Love, A Daughter's Passion, the entirety of Stockholm, and putting Nintendo Gal 55 under duress to write the work, her inclusion of Falcon in her game Doomsday Ascending, or her poor handling of the Anime Christie situation. These were only some of the publicly known criticisms of Lily Orchard. But Lily did not have to address these because they were already becoming widely known, and addressing them directly would only further tarnish her reputation. Regardless of her points, viewers were perceptive and were already suspicious of her content, especially the ones introduced to her work, seeing the limited comments and the disabled dislike bar. Perhaps it was this continued negative attention that was making Lily...
Sorry, someone came to see me. Someone asked, or was it? Oh, thoughts on Josh. Nord, I'm not, in terms of the whole Josh thing, we were just focusing on Lily's response to it all, especially the Ink Rose, Fire Rose situation. Just because I know people have a lot of opinions, but the thing is, like, I don't know. I don't know Josh, and it's not. And Josh isn't really the point of all this. To be quite honest, it's Lily is the fucking weirdo here.
Lily more erratic. When asked, quote, "Lying all tied up and helpless in a cage full of horny dogs," unquote, Lily responded with, quote, "Well, on one hand, they're dogs, which is a downside. On the other hand, that's extremely degrading and humiliating, which is an upside. I'll let the asks make the case for either." Unquote. On Twitter, she was seen correcting her mom for misgendering her, but doesn't yet correct the claim of her being high-end autistic. This is where Lizzie Orchard comes in. Lizzie was a woman that Lily was dating at the time, and though not married, Lily would later take the last name Orchard, changing her name from Lily Pete to Lily Orchard. Here, Lizzie is seen arguing with Lily's mom on behalf of Lily. Lily's mother stating that Lily just holds grudges.
Lizzie, I'm so sorry you had to interact with my bitch mother.
And refuses to
If
see
you're
the other
watching
person's
this,
opinion, and so
Girl, you fucking tried, and I'm so sorry that you did that. You wasted that effort with that bitch.
on. Lily then jumps in to defend Lizzie. Quote, "You talk to my wife like that one more time and I'll break your fucking nose, bitch." Unquote. Lily then again berates her mother for
You talk to my wife like that one more time and I break your fucking nose, bitch. Lily, you sound like such a fucking tough guy saying this shit on Twitter. Did Lily use your mom's identity on Twitter? No, Lily used her dad's identity on Facebook.
Gendering her, then tells her to grow up. After yet another response from her mother requesting Lily manage Lizzie better, Lily threatens her mother with violence again. This confrontation ends with Lily's mother stating to not poke the bear. More then, Lily continued to prod. Lily later states in a response to a Twitter user who witnessed the confrontation,
"Don't poke this particular bear. Why, Mom? You'll fucking cry." Lady, you are the reason why Lily tries to sound like an internet tough guy online, is because you both have all bark and no fucking bite.
quote, and none of her children have autism to begin.
Manage your girlfriend better. Why did I defend that? No! Venus! It's okay, we all make mistakes. This is the same woman who tried to who made an attempt to sucker punch me because I said I wasn't going back from Montreal with them. I was facing a fucking reflective fucking wall of a building as I was walking away from her, and I saw her come up behind me with the fist cocked back, and then my dad shouted her name, and I made eye contact with her in the reflection. I was like, do it, I fucking dare ya. You know what she did? Squat. 'Cause she's spineless. None of her children have autism, begin with something dungeon mesh video. Lily, by your own admission and by your long-standing medical history, you have autism, okay? Autism spectrum disorder, whatever the preferred term is. There's a good fucking chance that I do, too.
Begin with, unquote, claiming further down that all the diagnoses directed at her and her brother were overturned recently. Lily at this point was jumping from conflict to conflict. Now in September, she was allegedly talking about Britt, referring to her as an old friend
Yes,
who she had a
Grunkle
falling out
Fungal it
with
is.
because Britt wouldn't listen to her personal issues.
That is our actual
and that
mom,
Lily
yes.
had
Jodine Elizabeth Doppler Pete is our actual fucking mother.
enough and left a page-long speech before removing her from her life. These were a series of posts where Lily also calls her a rumor mongerer. But what sparked this?
And how that ended up happening was kind of funny, because I released the Terra conversations first.
It's been acting really aggressively lately. It's not lately. It's not lately. Brit is just as confrontational as I am. Brit is just as convicted in her convictions as I am. That's why we used to get along, is because Brit's a very strong personality who does not back down when she thinks she's in the right. But yeah, and being confrontational and very stuck to your guns about your convictions and morals and opinions comes off as aggressive to a lot of people. That's why I come off as aggressive to a lot of people. So, no, Nord, we're not gonna do what they do. We're not gonna stoop to their level. God knows they got so mad when I fucking told Ant to bite the curb. But, no, Brit's always... It's alright, yeah. Brit's always been very, not afraid of a confrontation, which I'm not saying to trash talk her or anything. We're very similar in that regard, and that comes off as aggressive to a lot of people, especially if you are the person disagreeing with the confrontational person.
Just because there wasn't as many of them. And Lily immediately started going into damage control, started claiming that she didn't even really know me and Blake. We were charity cases. I was a fair weather friend. We weren't even friends. She was name dropping me, which at the time I hadn't revealed my legal name publicly yet, so she was just straight up doxing me.
This is why Lily was so aggressive. But little did she know Britt had more ammunition.
And I let her go
Yeah,
on
that's what you-
like that for about a week, and then I dropped.
I mean, it still is. Like, again, I'm not saying this to shit talk the girl. Like, we both sling our fucking shit at each other back and forth, passive aggressively and very pettily off to the side. We both have something to say about the other person. Yeah, because again, like, we're both very similar in the way, and in the way of we're not really afraid of a confrontation, especially a verbal confrontation, and we say what we believe and we believe what we say.
Our direct Skype conversations proving that all wrong, and she immediately privated her Twitter.
The chat logs between Britt and Tara and Britt and Lily, as shown earlier, were now all made
He's
public.
just spiraling
From
'cause they're a
Tara's
woman,
persistence
right?
in trying to get her and Lily together, to Tara's strange description of Tara being a 6'3" tall redhead. These screenshots, for the time being, would go unaddressed, and Lily would resort to attributing highly malicious comments to Britt. But these were not very convincing, and Lily's history continued to be re-examined.
Oh, hail Britannia! That's the start of Britannia. Even though I'm not a part of it anymore, I don't care. The joke's still fucking funny. Everyone on Tumblr is just a Britney sock puppet. So on Tumblr, there used to be a joke, it's probably still going around, of Hail Britannia, because everyone was just Brit on a sock puppet. I was just Brit on a sock puppet. Opinionated Onion was just Brit on a sock puppet. You know, anybody who talked about Lily was just Brit on a sock puppet. So yeah, there came a joke on Tumblr of Hail Britannia, and I may not be part of it, but it's still fucking funny.
But these were not very convincing, and Lily's history continued to be re-examined. Like with this 20-minute-long video compiling instances where Lily directly plagiarized from the My Little Pony TV Tropes page. The videos criticizing her had hardly slowed down. They were also getting broader in examining Lily rather than examining individual controversies she was involved in. At the start of 2018, Lily found herself in a new controversy. One that did not originate from her, and one that she could use to improve her image.
This could destroy my career here, guys.
I'm sorry, Toon, but you should have thought of that before you started sexting.
No, Rainy Rouge, we're not gonna steal the joke.
In 2018, the creator Toon Critic Y2K, also known as Zach, was exposed for having inappropriate relations with a minor. The news initially spread within a pocket of creators and their friends. And so a private call between Josh Scorcher and a few other members trying to get Toon Critic to turn himself in to the police took place.
Dude, look, I made a stupid mistake, alright? I'm trying to fucking change from that. I get it, alright? I did some stupid stuff.
If I may explain as calmly as possible, a mistake is saying something inappropriate. A mistake is calling someone the wrong gender nowadays. What you did is a crime.
It would be difficult to translate this into an arrest.
Well, that's you.
And so throughout this call, the creators were offering to keep it private from their side if Toon Critic turned himself in. While Toon Critic initially agreed to the idea, he did not react well to them wanting to verify that he actually went to the police station.
Because what's going to happen is, after the 24 hours, we will still be contacting the police. Now, if you've done it before us, then, you know, we have to.
Do this.
Toon Critic had no intention of actually turning himself in, and this call was posted on January 25th. And with that, more and more people were coming out against Toon Critic, including an artist known as Patchwork Heart.
He was obsessed with remarks about my breasts and with sexual roleplay. You know, I had a boyfriend, but I was so desperate to stay around, I didn't fight back against any of it. I wanted so badly for these people to like me. I tried to elevate their voices to let these people be heard, but nobody listened. No one except Sketchy the Changeling, Lily Pete, Eliora, and Aeon of Dreams.
And then another creator came out as a victim of Toon Critic. Their video was mirrored on Lily's channel, where Lily also made the allegation that Josh Scorcher knew about Toon Critic for some time, yet didn't do anything.
We're gonna keep
Josh
our
Scorcher on Tumblr
opinions
refuted this
to
and turned it back on
ourselves.
Lily,
We're
stating that she knew
focusing
about
on
the
Lily.
allegations because Patchwork Heart told Lily. Patchwork then informed Josh Scorcher that Lily kept quiet as per their request.
Don't you dare.
Josh Scorcher states that he finds it
Leave that
strange,
fucking
and
garbage
despite the
alone.
request, Lily still knew about the allegations.
Good point.
Patchwork then responds by taking the blame, and that they should have allowed Lily to go entirely public as soon as she was informed. Josh Scorcher then states that Lily is still at fault, and still did not inform the public, yet is accusing him of doing the same thing. The following responses go into the minutiae of how it should have been handled. And then, in the following month, in February, Josh released a video breaking down the Toon Critic situation. This largely involves a video by Dr. Wolf that was poorly received. While accepting Toon Critic's crimes were egregious, he was petitioning his audience to forgive him in the Christian sense of letting go of anger and frustration. While good-intentioned, the rawness of the situation combined with the crimes and the countless victims coming out meant that this video was not well received. And with Josh Scorcher sharing this video and his own video, he was apologizing for it now, understanding that it was a major miscommunication. He also apologizes to Patchwork for his responses on Tumblr and then to Lily.
I'm gonna pin
I
me
also
the bitch.
want to take this time
And
to
I have trouble
apologize to
keeping
Lily.
things to myself, so I'm gonna just shit.
In my anger, I accused and judged you of things without any evidence. The very thing I didn't want people to do to us.
Lily, as claimed through the comments on Josh Scorcher's video, did not accept the apology. Many comments state that he should not have apologized to Lily at all. As for Lily, she was taking Josh Scorcher's submittance and running with it. She was taking the Toon Critic situation and her friendship with Patchwork and also running with that. Lily, as this was all coming out, made her own statement on Tumblr stating that the Brony fandom has a pedophilia problem.
This is where
Here she cites two offending websites that are packed to the brim with content for these people, Fixation and Debunking. She also states, quote, "There are a large number of fan artists and fan writers who produce redacted and get away with it because they just barely..."
It says packed to the brim with, it's supposed to say child pornography that just barely skirts, right here, that's packed to the brim with, this is supposed to say child pornography that just barely skirts U.S. federal law on a technicality. That's just outright false.
Please stay within those boundaries, unquote. She specifically cites Volcon and goes as far to say that these people are...
None of that shit actually is legal in most states, actually. Most states have have criminalized fictional CP in almost every form. There's very few places that fucking haven't. There's in fact very few states that fucking haven't.
Freaks, and the acceptable amount of this content is 0%. This was found in her script for a now deleted video, but this video has been archived where she states these things and more. She also made an addendum video where she presses the dagger further into Dr. Wolf for his video. The glaring issue is not so much Lily's statements that there is content on fanfiction meant to gratify predators. It is that Lily has written this content. Lily has made...
That's... okay. That's like America saying we have to go invade Iraq. They have weapons of mass destruction. You would know if they have weapons of mass destruction. You fucking put them there. You sold them to them. You have the receipt and made the delivery. It's there because of you.
Games with images explicitly sharing this content. Among those dedicated to this content, Lily sits at the top by co-authoring an over 700,000 word piece gratifying such content. But Lily still had her plan.
She does it to cover her ass. Like, straight up, that's the only reason she does it. That started way back with the...
Oh, I'm good, Nordic.
The Toon Critic situation. Which I'm not sure if you're familiar with that whole mess. No, Toon Critic was someone who got outed as being a predator in the Brony community, which, you know, set up all this shit with Josh Scorcher and all this other stuff. Well, that happened around the time I had started leaking my chat logs with Lily and proving that Lily herself was a pedophile and into kids and animals and all this other crap. So when the Toon Critic situation popped off, Lily latched onto it and started championing herself as this voice of reason and righteous anger toward the pedophile problem in the Brony community and advertising herself as a safe haven for victims and all this other stuff.
Sorry, just because it pertains, because I've been accused of advertising myself as a safe haven for victims. I'm not. Okay, I'm not trying to be. I've never presented myself as one. I am not the space to come and like figure all your shit out about Lily. I have a space in my server where people are completely allowed to bitch about Lily and talk shit about Lily because when I first started, all the other servers that people were bringing me into had like a ban on talking about Lily, and I simply wanted to give people a space to vent about her. That doesn't mean I can fix your problems. It doesn't mean your problems will be fixed there. It doesn't mean I'm the safe haven. Therapy is the safe haven. Offline is the safe haven, to be quite honest. Getting help and real connections with real people is the safe haven. I am not. I'm sorry. I'm just a guy. I can't do much.
And while she was doing
All right,
that,
Rico, have a good one.
anytime she was asked about the accusations against her, she would use that and be like, how could this be true when I'm so openly
Lord, we're staying focused here.
Against this other predator over here.
With not many people being acquainted with Lily's history and with Lily's short-sighted plans providing even minimal success, she was again calling for the deaths of all GOP members, and she still knew that she had Josh Scorcher on the back foot. To this, she was able to get him into a call with Patchwork and Josh Scorcher's own brother, where both Patchwork and Lily lecture Josh on his handling of the situation. After an hour of this, Lily drops the veil and plays her hand.
But personally, I think a much bigger, a much more impactful gesture in that sense would be to just take down all.
All I know about Iraq is from American propaganda, so that means I know nothing about Iraq. To be quite honest.
4 of them.
Definitely something to consider.
All four of what?
All 4 response videos. The 2 to me, the 1 to Master of Foxes, the 1 to Flames on Fire. All of them.
Certainly something to consider.
Yeah.
Lily is then met with grunts from Josh Scorcher.
All the 4 of those videos were emblematic of this kind of jump immediately to the worst extreme possible under the face of minor criticism.
Emblematic.
Or in the case of 2 of them, minor criticism to something you liked.
To this, Josh did not comply. Those videos, the ones criticizing Lily Orchard personally, which are wholly unrelated to the Toon Critic situation, remain up. Lily kept on pushing and pushing, but she pushed too much. In March, Lily, in a Tumblr post asking how to handle Josh, stated, quote, turn his own tactics back on him. Spam dislike his videos. Flood his comments. Rate his streams will probably be the most effective. Unquote. Lily was weaponizing her audience to harass Josh. That's when Josh Scorcher had enough and brought up Stockholm. This was explosive because bringing up Stockholm brings up Lily's contradictions with her stance on fanfiction works. It brings up Tara Callie, which Lily addressed here, conveniently stating how Tara Callie had confided in her interests to people like Britt, but fails to bring up how Tara Callie was always convincing people like Britt, Blake, and Nintendo Gal to enter into sexual relationships with Lily, how Lily was the only person who ever saw Tara, how Tara was a director for Lily's videos, or how Lily was so close to Tara she had a key to her apartment and somehow was allowed to beat her up in jail. Lily's lies had become so convoluted that she had trouble keeping up with them. The messages she was getting were so great that she even closed her advice column. Josh's light push against Lily turned her world upside down. But there was more, because now in April, Josh sent a cease and desist to Lily to stop her now nearly 3-year-long harassment campaign against him. Lily, in response, posted a video ranting about Josh that did not have much substance. And back on Tumblr, she addresses a Twitter post of Josh screenshotting a chapter from what is presumably Stockholm. Lily is stating that Josh is sharing CP, and accused her of creating it without tangible proof. But there was plenty. Josh even reposted not only a post shipping him and Inkros, but also Lily admitting, quote, also I wrote a book where a 15-year-old ran off with a 38-year-old and you all thought it was lovely, unquote. This is the Stockholm entry.
Wait, what?
38-year-old Lily admitting, quote, also I wrote a book where a 15-year-old ran off with a 38-year-old and you all thought it was lovely.
I'm just let that one simmer. Lily says, also, I wrote a story about a 15-year-old running off with a 38-year-old. You all thought it was lovely. Funny, because when I was, like, 17 and took off to be homeless, I'm pretty sure you like, somehow made fun of me for quote-unquote getting groomed and abducted by a pedophile. Which isn't why I left the house, by the way, but go off, sis.
Unquote. This is the Stockholm entry.
You all, who is you? Her own fan.
Razzle Dazzle. Lily has admitted in the past that this was her favorite entry as well. Besides lines in Razzle Dazzle like, quote, "First off, have you done this before?" Taking advantage of vulnerable teenage girls on the rebound and seducing them with what they want, unquote. And the word mommy being used 545 times, mostly in a sexual connotation, Lily not only describes this as her favorite entry, but also in a deleted but re-uploaded video, she shows Adagio as a human, and makes a very specific reference to the story.
If I can take this brutal sadist and write her as a loving matriarch that rivals Fluttershy when it comes to sincere kindness, I'm pretty sure you can make an alicorn. You can make a good story out of anything. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have more Mommy Adagio to write.
Back to April 2000.
Out of anything. Now, if you'll
That picture has Adagio grabbing her crotch.
excuse me, I have more Mommy Adagio to write.
Back to April 2018, Lily was now stating that Josh Scorcher was an alt-right mouthpiece, and that he was somehow enabling pedophilia. From here, Josh Scorcher, escalating from the cease and desist, announced he was getting a restraining order and taking a bit of a hiatus. Lily still continued to post about Josh Scorcher and continued to get attacked for it. During this time, she even had a falling out with Patchwork. As for Lily's social media accounts, the hate had gotten so bad, Lily announced that a different person would be controlling them. This only lasted for a short period, and the person controlling them went under the alias Maud Ibarra, who claimed that Lily was receiving hate for being against CP. While this was a lie, it is very much true that Lily was receiving a tremendous amount of hate, and the volume would only increase as she posted what would become...
Listen, I've had people argue with me that fictional CP isn't CP. I have never once gotten into arguments or any hate for being against CP, fictional or otherwise. People have disagreed with me and told me that it's stupid that they think that I think that fictional CP is just as valid as for being illegal as like non-fictional CP. But I've never gotten hate for it because I don't think anybody's ever gotten hate for saying, "Hey, child porn's bad."
Her most viewed video to date. On September 24th, 2018, Lily posted Steven Universe's Garbage and Here's Why. This was followed up by another similarly popular, yet controversial video titled The Legend of Korra is Garbage and Here's Why.
Ooh. 50 Cent reference. So it turns out, I found out some shit about 50 Cent. Cinnamons, you might find this interesting too. 50, actually has been doing a lot. Like, the man's actually been going down to the police station and filing reports against Diddy for years, like decades. Like, he's actually been doing shit. Apparently he's actually working with the FBI. You did tell me, Meow, you did. And I heard some more things that corroborated what you told me, and I looked more into it. You did tell me, you did. And then I went and looked into it, and yep, I was wrong. I was completely wrong. Because the man is apparently real enough to not sit there and just brag about it all the time because he's busy doing work. And fair enough, I jumped the gun, and I was wrong. So, we stand 50. Wait. Oh, King Beat, thank you for the $4.99. Remember her defense for saying Sugar was a Nazi sympathizer was that there are Jewish Nazis? She said it in her Sarah Z video. Thanks for at least admitting it, lol. No problem.
Like to dislike bar were disabled, Lily did post an image of her YouTube studio showing that both videos received around 75% likes. The Steven Universe video was particularly scorned.
Things that cannot and should not be forgiven, and yet it insists on doing them anyway. Steven Universe is that mother who tells her daughter, "Oh, that boy pulled your hair because he likes you," tacitly teaching them that affection is shown through violence. Do I think Rebecca Sugar is a fascist sympathizer? No. Do I blame anybody who comes to the conclusion that she is based on Steven Universe's content? No.
Lily, by that right there, you are saying, through subtext, that it is reasonable for any person to believe that a Jewish woman is a a fascist sympathizer based off of a kid's cartoon show that was mid at best and resolved around conflict resolution. But hey, you've never been great with subtext.
I maintain that Rebecca Sugar remains completely unaware of the implications of her writing because she's just not paying attention outside of her very specific goals.
The common critique, not relating to Lily greatly misunderstanding the animation industry, is her disregarding that this is a kids show that is meant to express forgiveness and understanding and is not directly related to real life.
Uncle Funkle, I got attacked for saying most pro shippers ship pedophilic ships and the pedophilic ships were bad and people started yelling at me telling me to leave for being an auntie. Yeah, I've gotten that too. They say pro ship stands for problematic shipper and people don't like
events. It's meant primarily to entertain, but also to send an overall message of understanding to children. The show does have its complexities and achievements, such as being the first kids show on US television to feature a lesbian wedding. Because it does have mature topics and pushes boundaries, it does receive a fair amount of praise and criticism. As to how this relates to Lily,
okay, like, to be fair, it's hard for the white person to point out the nuances of Lily's racism. Like, even myself, I could probably point to some of the overt shit, but some of the covert shit I'm not gonna understand because I'm not a person of color. I don't understand I don't see covert and like backhanded racism in this, like I don't notice it as much because I haven't been exposed to it. It hasn't been directed at me. So yeah, to be honest, somebody of color would have to be honest, to be honest would have to be the one to do that.
Lambastic creator Rebecca Sugar for the main character Steven, typically redeeming other characters, some that Lily considers genocidal, which is not exactly the case, but that lends more into the complexities of the show. The issue with Lily is that in her own fan fictions, like Doomsday Ascending, Lily undoubtedly redeems irrefutable genocidal characters, and it was not just in this writing that Lily did this.
If you go through pretty much every other one of her fanfics, that's a common thing with her main characters. They're always genocidal maniacs written to be sympathetic. From Lord Ryder, from her original Family Guy fanfictions, to Essentia, to Aliana in her Star Wars fics, like it's always a genocidal maniac written to be sympathetic.
Lily was having a terrible year. In October, she states she was a victim to a terrible crime. And then in December, she announced that Lizzie and her had broken up. A breakup that
see, Windy bro, that's a general thing that most people can grasp. I think that's one of the more overt things that it would be like easy for someone like me to point out is like, yeah, well, you just tell black people what they can and can't say, fuck off. I don't think black people, that's where your opinion needs to stop and you need to shut your mouth. Like, it just period.
Emily came out of nowhere, and then Lily stated that Lizzie had swatted her, and this was her third swatting. But as Lily was further questioned,
Lizzie didn't swat you, she called in a welfare check, a wellness check. There's a complete difference.
It became more likely that the
swatting means lying to the police and making them think that you've committed a crime, so that they, to an extent that they come in with a SWAT team, okay? A welfare check says, hey, I'm concerned this person isn't okay, and I've got no way of verifying if they are okay. Can you please go make sure that they are okay? Yeah, there's a difference.
These were just wellness checks. The following day, Lily made it clear that Lizzie was a wonderful person, and makes it clear that she was not abused by her. And so Lily stated she had
Nord, as considering she's a lesbian, she's allowed to be offended by slurs that have been directed towards and are often directed towards gay people. Just because it's reclaimed by some doesn't mean that it needs to be accepted by others.
Had a lonely Christmas. Britt, now in January of 2019,
Whoa, 2019. Where was I in 2019? Hey, we need to go back a little further. I need to go back a little further. Where are we in this timeline? Let's go back to where the timeline starts. Or no. Well, fuck it. I'm going to go to here. October 2018. Where was I October 2018? I was in Ontario. I had left my ex-husband.
A terrible crime. And then in December, she announced that Lizzie and her had broken up. victim to a terrible crime, a terrible year. In October, she states
October 2018. Oh, I was in Niagara Falls. That's where I was. I was in Niagara Falls. I was still with my ex-husband. We were working at a haunted house.
she was a victim to a terrible crime. And then in December, she announced that Lizzie and her had broken up. A breakup that seemingly came out of nowhere. And then Lily stated that Lizzie had swatted her, and this was her third swatting. But as Lily was further questioned, it became more
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Okay, jumping back into Courtney conspiracy land for a second. So while I was with the man I was calling my husband, Lily was with a woman she was calling her wife. And around the time I left my husband, Lily and her quote unquote wife broke up. Are we seeing a pattern here? Alright, jumping back into reality.
more likely that these were just wellness checks. The following day, Lily made it clear that Lizzie was a wonderful person, and makes it clear that she was not abused by her. And so Lily stated she had a lonely Christmas. Britt, now in January of 2019, possibly seeing the state of Lily, was trying to amend things, but Lily was not. The breakup, the situation with Josh Scorcher, her falling out with Patchwork, the criticisms around the Steven Universe video, all influences that kicked 2019 off with Lily spouting pure vitriol. The way this was different was that she was not exactly campaigning against any individual person, but rather sporadically attacking virtually everyone. From her parents, her sister, a creator that lightly attacking virtually everyone. From her parents, her sister
was a bully, man.
A creator that lightly criticized her. Things were even going further south with Lizzie. As Lily was stating, they were no longer on speaking terms. This year for Lily was pure chaos. Not only was she sporadically attacking anyone at will, but also her sexual deviancy had also taken a new form. What started as posting images and poses as per fans' requests turned into images of her posting her bare breasts. Even her claims were getting wilder. She called a different controversial cartoon reviewer a fascist, stated that people that dislike Antifa are Nazis, called Rebecca Sugar an accidental Nazi apologist, and then stated in response to her flagrant attacks that fascism is the core of being a conservative, and then ties it all back to Steven Universe and Rebecca Sugar, while Lily's attacks were in
It's like the same energy of those Americans, people in America who go like, this is a communist country because they got trespassed from somebody's property. No, ma'am, if it were a communist country, private property wouldn't be a thing and they wouldn't be allowed to kick you off of their private property.
effective due to her overall lack of evidence for her claims and her overall lack of credibility. There was one attack that shook
Lily,
the
why are you
hornet's
so
nest.
dumb?
Though Patchwork and Lily were not on good terms, Lily calling Patchwork, quote, a dishonest, drug-addicted nutcase, unquote, was a poor move.
Everyone's a drug addict, eh, Lily? Everyone who ever calls you out is just addicted to drugs, aren't they?
Considering what Patchwork had on
Only
Lily.
sober
As a
people
direct
agree with
response,
you.
Patchwork created this rather lengthy Twitter thread against Lily. And at the end of the thread, Patchwork
focusing
states,
on Lily's
quote,
response,
you're a
not
cruel,
Patchwork,
selfish,
remember,
awful
please,
person,
and I
Lily.
do.
And I might be a drug-addicted delusional schizo, but at the very least, I didn't pressure someone to draw my wife's favorite OC.
No! No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We gotta talk about Patch for a second, because opinions aside, that was a steel chair of a fucking comment. To just come out the gate, well, like, yeah, I may be a drug addicted delusional schizo, but at least I didn't pressure someone into drawing my wife's favorite OC having incestuous dog sex. Like, dude, say what you want about Patch, but that was a fucking bird, man.
Having incestuous dog sex, unquote. Looking at Patchwork's deviant art, she states that she doesn't do that kind of art. But Lily was an exception because it was, as Patchwork claims Lily told her, quote, the only thing that alleviates her dysphoria.
Rape is the only thing that alleviates my dysphoria. Did you figure that out when you were raping me in my sleep, Lily? that what you told yourself? That it's because you were gender dysphoric and that's why you went from, you know, coercing me into things and getting me to let you practice on me and then molesting me in my sleep and then raping me in my sleep? Was that all gender dysphoria? Is that what you're getting at here?
Unquote. And though these various drawings of a dog and Lily cannot be shown, they very much exist and are unfortunately detailed. Lily responded to her commissioning these images with a long-winded non-answer, possibly a choice done to avoid the direct connection between what these drawings detail and what Tara Kelly states she did to dogs. Besides the motivation of enjoying this kind of imagery, there was also another reason why Lily requested this art.
And the reason she had those commissioned was to get back at Lizzie. Like, that's Lizzie's character that she took after they broke up.
Lily had already found a new partner, an artist that started a webcomic with Lily. Lily, the main character of this comic, is drawn with her girlfriend Michaela, and as the name Pokemadhouse suggests, it takes place in the Pokemon universe. With an extensive catalog of Pokemon to choose from, Lily has only ever been obsessed with one, which is also at the center of the comic, and it is this Gardevoir named G. The Gardevoir, early into the comic, expresses a love for Lily. This is not a love as would be found in friendship, and not a love that would be found in family. This is a love of a sexual nature. Lily and her Gardevoir even express the desire to have kids, but genetically cannot. But they still obtain a child through a lab experiment that resulted in a human Gardevoir hybrid. The Gardevoir also tells Lily.
See what that says? I forced a mating bond between us while you were asleep. When Comic Lily was 14, and Gardevoir was an adult of its species.
Lily that she made a quote-unquote love bond with Lily in her sleep.
But, you know, Lily totally didn't rape me in my sleep, guys.
To extend her lifespan. Lily's character doesn't initially react well to what amounts to getting violated in her sleep, but Lily still essentially forgives the Gardevoir. This comic would go on for quite some time.
Because Lily wants me to forgive her. Fucking no.
Used, like her other works, to express her desires, whether they are of a sexual nature or revenge. It is not a coincidence that there is a strip where one of Lily's exes, with the trademark purple hair that Lizzie has, is villainized as an awful woman who broke Lily's heart one Christmas season. This is because Lily went from referencing Lily as a wonderful person.
What a coincidence, because I left my fucking ex-husband over Christmas.
To a terrible abuser. In response to someone asking Lily how she could move on so fast from Lizzie, Lily stated, quote, "Bitch, have you met her?" Unquote. What escalated Lily's hatred of Lizzie was Lizzie in September showing concern on her
She had to move on fast from Lizzie, because I moved on fast from my ex-husband, because by the time I had left him, I had been out of love with him and over the relationship for about 1.5 years.
Tumblr of Lily because there was a hurricane headed in her direction. Quote, "I know she's probably fine and that it isn't any of my business to be worried, it just popped into my head." Unquote. Lily responded to this information with, quote, "Lizzie came a lot closer to killing me than a hurricane ever could have multiple times. Don't know why she pretends to give a shit, TBH." Unquote. Lily has found her new target to harass. After Lizzie deleted her Tumblr, likely through the harassment of Lily, someone immediately scooped up her URL and changed the header to the word orgasm. Here they made a post that stated, quote, "Hi, can I get a fucking user?" Anyways, one, the Woody Collective is alive, and well, two, my main is at the new Fox Borough, and three, if you want your URL back, message me on there. Unquote.
Just to give you a quick rundown, John Doe, this is Joon the King's video about Lily Orchard, who is my sister and a content creator on YouTube who grooms children.
Lily, after being informed that her fans ran Lizzie off of Tumblr, stated, quote, "Correction. Lizzie ran herself off."
I don't know who this Lily is, but she's a great friend and human being, bruh. She's a pedophile. Slow your roll.
Tumblr after chatting shit and being unable to handle the backlash.
Everything
was fine for her until she decided to call me talking about her quote-unquote public villainization, and no doubt was met with a hailstorm of criticism. If you can't handle being dragged for saying stupid shit, don't say stupid shit. Unquote. This tension did die.
Lily, if you can't handle being dragged for saying stupid shit, don't say stupid shit. Like writing child porn.
Died down for a few months, and Lizzie did mention at the end of the year
Like
that this
grooming
year many
children.
people decided to hate her. As for Lily, at the start of 2020, she announced her engagement with Michaela, and would, from time to time, respond to questions about Lizzie. But her ire, for a period, was instead set on heterosexual people, calling them filthy, and in this post referring to straight people as dirty goblins. And then 2 months later, Lily once again honed in on Lizzie. Quote, being with Lizzie caused me to develop anxiety and insecurity issues I previously didn't have. And though
But at the same time, you've had claustrophobia and anxiety problems since you were a kid, right? Your insecurity issues stem from the fact that you were bullied, and you were bullied because you gave the bullies every reaction they wanted.
those don't go away that easily, unquote. Lily would persistently jab Lizzie, even a year after the breakup. It's practically the first thing she did when she got back on Twitter. That and make a string of her 100 most infamous tips. On November 14th, 2020, Lily started a thread of tweets titled Simple Writing Tips, a thread.
Yeah, it wasn't received well. Not really. As you can see by the ratio here. 1,000 quote tweets.
This poorly received writing tips thread was not a thread of general writing advice, as Lily was trying to frame it as. It was a thread of her very specific criticisms of the very limited children's media she consumes, attempted to be blanketed over the entire craft of writing.
Not the real purpose of this list to be like, these are the shows I've disliked in the past 5 years. This is exactly what I talk about in reviews these days.
Movies owned by Disney and the odd video game. This is this person's only frame of reference.
I'm tempted to call projection at a certain point.
Yeah, no, genuinely, I think this is someone who is just kind of a slut shamer in real life, or at the very least a sex shamer.
Those clips were from a video that has garnered over 1 million views of two writers going over Lily's 100 writing tips. And as they find out, some of the advice isn't even about writing.
Just block them. Don't argue with them. Don't debate them. Don't treat them with good faith. Just block them and get on with your day. Not writing advice.
That's just Twitter advice! Oh my god! How can... Twitter is not a good place to talk about your stories.
The individual 100 tweets are both analyzed in this video, and at the very end, categorized where about 1/3 of them are not considered to be writing advice. Lily's tips had received so much ridicule that by December, the entire thread was gone. And possibly correlated to this new wave of negative attention, Lily turned her Tumblr asks off. For a while, Lily's Tumblr asks, particularly the ones that come from an anonymous source, are thought to be Lily asking herself questions in order to convey her thoughts on a matter without appearing to be unprovoked, whether the question was about Lizzie or anyone else she despises. And for that reason, the asks would take no time at all to come back. On December 7th, now 2 years since the breakup, Lizzie tweeted out, quote, I've decided to try speaking openly about my history with my abusive ex. I've tried to maintain a respectful silence for 2 years now, to let us both move on with our lives. But in turn, she's used that to spread disparaging comments and outright lies about me, unquote. This tweet chain was Lizzie stating that she was going to speak her truth when it feels appropriate. Lily, with her asks back on, responding to a question about why she would remain with Lizzie if she was so abusive, stated that Lizzie was abusive by, quote, a lot of consistent behavior that can be really difficult to make sense of in the moment. Death by 1,000 cuts. I've always described that relationship as, quote, a slow and systemic destruction of my very self-work, unquote. And that's not an exaggeration, unquote. Lizzie's twitlonger was more descriptive in how Lily had wronged her. She opens with talking about how they had a mostly long-distance relationship and therefore digital relationship. Lily was always testing and then pushing boundaries. A large point of contention was the art. Quote, I was drawing a lot of suggestive artwork for her, usually of the two of us, sometimes of just me. Digital nudes, hand-drawn sex tapes, and maybe this wouldn't have been a problem if I hadn't absolutely hated every second of it. And she knew that. I tried to tell her I was uncomfortable, and sometimes she appeared to listen, but that's where the guilt and subtle pressure would come in. She knew the ways to ask me that felt weird to refuse, because of the reasons private to her that I won't discuss here. It also felt beneficial to her mental health to do them, unquote. Lizzie then describes that it came to a head when she was drawing on camera for Lily, but it was too much and she broke down on camera. In a follow-up tweet, with the drawings essentially depictions of herself, Lizzie states if Lily releases them, she will possibly sue as it is illegal in Canada. Lily essentially responded with these two posts. In this post, she believes she was gaslit by Lizzie in the relationship as a ploy to eventually tear her down. In the second post, she states that Lizzie would not stand stalwart in her boundaries, not just related to things Lizzie mentioned in her post, as she sometimes did things she hated without convincement in order to try to please Lily. As for Lily, she now believed Lizzie would, quote, be on alt-right streams to shit-talk me soon enough, unquote. Lily then, in another post, stated that people only believe contradictory claims because it is convenient in their narrative to dislike her. This back and forth continued well into January 2021. A question was put forth as to why Lily kept the last name Orchard, which is Lizzie's last name, a choice done to show her commitment to their prior engagement. Lily responded by stating it was reverse colonialism. With Lily still not backing down, Lizzie released her second tweet longer, with how Lily has a propensity to treat people well when they're friends, and regard the relationships as terrible and abusive the moment things turn. Though Lily did not have much, if any strong claim against Lizzie, Lizzie did have quite a bit more to say, starting with Lily, quote, had started a quote-unquote game on her blog, where followers would tell her sexual things they would do to her, quote-unquote, in a consequence-free environment. Needless to say, I was shocked and extremely uncomfortable with my fiancé doing this without asking me about it first, unquote. Lizzie, when this took place 2016, brought her feelings to Lily, but Lily disregarded them because it was a kink. Quote, my ex gave further reasons as to why she liked it, which were similar to why she pressured me into drawing the images for my last story. This quote-unquote game made her feel attractive and desirable in ways her mind didn't typically allow. It made her feel good about herself, unquote. Lizzie then states she allowed Lily to...
Okay, I'm sorry, this kind of goes for anybody. If you feel shitty about yourself, it's not on anybody to fix that for you. It's on you to fix that. It's nobody's job to make you feel better about being yourself. And if you're unhappy with yourself, I'm sorry, that sucks. Everybody goes through it and everybody goes through it to different degrees, but it's nobody's responsibility but your own to deal with that. Simply put.
Continue the game because she felt guilted. Lizzie also admits that she wasn't always forward with her feelings, even when asked by Lily, but then states that she believes Lily knew her true feelings but just did not care at all. This only allowed things to escalate. Quote, this went on for 2 months, from New Year's Eve to my birthday. On my 20th birthday, in the middle of calling my parents, I checked Tumblr and found the facade of the game had turned into my ex, full-blown sexting with people. Roleplay sexting, unquote. Lizzie then threatened to break up with Lily, which is when she became remorseful and apologized to her. And Lily stopped those asks and deleted that Tumblr. Lizzie then claims that this was so sensitive that Lily told her if it came out that she was flirting with her audience, it could, quote, end her YouTube career, unquote. Later, Lizzie did post evidence of this game. This was largely held through a not-safe-for-work Tumblr that she did delete. As for Lily, she was once again asked for evidence. And Lily did bring evidence, a total of 4 screenshots. The first was after the breakup with Lizzie, stating that Lily helped her in some ways. The second and third was of Lizzie admitting to lying about her conflicted feelings, which is something Lizzie already admitted to at this point. And the fourth was Lizzie confiding in a friend about being conflicted with how fast Lizzie was moving on. Lily attempts to spin these innocuous screenshots as Lizzie having a martyr complex and being a child. Overall, this post adds nothing. Lily, not convincing the populace, stated on Twitter that Lizzie was riling up a mob against her, now claiming that she was an abusive ex. It was then that Lily made her tweet longer, explaining how Lizzie was abusive, and during her period of gender dysphoria, their sex life was virtually non-existent, and Lizzie pressured Lily to get their sex life back on track. Quote, on 3 occasions during visits, the guilt trips and pushiness grew too much to bear and I just gave in. It was some of the worst experiences in my life. It wouldn't be until years.
And how much do you want to bet that that's Lily's perspective on Lizzie saying, I don't like when you cheat on me online with people with this stupid little game of yours? Like, our sex life was non-existent. Y'all didn't even live together, first of all. Like, remember this. What do you mean your sex life was non-existent? During visits, but, like, how much do you want to bet that those quote-unquote guilt trips were, like, Lizzie being vehemently upset over the fact that Lily's probably doing this while visiting her?
Years later, that my therapist and friends listened to this story and told me that I'd been assaulted. Unquote.
Why do you
This
still
back
have
and
her
forth
last name,
once
right?
again
Why did you
died
give it to
down
your new
for a
wife?
period. Now, Lily calling people fascist or Nazi indiscriminately led to the question, what's Lily's definition of
Really
a Nazi?
weird to, like,
To her, it is any
choose to
combination
take
of
the
these
name of
things.
your
In a
quote-unquote
follow-up post,
rapist and
Lily
give
then
it to another
agrees that
person.
asking people to define Nazi
you know,
in turn makes them a Nazi.
I have the excuse
Lily
that, like,
was
my
being
rapist
more
always
erratic.
had my last
On
name. My
Tumblr, a
second one
user
did
asked
anyway
to see her
because we're
breasts.
siblings.
Lily then complied and posted a link to them. And then in February, she decided to attack Josh Scorcher again, stating that posting what is possibly Stockholm means that he was spreading a CP. Continuing her hypocritical,
Only the
erratic
chance to take
nature,
someone's
she was
infant
asking
I mean,
for
there's a
Brony
chance
to
my family
die for
doesn't bother talking to
sexualizing
me and
ponies,
keep her father's
even
name.
though she's extremely
But
guilty
that's
of
fine.
such a thing.
Lily,
She
you're
then
off buddy buddy
tweeted
with
that
your father
bronies
again,
will never
so just
breed.
fucking change it back to Pete.
Lily then made a claim that Lizzie sexually assaulted her in the worst way possible. Lizzie responded, quote, "Who cares? Honestly. Everyone outside her
Reverse
little corner of
colonialism?
the
How does
internet
that work?
knows
Because
this
Lily
is
claims
all
to be
lies. Just the
native
anger of an
person
ex on a
with
relentless
woman of
smear
color.
campaign."
So, like,
unquote.
oh,
As for Lily,
the white person taking over something is colonialism. So if I, a native woman, take over something, it's reverse colonialism, and fuck the white man. So it's perfectly fine. That's what she means.
her mental state was not getting any better.
Fuck, I turned the light off again. Jesus! Why am I like this?
Because you suck.
How do you do it?
What?
Jabba-doo-gat.
I pull something out of my fucking eye, and it just, for some reason, I just turned the fucking light off.
You're so white.
Oh.
Ugh, I'm so goddamn sick and tired of being me.
We're sick and tired of you being you too, Lily. What a coincidence. Can you chew any fucking louder?
I hate
oh my
that.
God, the ASMR.
I hate that I can just be so absent-minded like that.
I hate that you can just exist.
Alright, you know what? No more camera.
Hooray!
Okay.
I've had absolutely enough.
You fucking chaw on your
Enough of
goddamn cuts and worms.
having a fidget and fuss with everything.
Lily, I do this all the time.
And everyone's seeing how bad of a fidgeter I am.
Oh my God!
That was from an April 2021 Minecraft stream. Though her reactions can be perceived in any way, this other stream titled Kingdom Hearts and Depression leaves little interpretation. In this stream, she also talks about her inheriting a Native American gene and her mother being displeased that she was not as tan as she could be.
I mean, like, well, my mother, I don't know why, like, I know why it's a sensitive issue for my mother, because my mother is Native, and I'm the only one of her children who actually inherited the Native genes, and so...
I'm the only one of her children who actually inherited the Native gene. Lily, the idea of a Native gene is a colonizer mindset. That's from white people. That's stereotypes propagated by white people, like your white mother.
So she's got a real bug up her ass about the fact that...
That's not how genetics work. No, that is like literally blood quantum, which is a system that the government, American and Canadian, put in place in order to control Native people and to try and breed them out of existence. It was a thing, it was part of assimilation, which is a bad thing. Assimilation led to the murder of so many fucking Native kids. It is blood quantum. Native genes, blood quantum, same fucking thing. It's... From what I've been led to believe by people more educated than I, Native and Indigenous people care more about heritage and their faith and their spirituality and their practices and what they mean and the stories that are handed down through the generations, vocally and physically shown, okay? They're not bred into you, okay? It's just... And no, you didn't inherit the Native gene, kid. You got brown eyes, like mom and brown hair, okay? Both of our parents have brown hair, so there's no guarantee your brown hair came from mom. I have brown hair too, which could be from mom and it could be from dad. I have blue eyes because dad has blue eyes, okay? If you want to talk about genetics, you didn't get the native gene, you got the brown eye gene.
You know, because of the situation I work in, I don't get a lot of sun because I live in an in-ground apartment.
I thought Lily had black hair. Well, that's the thing, is our natural hair color is a very, very, very dark brown. It's very dark, it's very dull, there's not much dimension to it. It is like the most flattest, darkest, boring fucking brown you can imagine. That's why I dye the shit out of my hair and have been for like 20 fucking years now. But like, my hair is very, very dark, and in the right lighting it looks black. Now, I probably have my dad's hair, and Lily probably does have our mother's hair, because if I remember correctly from childhood, Lily's got thicker and coarser hair than I do, like our mother. But again, that's not a native gene, that is a brown hair gene. That's melanin, doesn't, like, in your eyes and in your hair, not your skin.
Lily was streaming more and more, and flashing more and more.
Lily in the flesh. I've been on camera a few times. I used to be on camera on streams a lot. I haven't done it in a long time. The last time I was on camera on stream, I actually
Look how white she is, guys. Guys, she's the same color as her fucking wall. Okay, look at this. This is not olive toned. All right, first of all, this is, you can see where her bad fucking foundation ends because her neck is a different color than her fucking face. Her face is orange like Donald Trump. Her neck, her chest, her arms, her hands, her arm, all the same fucking color, and that color is almost exactly the same as this fucking wall. In fact, the wall is cooler than her own fucking skin tone here. Lily, you're white.
Stream got taken down because I flashed my boobs too many times.
You look like your father.
If you're lucky, maybe you'll get to see my boobs.
This video was likely not taken down by YouTube.
Ah, bro! Lily, you have mom's nose. Oh my god. Oh my god, she's got the fucking bump there in her nose that mom has that makes it look like it was broken previously.
But rather,
That's
Lily, to avoid
hilarious.
YouTube taking it down. This is because nudity for sexual gratification is against YouTube.
And she says that proudly. Not even proudly, but like, I'm so great for it. Like, she's bragging about it.
YouTube's rules. And if the video was up long enough and gave the YouTube team long enough to look into it, Lily would be punished.
Like, girl, you're
this
so white.
is a common
You are
way
so
to abuse
fucking
live streaming on
white.
YouTube, where smaller creators can delete evidence of their wrongdoing to circumvent their rule breaking. Lily was clearly looking for sexual gratification,
She didn't have the upper lip then.
and in further streams was looking for even more than that.
Well, I'm in Halifax.
Her mother has really thin top.
Halifax, Nova Scotia. That's the area I live. Now, I'm not going to be more specific. I mean, if you want to meet up, then drop me a line somewhere.
Be honest,
if you're
is
local.
Lily dumb?
If you're local
She's
or
so
in the
fucking
area and
stupid.
you want to meet up, just drop me a line.
She's as dumb as her mother.
Lily was still in a relationship with Michaela. As seen per this tweet, she was going to visit Lily. But it appears they have an open relationship and are soon to be married.
Me and Michaela are getting married in 2 days, everyone.
Next. I guess it depends on what you're about to say, Mr.
What's going to look so fabulous on your wedding day? It's not that kind of wedding, but okay.
Yeah, it's just gonna be a simple thing.
Yep.
It's less about the wedding and more than about
I
us.
legitimately don't see any resemblance between you and her, Courtney. Well, to be fair, Lily mostly looks like our father. I do look more like our mother.
Just being married.
As Lily became closer with Michaela, her relationships with virtually everyone.
Wait, what? Neptune, she dropped out of high school. No, I dropped out of high school. I dropped out of high school to be homeless. Lily graduated high school because she was pushed through regardless of her participation in school because the school board, the teachers, everybody just wanted her out as fast as possible. And so she was basically handed a high school diploma and basically told, please don't come to graduation, we will call the cops. So yeah, she finished high school on a technicality because failing her meant keeping her in the system longer, and every teacher that was under threat of having her for a second year in a row threatened to quit.
Everyone else soured. At the start of 2022, she claims a stalker took photos of residents.
And anytime anything happened, she has a diagnosis. So it was really hard for them to expel her, so they just kind of went like, fuck it, just give her barely passing grades, just give her a fucking D average so we can get her the fuck out of here as soon as we can.
And after an altercation, the stalker was arrested, and Lily goes on to say,
I dropped
quote,
out
"This is
like
now
a
the
week
third
into
time
my
someone
last
has
year of
taken this
school to
stalking
go
and abuse
sleep in a
offline.
bus shelter
The
in the
last two
street.
being when I was stabbed in September of
Fuck,
2018.
how bad was she? Well, she had the cops called to school probably 3 or 4 times a week. So she got detained a good 3 or 4 times a week. And then she'd get suspended for like weeks on end. And then she would go back and maybe be good for a few days and then like do shit that gets the cops called or her parents called or in school suspensions or out of school suspensions. And every time, everything that resulted in the cops being called meant an absolute meltdown with screaming and death threats and I'm gonna kill you all and I'm gonna burn down this school and I'm gonna shoot up this school and I'm gonna try and, shiv the pregnant teacher and shove her down a flight of stairs and scream about how I'm gonna kill you all, and this was a regular occurrence.
And redacted in October of 2018. Unquote. In the past, Lily was asked to show the scar that resulted from the stabbing, but has refused to do so. As for the most recent stalker, Lily was openly talking about them on stream.
What happened? One of my stalkers came to my building, my apartment building, took a photo of it, sent it to me through email, and said, "This you?" That freaked me out, but they were actually still outside when they did that, so that led to a whole thing. I went out to confront them, and that devolved into a fight. I won the fight.
You won the fight? You walked out and just attacked somebody because they were standing outside of your building for no reason and assaulted somebody, and you're proud of it?
Concussion in the process.
Weird, because, when I got into a fucking fight because someone pretty much jumped me in a homeless shelter who was potentially high on meth at the time, and I beat the shit out of her because I had no other choice, you tried to vilify me and say that I just randomly go out of my way attacking homeless 19-year-olds.
That's when I won the fight. Guy was taken to the hospital because I bloodied him a bit, but he's being arrested,
she also had a lot of the same
charges for criminal harassment.
diagnoses
There was a
at the
Lily
time as
Orchard gossip
Christian
blog,
Rock.
believed to be run by Lily's ex-friend Cypher,
Oh, it's
refuting
not her
that this
fault she's
event
got
happened.
autism. Oh, it's
Then
not
on
her
stream
fault
while
she's got
playing Quip
Asperger's.
Last,
Oh, it's not her
Stockholm
fault
was
she's got
posed as one of the
oppositional
answers
defiance
to a
disorder. Oh,
prompt.
it's not her fault
Reading
she's got
Stockholm.
high-end
How do you read a
autism.
city?
Oh, it's not her fault she's got general anxiety. Oh, it's not her
I would
fault
love to
she's
get a
got
hold of the city
fucking
plans
this.
for that city. They'd probably be terrible.
Tara Callie was also brought up, though Lily was more direct with that one.
Yeah, that idea was positioned by a friend that I don't talk to anymore because she had to go to federal.
How did Lily not get arrested in that case if she left him bloodied? Well, first of all, if the cops determine on scene that you were within the grounds of reasonable self-defense, they'll likely not even arrest you and charge you. If it is actual self-defense, if you beat the fuck out of somebody because they were attempting to beat the fuck out of you, if you got into a fight that somebody else started with you and you won and the cops were called and showed up, there is every chance that they can tell who started the fight from their investigation and determine you acted in self-defense, so they're not going to press charges. That is 100% the thing that happened. Now, if they're not sure, if they can't tell from there who started the fight, then yeah, they're going to detain both individuals and do an investigation and find out who provoked who, essentially. So in terms of Lily's case, she would have actually probably have been detained because she's like, oh, I came out and we got into an altercation because he sent me an email. It's like, okay, so someone sent you an email that you say is stalking you and you chose to go outside and confront them instead of call the authorities. That right there will would have gotten her nailed for a lack of self-defense. She wouldn't have been qualified for self-defense at that point because you were actually not under threat, not reasonable threat, until you yourself put you in reasonable threat. So you can't claim self-defense when you went out there to start a fight.
Federal prison. I have way too many hard drives.
Not to mention, if dude went to prison, you'd have to go to court for it as literally the witness and the victim.
Okay.
So, you don't, someone attacks you, the cops arrest them, and you're on your merry fucking way. That's not how it works. You have to go to court. You have to go to court multiple times. There's witness testimony, there's examination, there's cross-examination, there's opening and closing statements, like fucking character witness statements. Like, it's not just it happens and then you're done with it because you got out of the hospital or some shit, which clearly you don't know because you've never been through a fucking court case, Lily.
She went to federal prison because she was Toon Critic before Toon Critic happened. That's why. And you want to know? And you want to know the one silver lining there? I'm the one who got her sent to prison.
Her past was again
So
coming
proud of
back
that.
with
Like,
a furious
I
force.
really get her
From
sent to
Stockholm
prison.
to Tara Cali.
Like,
Even now,
if Tara Cali was in federal prison on charges, on child porn charges from Nova Scotia, Halifax, Nova Scotia, Canada, it would be public knowledge. Like, that would be public record. You could look it up. And, like, we'll do it right now, actually. People who were federally charged with CP in Nova Scotia. Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Mount Pleasant man arrested on child pornography charges. CTV News Atlantic. More child pornography charges laid against Nova Scotia man. Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Digby RCMP charged man with sexual offenses related to. Charged with 19 offenses, including sexual assault, distribution of child pornography. Robert Williams Harris sentenced for child porn charge. Funny we get names. Pretty funny how that's like seems to be really fucking public and easy to find with just a real simple Google search. So like, where's Tara Cali? Let's see. Was Tara Cali charged Nova Scotia? We got woman faces fraud charges. A 44-year-old woman. I bet you that's got her name. Do 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 do. That's so funny. Force says it arrested Tara Amanda Colquhoun in her Pictou County residence on October 11th. But this was on fraud. Colquhoun has since been released and is to appear in Pictou Provincial Court on December 2nd to face charges. And this was first published October 23rd, 2024. All right, so there's a Tara, but it's not a Cali, and it's fraud charges that she was released on, not someone who went to prison for CP charges and is still there. That's Brit's Tumblr. Fraud. Tara Lynn Park, date of birth unknown, Facebook homicides. No, that's a dead woman. Tara Galt, a former Liberal staffer charged with assaulting a Nova Scotia cabinet minister, has pled not guilty. I don't see nothing about Tara Cali or Allison Cali going down for CP charges. I don't see anything about any woman going down for CP charges in Canada, in Nova Scotia. Don't see nothing.
Brit was once more
So
pushing
sure you
these
did, Lily.
screenshots.
Sure you did.
Lily was also banned on Twitter for allegedly telling someone to choke. The banning is something Lizzie celebrated. Lily, rather than just continue to label these people as just her opposition, started to refer to them as stalkers.
People like that suck.
We're gonna have to move down.
Oh, there is one former friend, Brittany Johnson, who has been stalking me for 8 years and just cannot fucking move on with her goddamn life. Hate stalking is a form of parasocial relationship. It's a form of obsession.
This same stream, Lily wasn't just tired of her opposition, she
No,
was
she's
also
been
tired
diligently
of her
keeping
audience.
tabs on a fucking child predator
Okay,
that
there's
she's
an
been trying to
awful
raise the
lot more
alarm on for a good
brainless
number
spam
of
in the
years
chat
now.
than usual.
I don't have fucking
Alright,
anything to say
so here's
that.
how we're gonna do this. Y'all are gonna learn to cool down, chill out, and basically,
every time you act like a hyperactive child, I'm gonna give a little spritz of air into the mic like this.
Jesus.
Okay? We good?
Lily
I'm
would
just
go
gonna
on to spray
stalk your
what was
eardrums because
presumably
I think you're acting
aerosol
like a
on the
child.
microphone at
I'm gonna
random.
do what I can
But
to
this
cause you
didn't
pain
have
from
its
my
intended
desk
effect.
because I don't approve of how you're
Setting the
acting.
chat to subscribers only. And we're gonna set it to slow mode.
Courtney, isn't that what you did to Ant?
Basically,
yeah,
guys,
100% it was a good thing.
Don't spam. If you don't have anything to say,
Or
don't say anything. But when you spam the chat with every single stupid question on your mind that you could easily find out just by looking around,
Lily, just
you make it so that I have to take time. I have to take time away from working on the video to ban your spammy ass.
Why are you working on a video on a live stream, you dumbass?
Fucking handle yourselves.
Turn your fucking chat off and you don't have to see it. What the hell is your problem? I love when you guys spam my chat with stupid questions. That's my favorite thing.
Pack of idiots, I fucking swear. I think the whole point of it is that it was basically a bunch of stalkers and a chat raid designed to rile me up and piss me off.
Now even her
And it
viewers were
worked.
her stalkers. What pushed Lily was not any of this. It was a discovery.
I ended up coming across that account was one day I decided to just Google the Alcorative username just to see what would come up. And I came across a link to a comment that she had left on an image. And I went to it and I couldn't see the image because it was blacklisted. I didn't even know that website had blacklisted content, so I went to see what would cause an image to be blacklisted, and it's the kind of stuff that you would expect. Anything with children, animals, that kind of thing.
And like 2 or 3 of
And
the
the
artists
comment she had
actually
left
got
was on an
caught
image
using
of
real children,
the
one
character
would
Kid
use her
Icarus
own
in a
child
very
as
compromising
base images
situation
for
with an
the
adult woman.
the like
And she was responding to someone
furry
else,
child porn they were drawing.
and she was like, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't he 30-something in the game? So basically pulling the,
Did you jump for beef or chicken in
1,000-year-old
Minecraft?
lolly argument, basically.
This was the Alcorative E621 account, discovered by Brit. It can now be found archived on Archive Today. Alcorative, as a reminder, is Tara Callie's username, one that she used to write a
Is
story
boxing match
between a
gonna
mature
happen for
pony
me? I don't
and
know,
her
when somebody
child.
accepts my
But
fucking
according to Lily, Tara Callie is in
challenge.
prison. But perhaps someone usurped that username. It's only more suspicious because this Alcorative E621 account
Oh, wait,
has an
wait,
image
wait,
of
wait,
Gardevoir
wait, this
pleasuring
is
a
the part.
trainer as a profile picture. And as per her likes,
I got.
has an username.
Where is it?
It's only more suspicious.
Okay, I swear to God, it was this one. I didn't realize. This, swear to God, it's hard to tell because it's blurred and like the memory is pretty old. But I swear this was one of the images that she printed out that she fucking hid under the fucking shed. I swear to God, I'm pretty sure this is like Gardevoir on all fours sucking a dick, and like the trainer's like this in the perspective, if I remember correctly.
Just because this Alcorative E621 account has an image of Gardevoir pleasuring a trainer as her profile picture. And as per her likes, and this very expansive
I
website
swear
are
to
very
God,
attuned
that's one
to
of the
what Lily
pictures
is
that
known
was
to
under the
like.
shed.
Additionally, this account has a total of 4,339 favorited images. Being that this account was created on March 22nd, 2017, that means that up until it was archived on April 26, 2022,
You guys gotta remember that Joon probably saw the actual video, the actual picture, and he's the one who probably blurred it when he made the video, so he probably knows for sure that it's Gardevoir, and the fact that he said it's Gardevoir.
on average, this account favorited a little over 2 images daily on a website that is virtually...
Oh my God, I'm
This
exactly right.
account
That is what that
favorited
fucking picture is. Look, because you can see trainer head, you can see back and arms here, and then Gardevoir's here sucking dick. I told you
a
that's
little
what
over
the
2
picture
images daily on a website that is virtually only used to
He
peruse
had
sexual
that under
material.
the shed.
It was likely this that broke the camel's back, and why Lily uploaded her video discussing her opposition by labeling them as stalkers.
I'm going to be talking about a few of my stalkers. And when I say that, I need to establish a firm disconnect between stalker and everyone else who has ever had a bad take about me. Between Twitter and Tumblr, there's the occasional weirdo who will have a dumb opinion about me or my work, or a YouTuber who makes one video about me and then fucks off forever, and I'm not going to be discussing them in this video. Nor am I going to be discussing people who have had legitimate reasons to be and remain angry with me in the past. We're talking about the recent group of them today, who, for the sake of not drawing attention to them, we will call Karen, Carol, Katie, Ellie, Skylar, and Val.
While Lily keeps them anonymous, to an extent, by how she describes them, one can perceive who most of these figures represent. From left to right, starting at the top row, these are Brit, Poppy,
the naked,
Blake's
that's
girlfriend,
you.
Lizzie, Patchwork, and Cypher.
Karen, it was the fact that I ended a friendship with her because of her being an aggressive fair-weather friend, and in retaliation, she has spent 8 years accusing me of everything from secretly being another person entirely, faking being trans to get in her pants, despite the fact that our friendship ended shortly after I came out to her.
She never said you faked being trans to get in her pants. She said you faked being Tara to get in her pants. Just because it's a T and an R and an A in the fucking word doesn't mean it's trans, Lily. She said you pretended to be Tara to get in her pants.
And I had already been in her pants years prior, and
literally in her own fucking log, she has proven that Brit is the one that even introduced you to the idea of being trans and actually helped you through your own personal thoughts from your transition before you were publicly transitioning. So, like, no. Brit was the one that basically said, hey, you might be trans, because that's a thing. So, like, fuck off.
Inventing quote-unquote embarrassing stories to share with the older stalkers like FNGR and Vita.
Lily claims Brit accused Lily of being Tara Callie, ignoring all of Tara Callie's highly unconvincing story or even attributes like being a 6'3" woman that has the exact same fetishes and writing style that Lily has, and that largely used her presence to convince—
Oh my god, Tara's code for trans confirmed. Oh my god, was that maybe a Freudian slip? Oh, Grunkle, maybe that was a Freudian slip.
her victims to flirt with Lily. Lily also, as the text stated, believes that Brit is
did it at the
possibly
local
a
library,
TERF,
not school
but
library.
presents this without any evidence. Lily then closes Brit's section, stating that she got in her pants anyway. She then calls Poppy a right-wing grifter for defending a different creator and criticizes her of psychoanalyzing her. She claims Blake's girlfriend continued to dead-name her and passed around stories of Lily being a predator.
Oh fuck, I just realized there's no keeping this one's identity secret. Anyway, Ellie is my abusive ex, who has jumped at the chance for attention and clout to claim I was the abuser in our relationship as retaliation for talking about the way—
Abusive turf. Bitch, she fought with our dumb as rocks mother over dead naming and misgendering you, okay? How was she a turf when she was the one arguing with our mother that you being trans was not a phase? You disingenuous piece of shit.
She abused me, taking instances where I expressed frustration or annoyance with her—
Now, inciting incident disclosing abuse. Yes, but the inciting incident was Lizzie started disclosing her abuse.
Flakiness to claim that I was the real abuser. The technical term for this is reactive abuse, where your abuser provokes a reaction from you to then claim you are the real abuser, kind of like what Amber Heard did to Johnny Depp.
Lily, that's your only way of claiming somebody as an abuser is by pushing them into reactive abuse in the first place.
That was Lizzie. What Lily failed to bring up was how she would cheat on Lizzie by flirting with Tumblr users, or how she disregarded her breaking down on camera when drawing the nudes that Lily requested, or how Lily continued to show her lewd art on stream to get back at Lizzie. Next, Lily covers Patchwork, making claims that are difficult to—
Just like Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. I'm pretty sure Lily's in the camp of saying, like, Johnny was the abuser now at this point anyway.
verify, as Patchwork hasn't left much of a footprint. Though Lily does fail to bring up how she coerced Patchwork into drawing several images of a dog performing a certain action with her character, even though it was clearly against Patchwork's rules. This also plays into Lily being Tara Callie, and sharing the exact same fetish done in the exact same way. The last person Lily covers is Cypher, who runs the gossip blog on Tumblr, and this is not yet 1/3 of the way into the video, as Lily attempts to lessen the reasons why people
Every
hate
other
her.
little
The
bit.
inciting incident is usually the Steven Universe—
I'm sorry. I thought you said this wasn't about the internet randos that send you, hate because of your opinion. We're going to my kitchen, by the way. I thought you just said that this wasn't going to be about them. You're not talking about them, and now all of a sudden, every other little bitch is a thing.
Video. The video's talking shit about Cachador and Raylo. The video's talking positively about Family Guy and The Big Bang Theory, or an old shitpost thread where I gave comically bad writing advice like all sex scenes need a harmonica solo, and if at first you don't succeed, give up and do something else.
Lily is now stating that her 100 writing tips thread is a quote-unquote
Hold your
shitpost
circle
thread,
back.
meaning she finds this advice to be absurd. This means that her point 11, don't pair adults with minors, that's pedophilia, is absurd, and that point 12, don't sexualize teenage characters, is also absurd. As for Stockholm and the more serious claims, Lily skirts these.
Now, here's the thing. I'm not
That's
here
an
to
excellent
address every
point.
single claim they have ever.
That is an excellent point. If it's all a joke, then, like, clearly you think shipping minors and adults is okay. Where did you pee, Batman? Why? Also, oh, there. Fuck me. Having cats is so much fun.
Made. There are too many, and they often contradict each other. Like, I'm simultaneously an anti-sex Puritan,
another
but also an
letterbox.
aggressive pervert who definitely has secret accounts on poor sites that they can't actually link to me.
Side note, throughout the entirety of research for this video, never has a claim been found that Lily is an anti-sex Puritan.
They've been doing this shit for 12 years. It has never made an actual negative impact on my career.
Really
Even
good.
Josh
It's not really his fault. One of he had there was two litter boxes, but now there's one litter box because one with the cat that got adopted. So he's mad that there's not a second litter box up here. So he's like, "Fuck you, I'm gonna go anyway." Excuse me, hiccups. I had to get him another litter box.
trying to slander me with a larger platform than me resulted in a 2,000 subscriber loss, which at the time equated to 5% of my total audience. And there has never been a dent like that made since. So it's clear why they want me so badly to take it seriously, because taking their outlandish accusations and addressing them seriously gives them validation they don't otherwise have.
This video is very wrong. Lily states that these people, like Lizzie or Britt, are stalkers, when Lizzie has made it clear that she is so exhausted with Lily that she began blocking people updating her about Lily. Britt even tried to extend an olive branch and leave all this behind, but it was Lily that said she was not done and did not want to mend things. And then Lily brings up Josh Scorcher again, who was so uncomfortable with Lily that he sent her a cease and desist, which she disregarded and continues to bring him up 6 years after their fallout. The last section of the video is her tying herself to lolcows.
You heard of Christine Chandler, also known as Chris Chan by the internet. She's considered to be the single cringiest person on the planet by people who don't know how cringeworthy billionaires can be. Chandler is what the internet calls a lolcow, someone who can be milked for laughs and content farmed forever. These people are usually neurodivergent in some way, and in recent years, trans people have been the target of stalking, and even people who are neither just for shits and giggles.
Lily's video has no backbone. It has no evidence. Only ranting which can be effective to those unaware of her expansive controversies. A comment left under Lily's video emphasizes what is wrong with it. Quote, why not show clips or text of said abuse? You can black out names and whatnot. Unquote. Lily responds by stating, quote, it's not the point of the video. Unquote. With Lily's video misrepresenting the people she wronged, there were some responses
The point
from
isn't
those
what I
involved,
said, or
like
the point isn't
Patchwork.
what they said. The point
A
is
lot of
I
it was
said
her
they said.
openly complaining about being dissatisfied sexually with Lizzie. I had no idea why she was telling me this, of all people. And anytime I brought up, well, maybe
On the day
negotiate
I was
and
still telling you
establish
guys about my
safe
sex
words
life,
like Lizzie wants,
unsubscribe.
or even just suggesting Lily talk to her, she would say that Lizzie would have a breakdown anytime Lily tried to criticize her. She would also remark that the not safe for work fan art she got was never extreme enough, or that all that was capable of making her feel better when she was dysphoric was smut.
Patchwork in this now deleted video shows the censored versions of the dog with Lily's character alongside other gruesome artwork Lily commissioned. These pieces are so vile that even in their censored versions, they cannot be shown. These still pale in comparison to the graphic descriptions that can be found in Stockholm, a work that was more well known in the year 2023 than it possibly ever was. This is because of a re-upload of a video attributed to Sea Princess Opal, who claims to have read the entirety of the work. The first 25 minutes or so of this hour and 9-minute long video are dedicated to proving that Lily did write Stockholm. The rest goes into a summary of the series, which in turn is a summary of her own summary that can be found on the Wayback Machine. This summary is 101 pages long, and though sizable, it does well in cutting down what Stockholm was by summarizing the copious, descriptive sex scenes with lines such as, quote, "and then they had sex," unquote. This also goes to show just how inflated Stockholm is with these sex scenes. The summary, and Stockholm in general, was making a comeback, because all of Lily's controversial past was still making its comeback, especially the ties between Stockholm and Lily's younger sister by a year, Courtney Pete.
About what she tried to do to me as a kid. This is the reference to Stockholm. Just don't.
Here's where I did it, what I was talking about before, where I did the transphobia thing, and I'm not proud of it. I'm not entirely. I don't like how this is structured in the video because it's really not true. These are not messages that I sent to Poppy. These were messages on Facebook between me and a Kiwi farmer. I found out later it was Kiwi farmer, but it was just some random account that had reached out to me on a Monday morning while I was going to work after I'd found out about all this to say congratulations on your sister beating cancer. You know, I know the supporting family doesn't like get enough attention and blah blah blah. So like they started triggering me right off the get-go. So I went into that matter. I'm not saying that's their fault for the like me being transphobic and shit, but that's why I was so fucking angry to begin with. And then yeah, I did the transphobic dead naming and misgendering, and I'm not proud of it. But these were not messages sent to Poppy. These were like between me and Poppy. These were just messages that were exposed.
Read her blog. She's hurt enough people.
This was Courtney Pete in July of 2023 reaching out to creators Poppy and Xena. Though this isn't just them interviewing Courtney through text.
Okay, so we're just giving an alleged assault victim a platform to talk about what happened to them. You should be.
I don't want to go
Culture
through the
that is
cringe
not
with
of their
Poppy,
family.
thank you.
Then goes on to discuss her allegations against her
We're
brother
friends, we're
Cameron, who
friendly.
suspects also abused Lily in the same way, and then goes into what she believes Lily went through.
She would take off from school property, lose her
Not what I believe she went through. I was there for it.
mind when people brought her back, and that's when her
We
parents
went to
started
the
bringing
same
her
elementary
to
school. This happened
the
in elementary
doctors.
school.
And honestly, doing a lot of thinking on it, I think she really was being touched by a teacher.
Yeah. Okay, that
and
is
just
right.
did not have the words to
No, it's
say.
right,
Like,
you're
I
right.
used to tell my mother I didn't like playing house with Cameron, and because what she didn't know is what I was trying to convey, I don't like having sex with Cameron.
Excerpts from the Dash family of Stockholm. Quote, "Who was your first girlfriend anyway?" Twilight asked. Huh? Oh, one of these substitutes at my old school. Essentia shrugged. I don't really remember her name. Started with a ch, that's all I remember. Wait, what? Twilight blinked with surprise. A substitute teacher? Essentia nodded. I was 14, she was filling in for the senior calculus teacher. You dated a grown woman at 14? Unquote. A fair portion of this interview is about how terribly Lily was treated as a child, like how her parents introduced a platform of no self-worth.
He would say, oh, because we actually care about you, Courtney. And he would say this in front of Lily and not in front of Lily.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And he would say this in front of her, too. Like, she would be around, she wouldn't be around, she'd be listening, she wouldn't be listening. And it's just like, oh, that's because we actually care about you, Courtney. Flips the cup up and dumps it all over her.
Holy shit.
Just out of nowhere. And, like, my father comes in as the aftermath of this is happening, and Lily's screaming in pain because she's got boiling water all over her. And I'm trying to punch Cameron because, like, I watched him do this. And my father's response is just, everybody shut up and leave each other alone. Literally didn't matter that his child was burnt and the other one did it.
Oh my fucking god.
A shared point between Lily and Courtney's stories are how terrible their parents are. They are described as negligent, demeaning, ineffective at all they do. The point that things split are with the allegations against Cameron and with each other.
In a trailer home. Like, slept right through it, whole fucking night. I would sleep through a fire alarm going on outside my open bedroom door. Like, I slept through everything. So if she was molesting me in my sleep, I was 100% sleeping through it because I slept like a dead child.
Jesus Christ.
So I never actually caught her in the act at that point. and look up to see Lily's face sticking through my slowly opening door. She would make eye contact with me. I wouldn't even say anything. She would just go, "Oh, you're awake," and then leave. Like, excuse me? You were expecting me to be asleep? What the actual fuck were you going to do? And I had surprised her.
Courtney also goes into the various psychiatrist visits Lily had, and that their parents were instructed to not leave Lily with Courtney, but this went ignored.
This child removed, or me removed. Like, just, she's not safe with this child. Okay. Peace, have a good one. Hope it works out. Like, what?
No, it's true. It's fucked. I don't know either.
Excerpts from the Dash family of Stockholm.
Make it a
Quote,
roast.
"A creeper? What do you mean? You spy on her?" Rainbow asked. Sweetie Belle nodded. When she's changing, or taking a shower, or trying to be alone, even when I started crushing on you, I was spying on my sister. And sometimes, I'd steal her underwear. Unquote. Excerpt from Stockholm Actual. Quote, "Fluttershy giggled, I see what you mean. I'm an only child, but it certainly is something interesting to think about. Oh, but if we were sisters, I think we might have done this a long time ago." Rainbow blushed. "Oh, really? How do you figure? If we were close since we were kids as friends, I can only imagine we'd be closer if we lived under the same roof together." Fluttershy nuzzled her neck, playing doctor, taking baths together, growing up together, learning about our bodies. Unquote. Different excerpt from Stockholm Actual. Quote, Rainbow sighed, alright, she said nervously, getting up and moving to her dresser. Opening the drawer, she found Sweetie Belle's underwear, where she left them, folded underneath her socks. Taking them in hand, she felt the soft material between her fingers, shuddering as she imagined where they'd been before coming into her possession. She stepped back and fell onto her bed. Unquote. There is the possibility that Courtney expressing that Lily has an obsession with her underwear could have read these pertinent sections of Stockholm to craft these allegations. But it is also important to note that this was in Stockholm, and that Lily wrote it and several other similar scenes to be sexually gratifying. Still typically around the age of 14 and involving a sister.
And then Courtney.
And then Lily goes on to say, "Yeah, I was going through Courtney's dresser and I found." Well, you were right behind me. I didn't know. I didn't kick you. I was going through Courtney's dresser and I totally found her diary and razor blades and totally for sure, but like I didn't steal her underwear. Yeah, I'm gonna be fine. Why does your mic sound better in the clip than it usually does? That's probably on my phone. No, I was on my phone. That's why I was on a headset.
Courtney, when she started talking about it, I believe Courtney was around 14 when she put the lock on.
Joon, you could have gotten this from either my video you've already referenced or the Poppy interview you've already referenced, where I say I was 14 when I got the door lock on my door. And I bought it myself, and it was a whole fight to get it to put it on my door. And the funny thing is, Rex, is that she didn't find jack shit in my dresser except for what she was looking for, because like I didn't have I didn't have a diary. And I didn't keep my razor blades when I had razor blades, because I most often use pencil sharpener blades. I didn't keep them in my dresser. I kept them on my desk or on the fucking book stand by my bed. So she's just making up an excuse to say I was in Courtney's dresser, but totally not to steal her underwear.
On her door. So there's like a really dark, weird potential connection there. Oh, Lily.
Courtney goes on to how Lily was as a child.
Well, she ended up assaulting school staff. The cops were called. They basically took her into custody, and she threatened to slit, in regards to me, my mother, and my father, she threatened to slit all of our throats in her sleep in police custody.
Sure,
So,
you sure she doesn't have BPD, like, but not treated? Fuck.
So they go and search the house, and they search Lily's room, and what did you know? They find 2 big meat cleavers and a large carving knife in the holes in her wall that my parents didn't even know were missing. Right after she threatened to slit our throats. Now, my room shared a wall with Lily's.
This was hardly the last time the police were involved.
She carved a knife in shop class out of wood and then threatened a pregnant teacher with it. And then when that didn't get her what she wanted, she tried to push this pregnant teacher down a flight of stairs. So then the cops were obviously called and they took her into custody and they came and they questioned me because she was saying some worrying shit. And they basically asked me if she had been showing any worrying behaviors. So I directed them into her room, into the same holes in her wall where she had the knives, where she had her manifesto that she had shown me when she told me about her plan to shoot up Lockview High School. That's why she got expelled from Lockview High School and had to start going to Sackville High School.
Jesus Christ.
Lily has admitted to being, quote, suspended 63 times in 3 years, unquote.
No,
Though this
your
number
entire
is likely
career
an
was it.
exaggeration, her being suspended at all is a possibility. All of this, from the violence to the voyeurism, is exactly what Tara was talking to Britt about in 2013. Here, Tara tells Britt that Lily sleeps shirtless with her hair down, and that Britt, quote, would cream yourself if you got a good look at her, unquote. And that, quote, she won't let me do anything with her anymore, so I spy on her when she sleeps, unquote. And then here, Tara states that Lily told her if she were to end herself, that she jokingly said she would take down as many people with her as she could. As for Courtney, she continued to talk about Lily on her Tumblr that went as, please tie my shoe. Lily, becoming aware of this, stated that she is giving everything to her lawyer just in case. Courtney, undeterred, continued to post about Lily, sharing an image of RVI where Lily states that, quote, having a hot sister is like having $19 in your bank account, unquote. Or the time Lily destroyed her room by punching holes in the wall or burning the carpet and the ceiling. The repairers took $10,000. But that was only done when Lily was sent to the hospital and was gone for a year and a half, meaning that Lily had to have been living in her increasingly destroyed room. And then Courtney made the announcement that she also plans on taking legal action against Lily, Cameron, and their parents. In several posts, Courtney goes into graphic detail of her accusations against Lily, and how Lily convinced her to do things. These go into Lily stealing Courtney's underwear, Lily observing Courtney having sleepovers in Lily's room and playing quote-unquote games. Courtney then, in September 2023, made his second appearance on Zena and Poppy's channel, being
Ugh,
Courtney.
we don't need to talk about
Poppy.
that.
At the time,
Because I
information claims about me,
really
she
don't
didn't stop
appreciate
her,
how
quoting,
Joon
"This is what
covered any of
Courtney
this. Because you
comes
could have just
quote,
fucking talked to
Courtney
me,
threatening
to be quite
threat to
honest.
Leo as he, this is with Courtney. On February 15th, 2024, creator Evangelina Skov released a 37-minute video on Lily.
You want to
going over
report on
things
my
like her
falling
Steven
out with
Universe
Poppy,
video
then
or
talk to
Lily's
me about it?
obsession with Josh Scorcher. Evangelina Skov is a channel that rapidly releases content. While her video is accurate, it has been proven that Skov was reliant on screenshots for her claims rather than unmodified.
Wasn't Courtney 17 at the time? Yeah. 16. I was 16 when she made that. Having a hot sister is like having $19 in your bank account.
Modifiable archive sources. For example, a proper archive source would be through a service that works in archiving web pages and saving URLs. And so one can verify through this unbiased
video's great
medium that
overall,
the
so, like,
information
one
is
small
accurate to the time the web page was saved. So
thing
a Scott reliant on screenshots,
is
shared through
whatever.
things like Reddit or other forums, runs a risk of basing your research off a screenshot that is entirely fabricated or just modified in a small but deceitful way. But the possibility of running across such fakeries that are convincing is small, and depending on the video and who provides the screenshot, this doesn't run a large risk and can make research easier. But in Scott's case, though the screenshots are accurate, they, through the unique color coding and zoom, can be sourced to Essence of Thoughts video, an infamous creator that goes by Ethel. This creator has several videos on Lily Orchard. These videos, as often recounted by other creators that dislike Ethel, are very slow, not entertaining, assume the intent of the subject to a danger.
It's not that they're not entertaining, it's that they're so impossible to listen to that the information does not get across. Sorry, I'm waving a knife at you guys. I have to peel potatoes.
Degree and have a large ego attached to them. With Scott's video performing somewhat well and outperforming some of Ethel's own videos, Ethel, seeing that some of the screenshots she dug up were in Scott's video, emailed Scott stating that the screenshots Scott used were identical to her unique color coding of them, and then goes on to accuse Scott of plagiarism. Ethel continues by stating that there wouldn't have been a problem if she just cited her in some way. But because Scott did not do so, Ethel is demanding 30% of what the video earned, which includes AdSense, the Patreon earnings of the month it was released, and even earnings from the sponsor in the video. Additionally, Ethel is demanding a correction/apology on social media as well as an explanation of the issue in her description. Skov, not wanting to pay Ethel in what can be perceived as extortion, did update her description to expand on the sources she used, citing Lily's gossip blog as a source for the screenshots, meaning the likely happening was that a person screenshotted Ethel's original videos. Someone shared it to the gossip blog or they found it themselves, and Skov used those screenshots from the gossip blog. Through this, Skov would have no interaction with Ethel's video, but to appease her, she later added Ethel as a source. With the initial update of her description not including Ethel noticing emailed Skov stating that she can prove plagiarism with a clever application of quote-unquote data triangulation, and that Ethel is giving her one last chance before going public with everything. And on March 2nd, 2024, she did go public and released her video that breaks down how these screenshots were sourced from her, alongside encouraging Skov's audience to unsubscribe from Skov's Patreon.
So, if you're a fan of hers, especially if you're someone who donates to her Patreon, are you going to prove her right?
Jesus Christ.
Or are you going to have some damn self-respect?
Ethel at the end of the video also ties what she believes to be plagiarism as affecting her foot, teeth, and more.
But the fact remains, at the time Evangelina Scow plagiarized me, I was getting ready to have surgery, meaning she added to stress. It's safe to look back now. All of this has been a problem for my work, since all of my various appointments, first for my teeth, then for my foot, have been in the middle of the day. I'm here, and I'm ready to be heard. Drawing inspiration from Tate Pratchett's Going Postal for a second,
Nobody wants to listen
Scow,
to Ethel.
if you're watching this, I'd like you to hear what I have to say to you personally.
Money. That's
you
all
may
she has
not
to
have
say.
thought to, but in 100 small ways, you have snatched the bread from my starving mouth.
Ethel's video was not received well.
Okay, this is gonna be petty as fuck, but judging by the apparent body fat deposits on your face, I don't think you're starving, bruh.
However, Skov's response was,
But while, or after they had sent the first email to me saying, pay me 30% of your income, they tweeted and sent an email to the sponsor of that video to try and, what it looks like, to harm my income. So my fears were confirmed, at least in my opinion, that this was somebody who was maliciously trying to attack me. I wouldn't have used Essence of Thought as research for my video, because I don't trust them as a source of information, given what I know about them and how I've seen.
Let's not forget that Evangelina is friends with Rachel Oates. So she's like, yeah, I don't trust Ethel as a source because I saw her lie about Rachel Oates. What's her accent? I think it's some sort of Irish.
How she goes after people and how she twists things and how she lies about things, from my understanding.
So I believe
a big talking point of this was the perceived extortion. But Ethel, in a follow-up video to Skov's response, states,
Except, as anyone who watched our video or actually read the emails for themselves would know, Skow's plagiarism was always coming to light, regardless of whether they paid the compensation we felt we were owed.
This is Ethel essentially stating that her statements were not threats, they were a promise. Whatever the case, Ethel's hyper-academia-based approach to all this was both a misunderstanding of the YouTube environment she stands in, and another example of how combative those attempting to bring Lily to light could be. Even Courtney made a video on Ethel, which Ethel reciprocated with a video on Courtney. And on May 16th, 2024, creator I Love Kim Possible a Lot made her own video against Lily. This was of particular note because she, up until recently, was a friend of Lily's. Besides interviewing Courtney and Britt and introducing another accusation against Lily, she also has audio from a call of her confronting Lily. In this call, Stockholm is brought up, where Lily claims his story was
Fun little lore tidbit, because I'm allowed to say this now. Me and KP had been talking long before this call happened. Well, not long, I'd say a couple of weeks.
about her killing pedophiles.
Right. Well, from my understanding, the context or Scootaloo and some of the other
Like, she finished this call and then went and messaged me.
CMC have, like, relations with the,
We're friends, yeah, we're
Rainbow
just
Dash
talking.
and stuff.
Nope. I generally just don't talk. I just generally don't talk about it because, you know, it's one of the most. It's
It's one of the more persistent pieces of fiction that pass around about me, because nothing passes the rounds better than passes the rounds more than trans girl predator.
Right.
And just
okay.
I just don't talk about it. I don't acknowledge it. I don't give it attention. That's pretty much all it's been.
So, as a favor to you, if I reached out to Courtney and got her to apologize for the trans.
No. I do not want you to reach out to Courtney at all.
She already did.
She
already had.
Okay, well let me put it this way. I don't feel comfortable with any of this, Lily. I don't feel comfortable with these allegations against you. I just don't. So.
All right. Goodbye.
Okay.
All right. Goodbye.
Lily, as a direct
You're
response to
uncomfortable?
Ethel's many videos on her and I Love Compossible Lot's recent video, she released her own video titled "I've Been Harassed and Lied About for 12 Years."
This video isn't going to cover everything. It mostly covers the accusations of me being a groomer, the accusations my sister has made, and someone's weird tangent about my heritage. If you're here asking about Madhouse or Iris and Kira or Scars or whatever other project you found in my back dumpster, you're gonna have to wait until another time. This is the important shit.
This means
Back
Lily
dumpster.
would
You're
not
still
be covering
writing Iris
Stockholm.
and Kira shit,
The
but
first
go
10
off.
minutes or so in this hour-long video goes over her heritage, to then wanting to step away from her drama.
People have been tricked into being a part of this harassment mob. Outside of Brittany, Patch, Courtney, KP, and Ethel, if most of these people backed away and stopped talking about me, everything would be forgiven. I don't want an apology or a public retraction. I just want to be left alone.
Lily then addresses I Love Compossible a lot and the additional accusation found in her video. Then moves on to Britt and immediately opens her section with lies.
When Brittany makes all these claims, she proceeds to say that the chats are lost. How convenient. You're gonna see a lot of that, by the way. Except not really, because she actually does show chat logs, allegedly of me and her, with the ends of our surnames to identify us, using it as proof of me prompting unwanted physical roleplay.
But you
The
clipped
reason
that.
these screenshots are cut off is due to how I Love Compossible Lot's video was edited in that she zoomed in. The originals have Lily and Britt's full name.
But what's even better here, is that her screenshot, it shows her initiating it. She accuses me of prompting an unwanted snuggle, and then the screenshot is of her prompting the snuggle.
So that's
I have to
the
laugh, because if I don't
unwanted
laugh,
thing
I'll
she
cry.
accused you
Especially with
of.
this next one, because it
Right,
actually visibly made me
right.
angry. Brittany brings up a claim about a sock puppet account and accuses me of using it for coercion. The chat logs of this account are shown multiple times, but they have no name, no profile picture, and no timestamp. This is my first time seeing her proof, and it's fucking nothing.
So it's
I don't
showed
even
up
know
when
what
you
program this
fucking-
uses. It's literally nothing.
There's no
And this is
name
what's
because the
being
name is
used
at the
as
top
proof
of the
that I'm some
conversation.
super
'Cause that's how
predator?
Facebook.
Are you fucking?
Like that's how Facebook Messenger works. Is there's the icon and then there's the name at the top of the conversation. So when you messaged my boyfriend Lily pretending to be our father, it just had a little blank icon like that. It looked exactly like this for the whole conversation because the very top of the conversation is where it said quote unquote Jerry Pete. So like you need to lie to your fans about how Facebook Messenger works, and like why are you getting away with that so easily? It's because your fans are too young to even know what Facebook is. Because your fans are a bunch of kids who aren't on Facebook anymore.
Kidding me? This is the most amateur hour shit show of a fucking interview I've ever seen.
Lily's position here is that Britt lied about everything, especially Tara Callie, and claims the chat logs are fakeries. The proper way to disprove this would be to prove that Tara Callie exists. After all, she was a former director of Lily's work. Lily was the only person that has ever seen her, because even if these chat logs are falsified, Lily is supposed to not know how Tara didn't just convince Britt to flirt with Lily, but also Blake and allegedly Nintendo Gal 55. What's more, Lily closes the section by stating that she won't be talking about patchwork and shows the least lewd art she commissioned. There are a significant amount of holes in this video already. The next 17 minutes are dedicated to Ethel and a minor that allegedly watched one of Lily's streams where she flashed her breasts.
So Glade, if you're watching this, I have no idea why you would be. I should have just straight up told you why it was 18 plus and saved us all the trouble, and I'm sorry. So while this incident is a pretty cut and dry instance of me dropping the ball as a server admin, Ethel decided to run with it.
After a lengthy section discussing Ethel, her methods, and playing with the possibility of suing her, Lily then moves on to Courtney.
He said, she said that we're going to get. Neither of us have evidence for our claims, and the most I have is Courtney contradicting herself. So
Incorrect, Lily. Your claims are that you told a therapist what I was apparently doing to you, and that there was a court order protection with my name on it and your name on it, removing you from the house because of what you claim I did to you. So yeah, you are claiming shit that would have a paper trail.
You are claiming court documents that have yours and my name on it and state the nature of what you are accusing me of. I don't have that because none of my shit was reported. You're claiming your shit was reported, and that action was taken because of you reporting your shit. So there should be proof. You also claim that you claimed like last year at some point that you currently had a protection order against me. Again, there would be proof. There would be paperwork. One of us would be able to show it. We would have had to go to court for that. So yeah, there's no he said, she said on your side when you're saying she did this and then I told my therapist who told a judge and then there was a court order.
So moving on to the big one, Courtney Pete.
Lily, besides denying Courtney's claims entirely, states that it was Courtney that was a predator and blackmailed Lily because Courtney was perceived as the favorite. As for the contradictions in Courtney's story, there are none that Lily presented. Lily makes it a point to state that the ages in Courtney's claims don't make sense for what she is being accused of, and that their parents, if Courtney was truly the favorite, would have believed Courtney right away. This is not a contradiction, it is just a complexity of who they are. Yet, because of the nature of these claims from both sides, and that they would have taken place around 20 years ago, there is no definitive evidence besides accusations. What there is the rest of Lily's extensive history that is progressively getting more and more interest, not for her accolades or through her own entertainment, but to know what Lily Orchard has done. Better understood are things like Lily writing Stockholm and Doomsday Sending, to her obsession with Gardevoir and Josh Scorcher, or her attacks on Lizzie. Lesser known are things like the artwork she commissioned for Patchwork, which ties things back to Lily creating Terra Cali and using Terra Cali to manipulate others, which then extends to Al Cordiv, who wrote A Mother's Love, A Daughter's Passion. And Al Cordiv is also the name of that E621 account that has the exact same interest Lily would have. And then it goes into the least known.
She is fully irredeemable at this point in my eyes, and there is a very specific reason for that. It's actually the other sets of
what are we talking about?
Pornographic accounts I was telling you about the other day. No, these aren't the dark web ones.
Oh, neither Ashley nor Andrew
But they might as well
Graves
be.
are good people. They're both horrible pieces of shit, and they're both psychotic in their own.
After the
And I like the
E621
game.
account was found, the one under the Alcordiv name with all the depictions of kids doing weird shit, that account went dormant. A little while later, an anonymous person reached out to me and Gallade on Tumblr saying that they had found three or four accounts, all with usernames that related back to Lily in some
That's
way,
me too.
on a website called Senkaku Complex. I had never heard of that website, and apparently it is known for hosting some of the worst stuff that you can find on the surface web.
Right,
and this person had gone through all these accounts, which were under the names Alcordiv, Ibarra Terra, which were her two sock puppet account names just smashed together. There was a username related to one of her fanfics, but they all had identical favorites, identical tags. Like, it was pretty much all the same person. There's no easy way to say this, but it's hardcore content.
These accounts, as per Brit's description, are highly interested in children, but because of the nature of them, they are impossible to verify, and are only associated to Lily due to her usernames and the common interests. While Lily is not particularly intelligent when it comes to covering her tracks, she does delete virtually everything. This makes investigating her all the more difficult. There are a mountain of accusations levied against her. Yet in this video, only the ones with the most evidence or relevance because who is giving the testimony are displayed. The job for police to investigate Lily, especially for Stockholm, would be difficult,
Lily thinks she's
as they would have to understand FemFetch and its relation to FemFiction, and understand how Stockholm was retrieved in its original state, and understand what My Little Pony is, and that there exist human forms of these characters, and they would have to go over the entirety of the 700,000 word long work, and then also pin Lily for distributing it, which could be tied to her Boss Spawn account, which gave out a Google Drive link. but also the drive link is dead, so it is not possible to verify for certain that it was Stockholm. On top of that, Lily is a public figure. Concerned viewers of any creator calling the authorities to investigate someone does make the job of investigators more difficult, as the regular viewers reporting this would be more lax with reporting weaker evidence, and would make such an investigation more difficult to verify all these claims, which is why police will disregard it. This is all to say the current likelihood of Lily getting arrested is slim to none. But her history has been stacked against her. She has progressively gotten more and more aggressive, erratic, unpredictable. She has now begun copyright striking critical works of her, and as long as she remains online, she will continue to cause havoc. This is not the end, but rather the beginning.
He's buried body parts! Don't look at that because I'm an attorney and I went to law school.
This is a human skull.
I've grown up broke.
So sorry. I'm so sorry you guys got screamed at by Bose because I was gone. I'm sorry Bose screamed at you. Jump scare. Fernando, you were a bozo. I am. Bose jump scare. I love Bose. Bose is amazing. She's so great. She's so funny. I do watch Bose. I love Bose. Bose is funny. When you say yes, yes, when I said I was taking that from another different content creator, that's who I was taking it from. I've been watching a lot of her lately, if you guys could tell. Can't help it. I love her. She's so well spoken. I'm not saying that because she's black. I'm saying that because she's a streamer. For a streamer, she speaks really fucking well. Like her arguments are always well put together, even when she's like hopping up in her chair because she's so excited. She's so educated. Like I learned shit watching her videos, which I always love doing. Appreciate the clarification. Yeah, no, I love Bose. She's great. It's like, I know what you are. No, so my thoughts. Oh, hang on. Let me transition this. Here we go. My thoughts on the video. I do like. I said from the beginning, from the get-go. I think Joon did a fantastic job on that video. Man went into the trenches, and like, I salute you. I'm gonna get coffee for my boyfriend. Sorry. Dude, like it's so well done and so well put together and researched, and he does an excellent job of establishing Lily's pattern of behavior, which, personally, in my opinion, getting people to notice and then recognize her pattern of behavior is going to be what chips away at most of her influence. Again, in my opinion, simply because, like, even to some of her like harder to get to fans, it's in the back of their mind a little bit, so when it happens they just kind of notice a little more, and then they notice a little more, and then it starts to bother them maybe how much they notice it, and the slippery slope of a good kind, if you know what I mean. All right, let me. Oh, did I close that? Let me put some music back on for you guys. Oh, oh, I've never heard Sam Smith dubstep. Damn. Oh, I turned it way too far down. Now you guys can't hear it. Sick. I'll be right back. Everything, what the fuck? Billy wouldn't like Adventure Time because Finn isn't a girl. He's in that one episode. Anyways, got to go now. Bye everyone that left, I'm sorry. Sorry I wasn't here for you guys to say bye to. Yeah, so if you were here just for the Joon stream, that's basically where it ends there. We're probably just chilling with me in the kitchen while I finish up dinner, and then I'm gonna end the stream and go eat. So whoever wants to check out probably would be your time. Because now we're just going off script and off label. Thanks for joining us. Or did you do at-home lobotomies? I need one. Oh, I'm sorry, no. It's for dinner. Roast, mashed potatoes, gravy, and probably veggies. Decompress was a happy time while I cook. And feed cats too. Meatballs and cranberry jam is absolute peak. This was the time where the stream is gonna end soon. I hope you guys had fun. After Cordy cooks and shit, yeah, pretty much. This is where we decompress and lobotomize our brains with dubstep and sick drops. Bye everybody who's leaving. It's good having you here. Oh, hearts. Smooch. I'm not leaving yet. Yeah, we basically watched the whole Joon video and kind of missed an error, but it's fine because it'll go, or it'll be archived. Oh shit! I went and moved my. There we go. I don't know. It's just a dubstep mix. This is an hour. I have to scrub my brain of Lily spells. That's valid. And scrubs while you get clean a lobotomy. Sam Smith got weird, okay? Iconic dancing, right? Jeez. Well, I mean, it is still my kitchen. Ghost Kitty, it's fine. I don't let him in here, because it's my kitchen. I do the cookings. Yes, I do the cooking. Yes, I do the cleaning. You cold, you can't heat it because the toaster stinks. My toaster here, and I have grilled cheese and cheese. Oh god, now the children are fighting in the comment section. Jesus Christ, almost 1,000 views on this thing already? Damn. Let's talk about it. I mean, that's fine. What's the pink carton? Oh, that's my cream. Cream for the coffee. Oh, you don't have to say anything. We can just chill. Probably waiting for me to say something important to her. Sitting in the kitchen hanging out until I finish cooking anyway. You're all children to me. Yeah, but Vaughn and Sodovitz are the actual children. Oh yeah, there's Ghost Kitty too. There's 3 of them, I forgot. First reveal when. Oh. There's the fridge. The counters are a mess. That's fine. I don't care. Dishes in my sink and in the rack. The Omegaverse. Oh no. Courtney Butler's over here. Well, it's more so when like the children find each other and then this happens. Oh, you went inside. Are we doing a bridge tour? Am I Gypsy Rose and her ex now? Are we doing a bridge tour? Look at all the leftovers that are in my fridge and stuff. There you go. Weirdo. And soup that I have to make tomorrow. talking about Omegaverse. It's Sin and Bond are on something, and someone brought up Omegaverse. The first of the video is how Lily sees herself only with urgent sands, right? It's role playing in my server, in my chat now. Is that what's happening? Oh, what is my fan base turned into? I'm scared. This one's a little more industrial than I kind of like. Let's skip through this. You guys can't be an alpha. The alpha is just the oldest wolf. Is the parent. Neither of you are parents. Wait, you have a fan base? Right? I guess that's what I call it? I'm not sure. For the DeviantArt Edge Lord, it's a different thing, Courtney. Oh god. My alpha male of Edgelord Wolf Demon and Dragon Horn. Bond, then you be the babysitter. Yes! There you go, Bond, you can babysit. What just popped up in my Steam notifications? That's my persona. Yes. Oh, great. Now Cinnamon's eating everything again. I got a mashed potatoes. Oh fuck, I should put that pot right on next to it. Second. I don't know. I don't know why most of yours will, to be honest. So rude, Courtney. No, it's what? Yeah, probably. Yeah, actually go through, or are you gonna fight me? Just grab the thing. Oh! That wasn't good. I'm okay. I know what I'm doing. Sort of. Mashing, like the actual mashing part of mashed potatoes is my least favorite thing to do. I hate it so much. Never make it easy on myself. Hang on. Just blend it, Courtney. It's not watering, I don't have an emulsion under. Making a mess. Chaos Gremlin. $700, like, bitch, that's worse, right? It's like, Courtney made shit up about me. I didn't offer $200 to Lily. I offered $700 to Lily. Like, bitch, that's so much worse. Prove your point at all. You just sit there and be like, Courtney made things up about me while you proceed to make things up about me. She did 3 streams. No, it unnoted 2. She forgets the one that ended up on r/YouTube drama. That was the first one that I have titled Snakes on a Plane, which is members only on my channel. Oh no, Anthony, I have only done 2 streams. About you. He says I called him straight. I never did. You're trying to erase my kindness because you said I was straight white male of you. God, dude. I compared your actions to a stereotype. Cis white male make you feel better because how very cis white male of you. Cis white male. I know the road is rough ahead. You know, Bob Burnham said it best. I state my problems, other people roll their eyes. 3 trips to the mall, 0 khakis in my size. I've never been a victim of a random search for drugs. You won't know how hard it is to be me until you've walked a mile in my Uggs. What you sound like, dude? Wee wee wee. She's erasing my Binance. Hey, you're erasing the fact that I'm more than just the trauma that my sister inflicted on me every time you conflate my anger to be nothing more than a symptom of my mental illness. You're trying to erase my entire existence into nothing more than a symptom of trauma, so... try about it, I guess. I can promise you, none of the prospective guys that you could or possibly would fuck have nothing, don't give 2 flying fucks about what I have to say about whether you're bi or not. Also tries to say, Courtney embraced me being a victim. She said I wasn't abused. That's not what I said at all. Like, where the fuck did I say that, you delusional twat? I said, as a victim, you should, you know, probably stop being so surprised that a fellow victim is pissed off that you paid their abuser. And I said shit like, what if I went and found your abuser and I fucking paid them money? How would you feel? Is that me saying you weren't abused? And no, that is me actually validating your abuse and your victim status by saying, victim to victim, you should fucking know better. But like, I'm making shit up. Okay. Sure, bud. You're spouting fucking facts. You're spouting shit about me as if they're facts. You're putting words in my mouth as if they're statements I made, knowing damn well that your following's not gonna go watch my fucking live stream to know that you're fucking lying. You're getting mad over a fucking technicality, over a goddamn stereotype that whether you want to say cis white male or straight white male, it's still a negative fucking stereotype, bruh. Where's my butter? What to do with it? Oh, shit's right in front of me. I'm stupid. So they say that bi women are homophobic because they prioritize their relationships with men, which isn't the case for all bi women. A lot of bi people just have primary. Jesus Christ. There's like a shitload of bi hate in the fucking LGBTQI community though. Like there's been like biphobia has been a really fucking prevalent for a long time. Like bi people get like told like, oh, you need to pick one or the other, you're lying, you just want to have 2 relationships, is that the other thing, or you're secretly like one more than the other, and that makes you a bad person. Anthony, we're just trying to erase my blindness. I couldn't give 2 flying fucks who you stick your dick in, dude. And you being bi comes down to who you stick your dick in, and I don't care. I'm not interested in your sex life, and I haven't been for a second. So acting like your sex life is what's important here. Dan say what the $700 is for? Yeah, he wanted Lily to make an Evangelion video, and he said it was like a big funny joke because, you know, Lily would never cover Evangelion, and, you know, he even defends me off by saying, Courtney, you thought it was funny back then. Yeah, I thought it was funny when I didn't think you were serious about actually giving money to a fucking predator. The fact that Lily would never accept it, therefore you never would have paid her the money, was what made it funny. Then you turned around and actually paid her fucking money for no reason whatsoever, and thought it was big funny. So you went from the prospect of paying her money being big funny to actually paying her money being big funny. So yeah, my opinion on your joke changed when I realized that you weren't joking, you were serious. And to sit here and go like, Courtney's the reason I had to go on a whole other site and a thread on Reddit about r/YouTube drama and defend myself. You didn't have to do jack shit, buddy. That was a choice you made, and I didn't have anything to fucking do with it. I wasn't standing there holding a gun to your head that says go on r/YouTube drama and look at shit. So, I'm sorry that you don't know how to manage your mental health online. You don't know how to just not simply look at something just because it has your name on it, and like, I don't know, maybe that's something you should get offline and get help for with in therapy. Maybe it's something you should work out with your doctor or someone more professional, I'm not sure. But like, bitching on the internet that I made you go on r/YouTube drama? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, they said the wrong thing about me. It's the internet, buddy. Lots of people are gonna say the wrong thing about you. You have no hours left in the day to spend all your time correcting every single wrong that's ever said about you. Like, dude, you seem way too thin-skinned and way too sensitive emotionally and mentally to be on the fucking internet. You want an apology, Anthony? You ain't get one. Sorry you're a bitch. Sorry you got no balls. Sorry you think paying a predator is a smart move and it's funny. Sorry you can't make up your mind on why you paid the predator money. Sorry you have no ethics or morals or principles and you don't care if anybody thinks that you don't. Sorry you're not the person you presented yourself to be. Get the apology we're looking for yet? I'm going to say sorry. I don't apologize. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry for what I did. Oh, but Courtney, you wished him dead and told him to bite the curb and said you were ready to do it yourself. Yeah. And you were well within your right to think that was wrong. I don't care. I mean, like Anthony himself wants to make it a precedent of like, I don't care if you think it's wrong, I think it's a good idea, so turnabout's fair play, Anthony. I don't care if you think it's wrong, I felt it was a good idea. But you feel about paying a pedophile money, so that's how I feel about telling you to bite the curb. Try some more. Calling mommy sigh about how unfair the world is. No one will take your side on the internet. When you have a larger fucking platform than me, and you don't link any proof to your bullshit in your community posts, most of your fans don't even know who I am. So you're feeding them a false narrative with a larger platform without linking any proof or any way for me to actually defend myself. So, yeah, super manipulative of your platform, but it's like you keep trying to pull the I'm a bigger YouTuber move. Guess what? I don't care. What? What? Yeah. Let me get these veggies on, and then I'm actually gonna probably end the stream. The dinner's almost done. Okay, so. That comment get deleted? Also, you never said he wasn't bi, you said he was acting like a straight line man. Yeah, exactly. Did your comment get deleted? I'm not sure. What does Blake the Curb mean? Ghost Kitty, you're too young, don't worry about it. It's violent. Alright. So, I'm going to go spend some time with my boyfriend before dinner's finished up, and then I'm gonna eat dinner. So I'm gonna end the stream here. I had a good time with you guys. Some fun. All the hearts. Smooch. Go eat something, take care of yourself, and I don't know, watch some fluffy kittens or something. What, Rico? Make it quick, Rico. Jesus, go to sleep, Cinnamons.